This is Audible.
Audible Inc. presents The Dark Beyond the Stars, written by Frank M. Robinson, narrated by William Dufresne. Part 1. She looked over his shoulder for vines and olive trees, marble, well-governed cities, and ships upon wine-dark seas. But there on the shining metal his hands had put instead an artificial wilderness and a sky like lead. From The Shield of Achilles, W. H. Auden. Chapter 1. The only thing I remembered was that I had seen extraordinary sights on the morning of the day I died. I had gone in with the crew of the lander at 0600, just as the system's sun began to cast a delicate lavender haze over the valley floor. I was the last one down the ladder, snagging a boot on the bottom rung, so I had to make a desperate lunge to keep from sprawling on the planet's surface below. Nobody seemed to notice, but the stress indicators inside my helmet whirred, and a dizzying series of readouts whizzed by in my heads-up display, stopped, then scrolled past again. Pulse rate up. Respiration up. Body secretions up. There was a flicker in the smooth sequence of numbers where a tiny circuit had burned out, and I swore to myself. I had inspected the electrical harness in the helmet display on board ship, and I knew somebody else on the team must have checked it again after me. It shouldn't have happened. I took a firmer grip on my small hand axe, readjusted the position of the sample bag on my equipment belt, then turned to watch as the rest of the exploration team climbed into the rover. I was looking directly into the sun and had to shield my eyes against the glare. The visor polarizer wasn't working either. I wondered if it ever had, then realized it must have been the first thing I had checked, if for no other reason than that it was the easiest. I couldn't have missed it. I glanced around again and promptly forgot about it, caught up in the overwhelming beauty of the planet. Dunes stretched for half a dozen kilometers down to a shallow canyon and its dry creek bed, while pink hills huddled under a peach-colored sky. Porous reddish rocks were half hidden in the drifted sand. Sand! And I kicked at one of the rocks with my flex boot, grinning proudly at the little puff of dust I raised. On impulse, I laboriously scratched an H next to the rock. Instant immortality. At least until the next windstorm. On the far side of the canyon, a shield volcano jutted up a good 10 kilometers, the scarp at its base within easy reach of the ancient riverbed. We would take samples from the creek bed and scarp, record the terrain, and then... I grinned. We would do all of that, but we would also gawk, scuff our boots in the dust, and take only half as many readings as we should. There were no seasoned explorers on board. There were too few opportunities for exploration. I glanced again at the figures in the rover and waved, unable to wipe the smile from my face. The first planet I had ever walked upon, the first rock I had ever kicked, the first sunrise I had ever watched, the first clouds I had ever seen. The stress readouts flickered again. My pulse rate was edging higher, as well as my secretions. The inside of my helmet was rosy with warning lights. Well, what had I expected? I was lucky that sweating was all I was doing. Besides, the suit weighed. The planet had a gravity of 0.8, while on board ship there was none at all outside the gymnasium. There was a crackle in my headset. I waddled to the rover and climbed in, still staring open-mouthed at the volcano and the shadows along its base. I shifted on the metal seat so I could see the lander and the dark silhouette stretching away from its broad footpads toward the cratered horizon. The planet was ideal. The fourth solid surface planet out from the primary, the last one before the two gas giants. An atmosphere with a pressure of 47 millibars, primarily carbon dioxide laced with argon and traces of water vapor and oxygen, an average surface temperature of 210 Kelvin. The rover jolted to a stop at the bottom of the creek bed. I turned around, startled. Either the rover had made better time than I thought, or I had been too absorbed in gaping at the landscape. Once more my headset crackled. I cocked my head and tried again to make sense of the words, but couldn't. One member of the team hoisted himself out, took a few steps, stretched, then trudged back for his sample bag. The sunlight glinted off his visor, turning it into a golden mirror speckled with worn spots through which I could glimpse the vague outlines of a face. I couldn't make out who it was. Another burst of crackling. I frowned and hit the side of my helmet with my gloved right hand, then leaned forward and tapped the crewman in front of me. He swiveled around, but the sun gilded his visor as well, and I never saw his face. He watched in silence as I pointed at my headset, then shrugged and climbed out to join his companion. They weren't going to return to the lander just because I couldn't communicate with them, not with an entire planet out there to explore. The driver started the rover, and once again we bounced along the creek bed, heading for the nearby scarp, leaving behind 2 team members to survey the flatlands. I stared at the scenery, fascinated. It was the standard landscape for an iron core planet of this size and surface temperature, and at this distance from its primary. A mixture of rocks, sand, stony outcroppings, dry riverbeds, endless dunes, innumerable craters, and gigantic volcanoes. Almost everything reflected various shades of iron oxide, though an occasional streak of yellow was undoubtedly sulfur. The landscape had color and form and texture, everything I had expected, and more. I wondered what the others would think if they saw me smiling, and I inspected the landscape with a more scientific eye. There were distinct signs of weathering, the results of a thin atmosphere and millions of years. We had been warned that the planet was still geologically active, that there was plate motion, and what? There was no life. There had been no signature of it from space. I remembered that from the briefing. I felt the first quivers of uneasiness. I couldn't recall the rest of the briefing. Who had given it, or who else had been present, or what else had been said? I worried for a moment, then put it out of my mind. The grade was becoming steeper. I concentrated on gripping the safety bar across my lap as the rover climbed out of the creek bed and jostled over the rocks toward the scarp 300 meters away. A few minutes later we stopped at the edge of a debris fan running along the bottom of a small landslide. I climbed out, clutching my axe and sample bag. I tried again to talk to somebody, but there was only the irritating crackle in my headset. I had a sudden urge to throw a rock at the driver and his companion, now 50 meters in front of me, just so they would turn around and I could see who they were. Another twinge of worry. I didn't know their names. I couldn't recall their faces. 50 meters of climbing over rocks, and the exertion started to bother me. My life support systems weren't handling it very well at all. My helmet was fogging up, and I could hear the faint sloughing of the internal vacuum pump. By now, we should have learned to keep the suits in better repair. The rise was sharper than it looked, and the boulders were getting larger. At the foot of the scarp, my headset crackled once again. I looked over at the figures inspecting the cliff face. This time, their helmets were in shadow. The smaller of the two pointed up at a light-colored sedimentary layer and waved at me. I caught my breath. It wouldn't be easy, not with my sample bag and the weight of my suit. And I was afraid. You never fell on board ship, nor did anything ever fall on top of you, but it would be an all-too-real possibility climbing up the side of the cliff. The face of the scarp was badly fractured. There were dozens of minor outcroppings and chimneys in the reddish rock. My boots were flexible enough for toe holds, and I had a length of rope, a safety harness, and a rack with plenty of protection, chocks and hex nuts and small serrated expansion cams that I could wedge in cracks to hold the rope. And maybe, in that pale sedimentary layer, I would find what we were all looking for, the faint, fragile outlines of something that had been there before us, something that had once called this planet home, and to which the endless wastes of sand and rock were more commonplace than beautiful. I turned again to glance at the landscape behind me, the rolling dunes we had crossed, the craters in the distance, the spidery network of dry riverbeds and gullies, all of it bathed in the brilliant light from the system sun. It was a perfect day for heroes. Half an hour later, I was more than 60 meters up, clinging to the flaws in the cliff's rocky face. I could see the lander from that height, and the range of mountains behind it, no longer hidden by the low dunes. I looked down at the other figures hugging the face of the scarp. 20 meters below me was my belay man, and another 10 below him, the third member of my team. I knew both of them were watching me intently, though once again the reflection of the sun hid their faces from view. At times, the primary painted them in shining gold. The next moment, it revealed them as tiny, fragile figures, draped in dirty expanses of what used to be dazzling white permacloth, streaks of green verdigris dappling the metal fittings of their antique suits. I thought I remembered the name of the smaller of the two, but it had slipped from my memory as easily as somebody erasing a writing slate. I felt another surge of panic, then forced my attention back to the rock face in front of me. I had seen image pics of the different strata formed by layers of ocean bed and sediment that had buckled upward into sharp-ridged mountains, the result of colliding continental plates. The crumpled sheets of rock before me didn't look much like the pics, but this was the first time I had seen geologic reality. I finished recording a 3-meter strip of the surface, hooked the image camera on my harness, and pushed back with my legs to swing at the crumbling rock with my axe. I remember thinking that I just might be the one. I wasn't expecting it at all. There was a slight shimmer to the landscape, and the scarp trembled. The rope sagged as 2 of the chalks slipped out of the suddenly shattered rock. I swung in toward the cliff, scrabbling for a handhold, terrified that I might be hit by something falling from above. Before I could find a grip, the last of the chalks jerked out of the rocky face, and I plummeted through the thin air, screaming into my helmet. A moment later, I was swinging from the harness around my chest and the rope tied to my belay man. I twisted slowly, just beyond reach of the stony surface. I was facing upward, and I could see the other figures on the scarp looking down at me, each holding onto the rock with one hand and the rope with the other. Suddenly, just above my suit, the rope unraveled like a piece of worn string as it rubbed against a sharp finger of stone. I fell once more, bouncing off ridges that exploded in small rock slides, desperately grabbing at the surface of the cliff that flashed past me. I struck a boulder at the bottom, then slid to the ground, stunned, my left arm pinned beneath me. I was afraid to move, afraid to take a breath. I lay on my side, looking at the field of orange boulders spread across the plain below. They looked as if somebody had painted fuzzy gray streaks on them. Then I realized it was because the curved plastic of my helmet was covered with fracture lines. I was suddenly aware of my shallow breathing, the faint noise of the suit's pump, and a high-pitched hissing sound. I was losing air fast through the cracks in my helmet. I couldn't believe that I had fallen, that the day was going to end like this. I moved slightly, uncomfortable because the rough weave of my ventilating garment was rubbing against my skin. The sweat that coated my body was starting to dry, and I felt chilled. My head was clearer now, the shock fading. My arm had started to throb, and when I took a deep breath, I gasped. It felt as if my rib cage had been crushed. My feet were warm and wet, and I was afraid the tubing had broken in my inner weave, or worse, that my urine bag had ruptured and I was lying in my own piss. Then I felt the slickness around my chest and waist. I was bleeding, and the blood was collecting in my boots. I pleaded into my headset for help. Once again it crackled, and once again I couldn't understand what was being said. I began to shiver. It would soon be 210 Kelvin on the inside as well as on the outside, and I would be frozen stiff in minutes. Even if I weren't, I wouldn't last very long trying to breathe 47 millibars of CO2 and rare gases. I didn't realize I was crying until I felt the tears freezing on my eyelids. I ignored the pain in my arm and chest and shifted so I could see the landscape beyond the field of boulders. It was a beautiful morning on a not particularly important planet circling an obscure G-class star, and I was bleeding to death. Unfair. Chapter 2. I lay there, gasping for air, watching the numbers on the stress indicators flicker past before the displays frosted over from my breath. But I didn't need to watch their slow decline to know my life was gradually seeping into the cold. Minutes later, I sensed footsteps behind me on the debris fan, 2 sets of them. I had never doubted that somebody would come for me. No exploration party could afford to leave anybody behind. Oh, a good 30 meters. Probably dead. The words cut through the static this time, but I was too cold and in too much pain to feel overjoyed. I peered out at the darkening world through slitted eyelids. The jagged breaks of my helmet were thick with frost, and my face was numb. I could feel the cold wash down inside my suit, chilling my stomach and my groin. I rolled slightly, crying out as my fractured ribs grated against each other. I smelled urine and felt vaguely embarrassed, knowing for sure that I had pissed in my suit. "All the way. Careful." Hands grasped my shoulders and turned me on my back, so I was staring up at the peach-colored sky. It was a deeper hue now, the pinkish red of sunset. I couldn't believe I had lain there that long, that it was now almost dusk. I wondered why my teammates had been so slow in working their way off the cliff face, and why I hadn't frozen to death by the time they got there. "Sealer, spray it on! Hurry up!" A face loomed over me, the first I could remember having seen all day. A woman, not old, but not too young, her face distorted by the curvature of her helmet. She looked worried. "Hear me?" Her voice bellowed in my ears. I tried to nod. Ripples of something cloudy washed over my helmet and froze in thick, opaque smears. The hissing inside my suit faded. I could hear my own breathing again, ragged and deep. I also began to feel warmer as my life support systems started to catch up. "On his side. Have to try his arm or his buttocks. Careful." Another shift, and my cloudy helmet turned dark. I felt the suit bump against the rocks and promptly voided what was left in my bladder. They had turned me the wrong way, so I was lying on my broken arm. I screamed with pain, though it came out more like a squeak. Somebody held the left leg of my suit, and there was a brief prick as a hypodermic needle was shoved through the suit's disconnect, just below my bum. "Oh, don't know if I got it. Have to try the arm, too. We're losing him." There was another prick through a shoulder disconnect. A moment later, I couldn't feel anything from my neck on down. "Internal injuries, heavy bleeding. He won't make it back to the lander. He can hear you. Then he's in better shape than—" "Shut up!" The inside of my suit was now warm and comfortable. I drifted off into a world that had suddenly turned vague. I didn't feel it at all when they lifted me up and carried me to the rover. I was unconscious during most of the bumpy trip along the dry creek bed to pick up the others, jerking back to awareness only when they hoisted me into the lander. Once they put me down to get a better grip on my suit, and something tore inside my arm. There was a sudden spurt of warmth, and I cried out again. I was bleeding to death. Didn't they realize that? I had a hazy impression of a control room jammed with banks of finger switches and amber readout screens. My rescuers stretched me out on an acceleration couch, and the four of them huddled over me. "Helmet!" One of them worked the thumb locks on my neck disconnect, then lifted off the plastic bubble. There was a rush of air as the pressure equalized. The air inside the lander was warm and smelled of sweat, but at least it wasn't laced with the acrid stink of piss. A woman stared down at me, her helmet off. She was the same one who had inspected me at the bottom of the scarp. A meaty face, gray eyes, brows heavy enough to have been daubed on with grease paint, short black hair, and the same worried look she'd had before. Tears glistened on her cheeks, and I wondered vaguely what I meant to her, or she to me. Her voice was harsh, commanding. "Get his suit off! Hurry it up, but don't kill him!" My body had been numbed by drugs, but it still hurt when they shelled me out of my cocoon of permacloth and metal. The woman knelt on the deck beside me and ran her hands over the bloody interweave, testing for broken bones with the expertise of a surgeon. "Compound fracture of the left humerus, torn brachial artery. Strip off the weave and get some tourniquets." I gazed at the overhead, only half conscious, indifferent to the cold metal of the automatic shears against my skin as they cut through the cloth and tubing. One of the crewmen started to adjust a pressure bandage on my arm, and I turned my head to watch him. He had slipped out of his suit and interweave, kneeling naked on the deck as he worked with the sticky cloth. He looked about 19, perhaps 20, high cheekbones, a large mouth, pale skin, pale hair chopped at the shoulder, pale eyes that masked whatever he was thinking, and a thin, hairless body that looked more agile than strong. There was a delicacy about him that had eluded his teammates, and he was cursed with the type of prettiness that some young men have before all the cartilage and baby fat turn to bone and gristle. He wrinkled his nose. "He stinks." The woman bent down for another quick inspection. "Clean him up. Strap on an IV pump, cover him with blankets, and lock him in." The pale eyes made a judgment. "He won't make it to in-between station." I wondered how he knew, but there were no clues on that pale face. They rolled me on my side. Another crewman, thicker muscled than the first, with rough features that looked not quite finished, doing his best to sponge up the blood and urine that had soaked the weave around my groin. He was stubby-fingered, clumsy, and close to tears. "I think he's going to die." The crewman with the pale hair slipped the needle end of a thin tube into a vein in the back of my hand and adjusted the flow from the pump. He nodded at the woman behind him, murmuring, "She doesn't want to hear that." But she had, and cut in curtly, "Everybody to stations." They slid into their control chairs, and seconds later I felt the mattress beneath me harden as the lander leapt into the sky. I started to drift again, the sensations of my body fading. If I were going to reduction, this was a better way than most. After a minute or two of acceleration, the couch relaxed, and I knew we were floating in the dark of space. The pain had long since vanished. The only thing that still bothered me was that I couldn't put names to the faces around me. I watched them as they worked their control panels and wondered who they were. Once the woman studied me for several minutes before going back to her board. Her expression was one of deep sadness and loss. I moved slightly on the acceleration couch just to reassure her that I was still alive. The crewman who had sponged away the blood and urine, and another whom I hadn't noticed before, smaller and faintly apprehensive, were busy with their instrument panels. The first glanced back several times to check on me. The other only looked at me once, embarrassed for someone who was dying. It was obvious they all knew me. I didn't know them at all. The crewman with the pale hair was busy punching in calculations at his computer console. It was half an hour before he swiveled around to stare at me. I remember thinking he was more than just pretty. He was beautiful. But I didn't like him, and I knew he didn't like me. For just a moment, the pale eyes flared with feeling, and he silently mouthed a few words. What he said was, "I hope you die." I didn't know whether it was a hope or a threat or a statement of fact. My mind was too fogged to make much sense of it or even to feel much reaction. What worried me was not so much that I might die, but that I might die not knowing who the other crew members were, or who I was. Then the control room and those in it faded away. I wasn't aware of it when we transferred to in-between station. I had drifted into unconsciousness and the first of many nightmares. In my dreams, I relived every second spent in exploration that morning, starting from the moment I stepped on the first rung of the ladder and climbed down to the surface of the planet. There was something before then. Not much. I was in a metal coffin with my arms folded across my chest, staring through the clear plastic lid at a jungle of thick, silvery worms that were reaching out for me. Behind them were faces, hundreds of faces. The most vivid was that of the woman who had been in charge of the exploration team below. Another was of a man with a faint smile and sardonic eyes, who could see into my very soul. A cold man in a trim black uniform who frightened me more than the worms. More than once I woke from the nightmares, screaming and sweating, and had to be sponged off by the nurse. "Drink this," was all I remembered her saying, though I know she talked to me frequently and even held me when I woke up, shaking. She was a soft woman. Everything about her was soft. Her face, her hands, her olive-colored skin, her voice. If she had been a hard woman, I would have died. She was young, her chubby 16-year-old's body covered by a white waistcloth and a thin halter. I worried that her youth meant I was so close to death an experienced nurse would have been wasted on me. But I didn't worry all that much. Most of the time I slept, lost in my nightmares. Then one time period I woke up and stayed awake. I was in a sick bay with the railings on my bed raised and thin plastic straps holding me down so I couldn't float off. There were other patients in the compartment, maybe a dozen all told. Several had IV pumps dripping fluid into their veins like I did, and I assumed they were crewmen from other exploration teams. A transparent glass steel partition blocked off an operating theater that was a forest of polished machinery. The bulkheads, the deck, and the overhead gleamed with soft white light from glow tubes inset where the bulkheads and the overhead met. Brightly colored anatomy charts enameled on one of the bulkheads were illuminated by light panels set to either side. Just beyond the hatchway's shadow screen, I could see a corridor, alive with crewmen, that seemed to stretch for kilometers, the end of it fading into the distance. The ship was huge. Mounted directly over my bed was a small screen with pictures constantly flickering across it. Entertainment, I supposed, though I seldom had enough interest or energy to try and make sense of the images. But the real show was on the other side of the 3 large ports in the exterior bulkhead. From my bed, I watched the stars wheel slowly past and caught an occasional glimpse of a planet's surface far beneath us. I gradually realized the ship was in orbit over a world 1,000 kilometers below. "Drink this," my child nurse said once again. She handed me a drink bulb filled with a grayish liquid. I sucked on its plastic tubing and tried to keep from gagging. "What's your name?" I mumbled. "Pippet." Behind her smile, her expression was watchful and curious. It would have made another girl look sly, but on Pippet, it only made me less sure of her age. "What's mine?" She didn't answer, but leaned closer to stroke my forehead with her soft hands. "Shh," she whispered. "It'll come back to you." Then, one sleep period, when the sick bay was dark, somebody woke me up, murmured, "Down the hatch," and held a drinking tube to my mouth. But the voice didn't sound like Pippet's, and the hands didn't feel like Pippet's. I twisted away, crying. The hands became more insistent, trying to push the tube into my mouth. I fought back, calling faintly for help and flailing at my enemy, too weak to do much damage, but strong enough to keep the tube away from my lips. I suspected that if I swallowed the liquid in the bulb, I would never wake up. Then whoever it was gone, and Pippet was cradling me in her arms, calming my pounding heart. She asked me who had been there, but I hadn't seen their face. Exhaustion finally closed my eyes, and I slept once again. There were more dreams and nightmares, mixed with brief periods of wakefulness. The woman on the lander came to see me often, and I had distinct memories of the pale-skinned crewman leaning over the bed rails. He watched me for hours, his pale eyes as speculative as they had been on board the lander. He said nothing at all. Once Pippet showed up, hand in hand with the crewman who had been so clumsy and so concerned for me aboard the lander. He wasn't wearing cling-tight sandals and had to grip the side rails so a sudden movement wouldn't push him halfway across the compartment. "How do you feel?" I remembered the harsh planes and angles of his face, but I had forgotten the long brown hair that swirled about his head like a halo, lending him a grace his features lacked. But I didn't pay much attention to him. I was watching Pippet work the meal dispenser at the far end of the compartment, and thinking how hungry I was. Then I blinked back to my visitor. I didn't know his name, but guessed he had come to see me because we had once been friends. "Where am I?" He looked worried. "On board the Astron." "The Astron?" I mumbled. It sounded familiar. "Who are you?" He didn't bother masking his disappointment. He had wanted badly for me to remember. "Crow." Once he said it, I recognized the name, but that was all. "Thank you," I said. He looked blank. "For your help on the lander." Pippet now drifted over and fastened a meal tray to the side rails. I pried off the plastic covering with my good arm and sniffed the steam from the meat and the thick, gooey gravy that held it to the plate. I filled a scoop spoon and swallowed a mouthful, enjoying the lingering taste of the gravy. Then I promptly vomited. I lay back, turning my face away as Crow frantically tried to catch the floating brown globules with the loose end of his waistcloth. Whatever other purposes Crow had in life, apparently one of them was to clean up after me. He looked down at me, stricken. "I'm sorry, go away," I said, and pulled the sheet over my face, too ashamed to talk any more and too filled with an envy that neither he nor Pippet would ever understand. The memories of their 16 or 18 years filled their heads like sugar in a bowl. But I had no memories. For all practical purposes, I had been born a few weeks before. I had no recollections of a mother or a father or a brother or a sister or friends or enemies or lovers. The only memories I possessed were those of the planet below, the lander, and my nightmares in sickbay. They weren't nearly enough. Pippet was always there now, usually with several small children who fingered the bedding and studied me with a grave curiosity. When she wasn't attending me, she never seemed to nurse the other patients at all, Pippet played with the youngsters as they floated about the compartment. She seemed to enjoy the role of older sister or surrogate mother, and she was very good at it. She anticipated what the children were going to do before they did it, even plucking them out of the air to hold them over the vacuum of a waste chute when they needed it. I discovered later it wasn't nearly as simple as motherly anticipation. Finally, one time period when I awoke, the tube was gone. Pippet was waiting for me with a bowl and a scoop spoon, her chubby face starched with a grim determination. "You'll have to keep this down." Her voice was surprisingly hard. She fed me a mouthful of porridge. When it started to come back up, she clamped my mouth shut with her hands until the spasm passed, and I had swallowed both the porridge and the bile that had risen with it. After 10 minutes of turmoil, my stomach no longer had the strength to rebel. Several meals later, I was eating solids. It wasn't many time periods after that when Pippet floated into the compartment, trailed by 2 more visitors. Both were old men wearing white halters, both had a caduceus stenciled on each shoulder, and both carried writing slates tucked in their sashes. One was fat and bald and red-faced, and looked as if he had better things to do. The other was thinner, more awkward in his movements, his eyes bright behind a pair of ancient spectacles whose wire frames had been wrapped and rewrapped with tape. At my bedside, the fat one dropped 3 magnetic lines to anchor himself, folding his plump legs beneath him. He studied the instruments set in the bed's headboard, clamped chubby fingers around my wrist, and took my pulse by hand, obviously lacking faith in the automatic readouts. His grip had the clammy feel that too much flesh always seems to have. I looked up at the thin one and mumbled, "Where am I?" "On board the Astron. Didn't Crow tell you?" "He didn't tell me what it was," I said, sullen. He gave me a reassuring smile. "The Astron's an exploration ship, interstellar, so far as we know, the only one. From Earth?" Somehow I knew that, though I knew nothing about the planet itself. Both of them waited expectantly for me to ask something more. The thin one was patient, his smile bright. The fat one was nervous, frowning and plucking absently at his sash to let me know his time was valuable. I guessed that both of them were acting, that the thin one was really impatient, and that there was no other place the fat one would rather have been. "I'm Noah," the thin one offered. "My friend here is Abel. Their names from the Bible." It surprised me that I knew what the Bible was. "They're just names," I said, still sulky. "Who are you?" Abel glanced at Noah, then back at me, annoyed with both of us. Noah smiled again, patiently playing the game. "We're the ship's doctors. Abel is a body doctor. I'm more concerned with the mind. But that isn't what you wanted to ask, is it?" I was reluctant to answer. I had no memories, no name, and no knowledge of the Astron or my relationship to it, and that made me the most vulnerable person in the compartment. "Who am I?" I finally asked. Noah looked secretive and nodded to Pippet. She closed the shadow screen so we were alone with the other patients, none of whom were paying any attention to us. Noah and Abel hunched closer to the bedside, while Pippet lingered a discreet distance away. "Oh," Abel interrupted, peevish. "It would be better if you told us." "I don't know," I said, turning my face away so they couldn't see my anger. "If I did, I wouldn't have asked." "You don't remember," Abel corrected. He leaned closer, his breath heavy with reminders of his dinner. "Look at me," he said curtly.
"It makes it easier if I can see the eyes of the person I'm talking to."
Whoever I was young. You used that tone on boys. You didn't use it on men. I don't remember, I repeated, even more surly. Abel snorted in disgust and glanced at Noah.
"I told Hulda it would be no use," he muttered. "We're wasting our time with dangerous business."
Noah ignored him, his eyes huge behind lenses that were so full of scratches they were almost opaque. They went well with the antique spacesuits, but not with the highly polished technology of the operating room beyond. Tell me what you do remember. Go as far back as you can. I told him about exploring the planet below, about falling from the face of the scarp, and about my teammates who had carried me back to the lander. Nobody ever called you by name? I shook my head. You don't remember anything before climbing down the ladder? For just a moment, I stood before a door behind which were crowded all the memories I could no longer recall. I started down the ladder, I said. I caught my foot. Then I was on the surface, and there was something more, but it vanished quickly. I've told you everything since then.
"We're wasting our time,"
Abel complained once more to Noah, but he made no move to leave. It's a form of amnesia, Noah said, watching me closely. Retrograde amnesia. You remember the accident and what you did after stepping off the ladder. Before then, it's gone. The obvious cause was the fall from the scarp. It came very close to killing you. My memories will come back? I asked. He and Abel shared a brief glance. Then Noah tried to reassure me. Memory loss is usually selective. You haven't forgotten how to talk. You'll relearn how to get around the ship. You'll start to remember a lot of little things. The first memories to return are those closest to the trauma. You'll remember more experiences, and one will lead to another. He hesitated. If the condition persists, we can always try hypnosis or drugs. There was no hint of guile on his face, but his voice was full of it. My memories were gone, probably for good. And for reasons of his own, he was as bitterly disappointed as I was. "Who am I?" I cried once more. There was no more pretense at reassurance. That game was over. "Somewhere inside, you know," Noah said in a voice as full of desperation as my own. I was tired and started drifting off to sleep. "I don't remember," I muttered. "Somebody's coming," Pippet interrupted, her ear against the hatchway. Noah pushed away from the bedside and Abel yanked at his magnetic anchors. I watched them as they scrambled for the shadow screen. For the first time, I realized that both of them had been badly frightened all the time they were talking to me, afraid not only of the questions they were asking, but of what my responses might be. At the hatchway, Noah turned and blurted, "You're a tech assistant on board the Astron. You're 17 years old. Your name is Sparrow." Sparrow. Unlike Crow, the name didn't mean a thing to me. Chapter 3. As my nightmares tapered off, I spent more of my waking hours exercising in bed and trying to talk to the other patients. Pippet never served them, though occasionally I saw one sitting on the edge of his bunk eating from a tray. There was a steady buzz of conversation as they talked to each other, and a few of them groaned with pain as they slept. But they never looked at me or answered when I spoke. I wondered if my accident had scarred me, though my hands could find no evidence of it. I tried to catch a glimpse of my features in the polished metal of the bulkheads, but for some reason it would not yield a clear reflection of my face. One time period I tried to strike up a conversation with the crewman in the next bunk, a man about my age who wore a cast on his right arm. He was obviously in pain, and my first try was sympathetic. "The planet took me by surprise," I said. "I guess it did you too." He ignored me and started talking with a friend in another bunk. Ordinarily, I would have shrugged and turned away, but I had been ignored for almost a month. It finally proved too much. I raised my voice. "You can at least say you don't want to talk to me." He looked right through me, not acknowledging my presence at all, and began to rearrange his sheets. "You can go to hell!" I shouted. I scrabbled about on my mattress, searching for something to throw at him. Pippet appeared then, frowning. "What's wrong, Sparrow?" I turned away from her, still grumbling. I made a note to resume the conversation once we were out of sick bay, but then I would do my talking with my fists. Eventually I gave up trying to communicate with my fellow patients and concentrated on Pippet as she played with the youngsters. Once it sounded like she was holding class. I stayed awake to listen as the children chanted their begats. Cusco was begat by Ibis, who was begat by Ophelia, who was begat by Rasa, who was begat... Cusco was perhaps 3 years old, a little girl who laughed a lot and was one of Pippet's favorites, though in reality they were all her favorites. I had no idea who Ibis was until I met a thin, nervous woman, a little older than Pippet, who was her co-conspirator in farming a secret spice plot in hydroponics. Ophelia was the woman who had been in charge of the exploration team on Seti 4, the planet where I'd had my accident, a planet now light weeks behind us in the void. The mothers usually picked up their children after shift. They were greeted with squeals of delight, but few of the children failed to wave goodbye to Pippet, and some were reluctant to leave at all. It was Pippet who kissed it and made it well when they bumped themselves floating around the compartment. It was Pippet who hugged them when they needed it most. And it was Pippet who entertained them with simple fairy tales before nap time. Crow and Ophelia still came to see me, but for Ophelia it had become more professional than personal. Whatever deep concern she had felt for me on board the lander had withered as I grew stronger. On the other hand, Crow seemed less formal and more open, joking and talking with me as he might have with any crew member. Occasionally I caught a wistful look and was reminded that when I had lost my memories, both he and Ophelia had lost someone close to them, someone I doubted that I could ever replace, or ever know. Then the time arrived when Pippet lowered the rails, untied the straps, and pulled me over to the shower stall. "You smell," she said primly. "You need a bath." She helped me strip off the bandages, then pushed me into the cubicle and scrubbed my back, hard, as the water jetted out to be sucked up by the intake vacuum. Nudity didn't bother her, though I was painfully aware of her naked body and olive skin. I bit my lip in a vain attempt to prevent the eventual erection. She ignored it, and finally I did too. It obligingly went away. At the same time, I resented the fact that after numerous sponge baths, she knew my body as well as her own. The baths and her touch had become a source of erotic pleasure for me. I resented that too. She finished vacuuming the water off my back, then handed me a clean waistcloth. There was a mirror just outside the shower stall. It had been steamed over when I entered, and I wiped it with a corner of the cloth. For the first time in my life, I saw myself. I thought I was very handsome. I was thinner than Crow and looked older. I didn't think by much. I was neither as tall nor as muscular, though there was no hint of adolescent baby fat. I had thick auburn hair, a reddish beard, and a straggling mustache. My eyes were a light green. Some time in the past, my nose had been broken, though I was convinced it made me look romantic. My skin was white, even for someone with reddish hair. I hadn't spent much time under the sickbay health lamps, and my shoulders were slightly hunched. I had a flat stomach, big hands and feet, and a curly mat of rust-colored fuzz on my chest. My fingers were spatulate, though the rest of me looked normal enough. "My name is Sparrow. I'm 17 years old and a tech assistant on board the Astron." I was vastly pleased with myself. "Everything's there," Pippet said matter-of-factly. "I checked." She had read my every thought. In the mirror, my face turned pink. "I hope you enjoyed yourself," I grunted. I slipped the cloth up and around my waist and knotted it, realizing a moment later that whatever else I had forgotten, I hadn't forgotten how to do that. Pippet took off her cling tights and slipped them beneath her waistcloth. Then she switched off the shadow screen over the hatchway. "Would you like to see the ship?" I looked at the brilliantly lit corridor just beyond and watched the crewmen jostling each other as they floated down it, eventually to be lost in the distance. I wanted to see the ship very badly. We drifted through the hatch into the passageway outside, lined with color-coded piping that served as directions to the various living and working quarters. Names and assignments ran in a continuous illuminated strip along the bottom of the overhead. Pippet grabbed a ring jutting out from the bulkhead and pushed herself along, braking the same way. "Do exactly as I do," she said. "It's more difficult than it looks." But it wasn't. It was something I had done before, and it didn't take me long to relearn it. On that first tour, the Astron was a world spread over a dozen different levels, with compartments filled with gleaming machinery and passageways that went on forever. Pippet showed me the machine shops where they worked on maintaining the equipment, the enormous hangar deck for in-between station and the lander, plus the balloon and submarine probes, then took me through the various tech shops where I saw exploration suits and support gear hanging in neat rows along the partitions. I even caught a glimpse of a crowded mess compartment with crewmen eating at stainless steel tables and working in the galley. None of them glanced up when I paused in the hatchway to watch, reminding me of the patients in sickbay. Pippet finally nudged me away, saying that most of the divisions, my own included, had their personal mess. The next stop was communications, a large gleaming compartment jammed with radio equipment and a dozen personnel too busy to pay much attention to us. On the bulkhead outside was a clipboard with a sheaf of the latest weekly messages from a remote Earth printed on crisp plastic sheets. I glanced at one or two, brief summaries of politics and economics, and then Pippet was tugging me away. Hydroponics was in the after portion of the ship. I stared open-mouthed at the troughs of green plants racked from deck to overhead in rows that stretched for hundreds of meters. Pippet motioned me to follow her and floated toward a distant section of the compartment where some plant troughs were hidden beneath the nutrient piping. She pinched off a leaf, crushed it in her fingers, and held them out for me to smell. The fragrance made my nose itch. "Mint," she said. Reaching over to break off a leaf from another plant. "Anise." She put her fingers to my lips. "Don't tell." She shot off, and I trailed after, still bemused by the different smells on her fingertips. In the stern, I was awestruck by the huge water-filled pool, blue with Cherenkov radiation, that housed the ship's Lock-Austin fusion engines. The compartment was 3 levels high, and I spent several minutes gawking at the nearly naked technicians, protected by their shields, hovering around the huge machinery. Then Pippet tugged at me once again, saying it was time to go. The crew's quarters were small cubicles off the main corridors, subdivided by shadow screens into living spaces for families or singles. All of them were filled with comfortable foam furniture and magnetic tapestries that clung to the bulkheads. I wanted to stop and talk to the crew members I saw inside, but Pippet shook her head, frowning. "There's too much to see," she protested. A number of the crewmen in the passageways wore clear plastic masks that covered their eyes and ears. I suppose they worked in the drive chamber where the glare of the lights was almost blinding. Unlike the crewmen in the mess hall, several of them nodded and called me by name. I wondered how well I had known them, and if we had ever worked together. One crowded passageway was filled with flickering lights, flashing signs, and colored cloth awnings at which I stared, fascinated. "It's the ship's bazaar," Pippet said, uneasy. I took a closer look and decided this was where crew members traded or sold articles they no longer desired or objects they had made. I wanted to see what was for sale, but Pipit clung to my arm, shaking her head. "You're doing too much," she warned. "It's time to go back." I was tired, but not that tired, and Pipit's concern had begun to irritate me. I dodged past her down the corridor, losing myself among the awnings and the piles of goods and crowds of crewmen. But even though the shelves were piled high with bolts of cloth, musical instruments, toys, and bedding, the counters themselves were nearly bare. There wasn't much actually for sale. 2 or 3 books of thin plastic sheets, some tiny hangings knotted from colored string, a slate similar to the ones Noah and Abel carried tucked inside their waistcloths. What finally caught my eye was a bookseller's stall. I fingered an ancient volume of poetry lying alone on the counter. The book was beautiful, the print on the plastic pages still crisp and black. I leafed quickly through it, entranced by the words that danced before my eyes. "How much is this?" I asked the old woman who was selling it. The shelf behind her was thick with volumes, but she was only willing to part with the one thin book of poems. "$1,000, she murmured. "I can't read it any more." For the first time, I noticed the cataracts that clouded her eyes. They shouldn't have been a problem, not considering the equipment in the infirmary. Pipit caught up with me and clutched my shoulder. "We should go back," she warned again. "It's time to go back." I laughed and darted down the corridor. When I spotted a hatchway, I dove through it and suddenly had to catch my breath. I was at the hub of what looked like a gigantic wheel slowly turning around me. Crew members stood on the distant rim, working with exercise apparatus. Handholds on the rotating bulkhead led to the rim, and I grabbed the nearest one, eager to see what the crew members were doing. I had no idea I would be among them so soon. I clung for a moment to my handhold, then it was torn from my grasp and I fell to the rim. I clutched at the handholds as they flashed by, breaking my fall, then flattened out on the deck at the bottom, staring up at the oblong hatchway twisting round and round far above my head. I now had weight, and found it difficult to move. My breathing was labored, and I could sense that my heart was under a strain. "You managed to find the gymnasium," I heard Pipit say behind me. Then, with less sarcasm and more concern, "You ready to go back now?" I nodded weakly, and she helped me to my feet. "Easy does it," a voice said. I turned to find Crow steadying me. His skin was shiny with sweat, his eyes as worried as Pipit's. Others had stopped their workouts with the spring bars and the exercise cycles to stare at me. I felt foolish, even more so when I noticed the pale-faced crewman among them. Crow and Pipit helped me back up the hatch. My body ached where I had struck the handholds on the way down, and I winced with every movement. Re-entering sickbay, I forgot to brake. I grabbed frantically at something to stop myself, then crossed my arms in front of my face as I sailed toward one of the beds close to my own. I braced myself for a jarring collision with the patient in it, my mouth already forming apologies. The bed and its occupant turned out to be as insubstantial as the air itself. I didn't stop until I struck the opposite bulkhead, slipping through 2 more beds and their patients. They winked out of existence as I passed through, then flickered back into view as I receded. I froze, concentrating on the other patients as they talked among themselves or sat on the edges of their cots while they ate their meals. None of them seemed aware of my sudden entrance, or, as usual, that I even existed. I reached out to touch the nearest one, and my hand passed through him with no resistance whatsoever. I had watched them for weeks, but never noticed their obvious lack of reality. They slept in beds with no restraints to hold them in. They ate from standard food trays, and they sat as flat upon their mattresses as if the sick bay were planet-bound. I glared at Pippet, then made the connection with the crewman in the corridor who had been wearing masks. "Give me a mask," I said in a voice blurred by anger. A dozen strips of transparent plastic were tied to a nearby bulkhead peg, and Pippet handed me one without a word. I clipped it around my head, staring open-mouthed as the familiar surroundings disappeared. The sick bay was actually a small, almost empty compartment that held half a dozen beds. I was the only patient. The bulkheads were dull and oily-looking. I could never have seen my reflection in any of them. The deck was a beaten sheet of metal worn by the passage of generations of magnetic sandals. A few of the glow tubes flickered where the bulkheads and the overhead met. 2 of them had burned out. The anatomy charts were discolored and chipped. One light panel was broken, the other was dark. There was no glass steel partition through which I could see banks of shining machinery in a spotless operating theater. In fact, there was no operating theater. Nor were there any ports through which I could stare at the stars or watch a planet revolving majestically 1,000 kilometers below. I had been looking at the ship as it once had been, not as it was now. Beneath the images formed by the intersecting planes of light, the Astron was old past anything I could imagine. Pippet stood there, biting her lip as she searched for words to calm me. I ignored her and dove for the outer passageway. On my tour with Pippet, the ship had been spacious and clean, sparkling with chrome and stainless steel. Now it was ancient and cramped, the passageways shorter, the compartments tiny, the bulkheads stained with blotches of rust. The sight and feel and taste of aging metal was everywhere. The stink of oil was like a fog. I wondered why I hadn't noticed it before, then realized my eyes had blinded my other senses. I hadn't smelled the stench or noticed that the bulkheads were damp with generations of human sweat. Communications was a small, cluttered compartment with 3 crewmen who stared at me curiously, then went back to idly checking their instruments. A writing slate with the latest communication from Earth, a brief message of encouragement scrawled on it, hung on the bulkhead outside. It was dated from the year before. The racks of hydroponic tubs were real, though not nearly as extensive as I remembered. The plants were just as green, but some of the grow lights were dim and others had burned out. The compartment that housed the fusion drive, while still huge, seemed smaller than before. There was no mess hall, no files of crewmen waiting in line to be served, no galley filled with gleaming bake ovens and ranges. Where it had been was a small, empty compartment that contained no odors of cooking, no crumbs of food. The old woman was still in the now bare corridor selling her one precious volume. There was no shelf behind her jammed with other books. She looked at me with pity peeking out from behind the clouded lenses of her eyes. I felt the same for her. The Astron held neither the equipment nor the knowledge to heal her sight. On the way back, I glanced into several of the living cubicles, now devoid of their rich tapestries and elegant furniture. They were tiny cells, equipped with string hammocks, an occasional worn plastic table, a shelf attached to a bulkhead. There was very little else. I braked more expertly when I entered sickbay this time and yanked off my eye mask. The ports and stars promptly reappeared, as did the compartment beyond with its make-believe machinery. My fellow patients went on about their business, as oblivious of me now as they had been before. I held the mask before my eyes and once again was alone with Pippet. I was 17 years old, I thought bitterly. A youthful mariner on an ancient ship bound for God only knew where. Pippet winced at the expression on my face. "You've forgotten the compartment falsies," she said. Then she burst into tears. I was young and cried too easily, but this time tears were beyond me. Chapter 4. I spent 2 more time periods in sickbay, most of it undergoing tests by Abel, who apparently wanted to make sure that my broken bones were healed and I was fit for duty. He poked and prodded, full of unconvincing hmms and variations of, "Does it hurt?" I was wearing the mask over my eyes and ears, but neither he nor Noah mentioned it.
"You're healthy,"
Abel finally grunted.
"You're well enough to work so you can earn what you eat."
I resented his attitude, resented the ship, and was full of sarcasm. "I'm your only patient, but you seem to eat well enough." Noah smothered a grin, but Abel's plump features hardened with outrage.
"Nobody gets sick on board the Astron. They just grow old. Do you want to blame me for that?"
"We work at many tasks," Noah sighed. "Be patient with us, Sparrow, and with yourself." He meant well, but I was too newly cynical to appreciate it. The next time period, Pippet told me that I had been reassigned to exploration. I was to report there immediately. There was nothing to pack. My waistcloth was my sole possession. I hesitated outside the hatchway, Pippet beside me, not knowing how to say goodbye. I hadn't spoken to her since I had discovered the real Astron and accused her of deliberately deceiving me. I recalled too late how she had probably saved my life. I flushed and turned away. I wanted to thank her, but a 17-year-old's shyness had made me mute. Pippet was smarter and more compassionate than I was. She said, "I hope your memories come back, Sparrow," kissed me lightly on the cheek, and ducked back inside the shadow screen. I was left with my apologies dying on my lips. It was the end of a shift, and the passageways were filled with crewmen hurrying to their living cubicles or to the various shops. They were naked except for their waistcloths, color-coded for the division in which they worked, and their instrument belts. Like the caduceuses worn by Noah and Abel, their specialty insignia was stenciled on their shoulders. A few of them called out to me, but the children playing in the side corridors stared in silence as I drifted by. I was a man without a past, a freak, and everybody knew it. I anticipated being pitied or patronized, and was prepared for it. I wasn't prepared for the reality. Exploration was 3 levels down, and I slipped in unnoticed. The first time I had seen the compartment, it had looked neat and scrupulously clean, the equipment racked in tidy rows against the bulkheads or strapped down in military files along the deck. Everything was still tightly secured, but now the compartment reeked of age. The dust hard-packed in the corners, the ancient exploration suits still holding the shape of the crew members who had worn them last. It was already crowded with tech assistants like myself, and the stink in the air was a thick stench of sweat and herbal perfume. Ophelia had placed a star chart on the bulkhead and stood over it, pointing to various areas as she talked. Her bored audience hung from cluttered work tables or bulkhead rings, like so many bats in a cave. I pushed my way past racks of ancient life support gear and small heaps of motor parts, covered with a dense frosting of dust and grease. There was an abandoned rover in the corner, gaping wounds showing where it had been cannibalized for parts. I drifted over and sprawled out on its one good seat. I stole a quick glance at Crow and his friend who had been with him on board the lander, both perched nearby. Neither had noticed me. A few meters away, in another rover, lacking both wheels and a rear seat, a tech assistant my age dutifully stared at Ophelia with the unblinking gaze of one who is sound asleep. Next to me, hidden by a row of ancient exploration suits, a young machinist's mate explored other interests with a girl, both of them oblivious of my stare. The crewman, who had once wished me dead and who had spent hours in sickbay studying me, slouched against the far bulkhead. I would have recognized him by his pale skin alone, skin so fine and free of hair that you could see the twitching of the individual muscles beneath. He chewed on a fingernail, ignoring Ophelia and watching me. I looked away, but I could feel the hair on the back of my neck ripple. I forced myself to forget the others and concentrated hard on what Ophelia was saying. There would be landing drills on the hangar deck, equipment familiarization, required attendance in the rotating gymnasium so we could adapt to a gravity-plus environment, and an endless list of lectures on possible planetary flora and fauna. All of this would take up a major fraction of our lives, Ophelia assured us. We were coming up on Aquinas, which had at least one planet in the CHZ, the continuously habitable zone surrounding the primary. As we approached it, and the spectrometers picked up more information, the drills would become increasingly intense and specific. The estimated time of arrival was expected to be 8 months. 8 months? Too soon, I thought, startled. Even traveling at near light speed since leaving SETI 4, it was still too soon. Planetary systems didn't occur that close together. "That's all," Ophelia suddenly announced. "Same time, same place, 2 shifts from now. Sleepers will draw extra duty. Your names will be posted." There was a collective groan. My fellow techs broke for the corridor, heading for their living quarters, the gymnasium, or the division mess. "Duncan," a voice suddenly said. An older, thin-faced engineer had drifted up to pump my hand. "Gannett," a young woman offered, with just the right amount of reserve and interest. Next was Rock, a chubby electronics expert with a nervous smile. Then Crow's cocky little friend with the crooked grin and the cracked voice who slapped my back, laughing when I jumped. "Loon, glad you're back, Sparrow." He had been a lot more restrained on board the lander, but that was when he had thought I was dying. Most of the others filed up after him, with the pale-skinned crewman last in line. He was taller than I by a centimeter or two and looked in his early 20s. His skin had an odor that was vaguely pleasant, like the spices Pippet had crushed with her fingers. His pale eyes were steady and open, though I still couldn't read what was behind them. He shook my hand before I could pull it back. "I'm glad you survived," he said. "My name is Thrush." His voice was husky and smooth as heavy silk. I stared, uncertain how to react, while he searched my face, reading the state of my health with more accuracy than Abel ever had. I was still physically weak and psychologically vulnerable, and he knew it. He touched me lightly on the shoulder, then turned and dove down the passageway. A few meters away, he twisted into a graceful somersault, glancing back to flash a broad smile. "Welcome back, Sparrow." The words trailed after him like a ribbon of velvet. I was still staring when behind me Ophelia said sharply, "Sparrow." I grabbed a ring and spun around. Ophelia's eyes were narrow and faintly hostile, her voice brusque. "You've got a lot of catching up to do. You'll have to do most of it on your own, but Tybalt will help you, and so will I. If you need assistance, ask. You'll be disciplined if you don't." It was more of a command than an offer. She didn't wait for an answer. I watched her as she left, her muscular legs kicking hard against the bulkhead when she rounded a corner. She was almost a matron, but still an impressive woman, one that I admired in the same way you might admire a beautiful painting or a piece of sculpture. Only Loon and Crow were left. I guessed that Crow had been assigned to keep an eye on me and suddenly felt irritated. I didn't need a keeper or a bodyguard. "Ophelia asked you to watch out for me, didn't she?" He looked hurt. "I volunteered, Sparrow, and it's not to watch out for you, it's to show you around." I recalled his clumsy concern for me on board the lander and felt ashamed. "I don't know where I live," I admitted. His smile was quick. "Friends?" I nodded, and felt the chip slide off my shoulder. He laughed, hit me on the arm, then turned and shot down the corridor, followed by Loon. I sailed after them, leapfrogging over their shoulders when I caught up and almost panicking when Crow nearly collided with the metal deck. He caught a ring to slow himself, and we continued to chase each other down 3 levels and over 2 decks, ignoring the annoyed shouts from crewmen in the more dimly lit passageways where some of the glow tubes had burned out. As adept as Crow and Loon were in flying through the corridors, I surprised myself by being even better. They finally braked to a halt in front of a small, shadow-screened compartment halfway down a short corridor.
"This is ours," Crow panted. "You're next door. Come on in."
I followed them through the shadow screen into a cubicle much like the ones I had seen before. There was a worn plastic pad sealed to the deck, a narrow ledge that jutted out from the bulkhead to hold an ancient palm terminal, a wider ledge that served as a table, and 2 string hammocks that were stowed on hooks next to a small locker. On the other side of the locker was an exercise rig of springs and cables. Judging by Crow's arms and shoulders, he used it often. The opposite bulkhead was covered with a large foam model of an Earth-like canyon, and above it a slate painting of a stream and a forest clearing. Both were exquisitely done. Loon rummaged around in the locker for a battered harmonica and settled in a corner, hooking his feet through a floor ring. He watched me, curious, while he quietly played scales. He was a little more reserved than Crow, wary of me and protective of his friend. Crow used the end of his waistcloth to wipe the sweat from his chest.
"Take off your eye mask, Sparrow. I want to show you something."
I hesitated. I had been lied to once. I didn't want to be lied to again. Crow shrugged.
"You want to wear your mask forever, go right ahead, but you'll go crazy looking at the same things all your life."
He searched for the right words, trying to make me understand what Pippet hadn't been able to.
"You're not on a sailing ship, Sparrow. If you want to see something different, you can't stare at the sky and watch the clouds change shape."
He grinned and patted the terminal.
"Besides, you've never seen it, and I want to show it off."
Loon put down his harmonica, expectant. I unsnapped my mask. The falsie for the cubicle was a shock, though the first thing that struck me was the low murmur of music.
"It took us a long time,"
Crow said proudly. The compartment was now a spacious room with huge windows overlooking a square 2 stories below. The windows were open, sunlight streaming in from a recessed glow tube and lace curtains moving in a breeze that really wasn't there. It was a nice touch. The painting of the clearing and the model of the canyon still hugged the far wall, but now there were colorful tiles on the deck, an eating nook where the table ledge was, and a recessed pit holding a bed whose level was the same as that of the deck mat. There were overstuffed chairs, a swinging sofa suspended from the overhead in the same position as the hammock, and a large screen in the corner, alive with swirling colors. They could sleep on the mat or in their hammocks, eat off the table, or use the screen as a terminal for the ship's computer. There was little they might do that would spoil the illusion. I followed Crow over to the windows.
"They called it St. Mark's Square," he said, filled with enthusiasm for his own creation. "Don't ask me who St. Mark was."
The plaza below was thick with flocks of birds and with pedestrians threading their way past them. Just beyond were an ancient bell tower and a canal with small boats bobbing on the choppy waves. Each boat carried several passengers and had a boatman manning an oar in the stern. In the far distance, several rocket trails marked the location of the local spaceport. Crow had even included background sounds of birds pecking their jerky way over the stones of the square, the distant rumble of the rockets, and the muted murmur of people talking.
"Loon did the sound,"
Crow added. "It fits," I said. Loon winked at me. "I didn't think he'd mention it." I turned to Crow, accusing. The two of you had help." Crow nodded, pleased by my doubts.
"We copied it from an image in the computer's memory matrix."
He leaned out one of the open windows, and I felt a touch of vertigo before I realized he had programmed his fantasy wall a dozen centimeters in front of the real bulkhead. His movements were practiced, the illusion perfect.
"I keep wondering who owned the boats and who traveled in them," he mused. "Or if they regularly collected the bird droppings and sent them to reduction. I think they must have, don't you?"
I had no idea. Crow sat on the window ledge, and for a moment I thought the compartment had gravity.
"I wish I had lived then and there," he said slowly.
He waved at the scene outside the window.
"It's beautiful, isn't it?"
He was homesick for a planet he had never seen, a city that no longer existed. He stared out the window for a moment longer, then slid off the ledge and swung into the hammock sofa in one practiced movement. It wasn't just that the falsie was a work of art, it was how he moved inside it. He curled up in the hammock, laced his fingers behind his head, and looked at me with a face that was a study in innocence.
"If there's anything I can tell you, Sparrow, ask me. I won't lie to you."
The moment he said he wouldn't, I knew that he would. With the best of intentions and for my own good. And because, for some reason, he was oddly anxious to please. I hugged my chest and floated with the air currents. "You and I were good friends, weren't we?" He nodded in confirmation. "What was my job? What did I do?" I asked.
"You worked in exploration with Ophelia, myself, and the others. Planetary profiles, equipment checks, T-monitor for drills, that sort of thing. You were pretty good at all of them."
Which wasn't really what I wanted to know from him. I'd find out soon enough what my job description was. "What made me different?" I said slowly. "What made me... me?" He was suddenly hesitant, trying to translate feelings into words, or trying to figure out what was safe to say and what wasn't.
"You like to play chess. You used to play with Noah. You liked all kinds of games. You read a lot. You were hard-working. Sometimes you were funny. And you were easy to be around."
He listed more of my virtues, but there was nothing personal, nothing of substance. Did I belch after I ate? Did I talk in my sleep? Did I wait too long between showers? Had we ever raided hydroponics together? Who hated me, and what had I done to deserve it? And if that wasn't the right question, then who loved me, and why? Maybe Crow and I hadn't known each other very well after all. But I knew that we had. When he finished, I said, "We didn't find anything on SETI 4, did we?" By now, both Crow and Loon were sweaty-faced, and I wondered if they would contradict each other if I asked them the same questions separately.
"On SETI 4? No, we didn't find anything, Sparrow."
How long had we stayed, I wondered? Had there been any hint that life had touched the planet, if only for a moment? I could ask Crow, but I couldn't trust what he might tell me. "My mother, she never came to sickbay."
"She died years ago,"
Crow said quickly. Besides the unexpected sense of loss, there was the suspicion that he had answered too fast, that perhaps he had rehearsed his answers with Noah.
"And my father? Biological?"
He looked genuinely surprised.
"None of us know our fathers, Sparrow. You've forgotten that."
His voice suddenly caught, and he turned his face toward the windows, so I couldn't see his eyes.
"Your father is whoever takes an interest."
It was very quiet in the compartment now. The only noise that of the crowds and the squawking birds in the square below. "Somebody must have taken an interest," I said desperately.
"A lot of people did."
Then, even more hesitantly,
There was another casualty on SETI 4. Laertes, volcanic eruption. The hot gases cooked him in his suit. Crow must have been there when it happened, but he said it with all the emotion of a man who had memorized it. He was my father? He took an interest. I clipped the mask around my face, the plastic covering my eyes and curling into my ears. The windows and the fluttering curtains disappeared. The city below vanished. The murmurs of the birds and the people stopped. The three of us were alone in a tiny cubicle with sweating bulkheads. I want to see where I live, I said quietly. Crow pushed off the ledge and disappeared through the shadow screen behind him. I followed, finding myself in another small compartment, not that much different from his own. A table and a mat, a hammock and a locker, and half a dozen waistcloths tied to a bulkhead peg. Plus a bookcase with 20 or more volumes. I gently broke the slight pull of the magnetic headband that held one of them to the shelf and opened it, the plastic paper feeling greasy and fragile in my hands. There were volumes of fiction, more of essays and history, a few of poetry, and some technical manuals that were close to crumbling. Books were enormously costly, and I wondered how I had ever acquired them. I glanced around the compartment again, but the only thing remarkable about it was the books. Still, there was the indefinable air of somebody having lived there before me. It was difficult to accept the irony. The compartment was haunted by myself. Crow wasn't sure how to judge my silence. The division has its own mess, Sparrow. We usually eat together. If you want me to show you— I'm not hungry, I said in a distant voice. Friends? He repeated. There was an agony of uncertainty in his voice. I turned cold. Privacy, Crow. He looked wounded and vanished through the screen. You're a fool, Loon cried. He would die for you, and so would I. Then he, too, slipped through the shadow screen. I was 17 years old. I held grudges, and I knew Crow had lied to me about my father and my mother, and even about myself. All of them had lied to me, I thought sullenly, starting with Pippet. I read for 10 minutes, then slipped quietly out of my hammock and went exploring. I wanted to see the ship for myself. The corridors were almost deserted. Those few crewmen floating through them acknowledged me with a nod or ignored me altogether. There was a glow tube still on in exploration, but the compartment was empty. I pushed past it into one of the long residence passageways, listening to the faint sounds of slumber or the quiet hum of conversation from the other side of the shadow screens. By the time I reached the end of it, I was having second thoughts about my tour. I was tired, and I wanted nothing more than to curl up in my hammock and drift off to sleep. I had just made up my mind to return when a quarantine sign by one of the shadow screens caught my eye. I hesitated, curious. If somebody was sick, why weren't they in sick bay? I thought about it a moment longer, but my imagination had been too busy conjuring up mysteries about the ship, and curiosity got the best of me. I pushed silently through the screen, all primed to apologize for intruding. The compartment was empty. The only signs of occupancy were some loose waistcloths floating in the stray air currents and a few books on the terminal ledge. I glanced at the titles, noting that a page had been turned down in one of them. Sacrilege for anything that fragile. I picked it up and read the marked paragraph about life and death. The mere reading of it made me shiver. I started to back out, then noticed there were dark stains on the floor mat and on the bulkhead around the waist chute. I ran my fingers lightly over the mat. The stains weren't quite dry.
The mat was still damp to the touch. My fingers came away faintly streaked with red. I shivered and kicked back to the shadow screen. I paused again at the hatchway and took off my eye mask. The compartment falsy was far different from that of Crow and Loon's. I was on a hillside just below the ruins of a castle whose main tower was circled with stone steps. The plain below was bare of grass, the few trees on it stripped of their leaves, their trunks blackened by fire. My eyes lingered on the steps around the tower and automatically followed them to the top, or tried to. Something was wrong with the perspective. The steps never quite got there. You went up and up, but at the same time you were going down. It was a clever optical illusion. I guessed the falsy was meant as a joke, though a dark one. Then I coupled it with the passage in the book and wondered if it had been programmed as a commentary on life itself. For the first time, it occurred to me that there might be crewmen on board with problems more serious than my own. I pushed through the shadow screen and returned to my own living quarters, more tired than before and more thoughtful. I read for a few minutes, then turned off the glow tube, my mind preoccupied with the strange compartment, who had lived there, and what had happened to them. Just before I fell asleep, it struck me as odd that the falsy had been left on and the deck mat was still damp with stains. The only reason I could think of was that an investigation was in progress, and the dark-stained mat and the falsy were evidence that somebody had died in that compartment, and that they might have had help. Chapter 5.
"Sparrow, wake up, mister!"
I sat up, startled, reaching in a reflex action for a book which was now clinging to the metal bulkhead. I had dozed off before I had a chance to put it back on the shelf.
"Let's go, Sparrow."
I twisted out of the hammock, blinking in the sudden flare of light, and looked over at the man who had called my name. His features were almost lost in the gloom of the shadow screen, though I could make out the chevron of security stenciled on a bulky shoulder and the bulge of a pellet gun in his waistcloth. I was annoyed at being woken up. I objected to the stink of him, and I resented the obvious pleasure he took in his own authority.
"The captain wants to see you."
The captain? He shoved me into the corridor while I was still rubbing the sleep out of my eyes. We shot through almost empty passageways, at one point passing through the corridor where I had seen the quarantine sign. It was gone now, and I wondered if I had seen it at all, if the strange compartment hadn't been one of my nightmares. I had no time to brood about it. We spiraled upwards through the different decks of the ship, my guide staying close behind and showing me the way by blows to alternate shoulders. On the last level, there were 2 guards outside the hatchway to what I guessed was the bridge. Before I could enter, Abel suddenly filled the opening, and I flattened against a bulkhead. He glanced at me sourly, then sailed down the corridor like a balloon. I didn't have time to wonder what he was doing there. The next moment, I was pushed into the compartment. The bridge was enormous. Suspended in the middle was a small halo of light surrounding the figure of a man seated behind a floating control panel. The panel itself encircled a plotting globe of outside, all of it clinging to an almost invisible arch of crystal that grew from the deck. The globe, with its 3-dimensional projection of the galaxy, was the center of a compartment whose bulkheads were the Astron's hull and whose windows were huge ports that extended the equivalent of 2 levels from deck to overhead. Outside the ports was a slightly above the ecliptic view of the galaxy, a brilliant, fuzzy ball of light, orangish-yellow at its core, surrounded by spiral arms of cloudy blue, flecked with bright dots of red and white and smudges of green. The dark of space, lit by a thick sprinkling of diamonds and emeralds and rubies. It was a color-enhanced simulation, beautiful beyond belief. My eyes were getting used to the dark now, and I could make out the technicians hovering about other control panels around the periphery of the compartment. Scattered among them were crewmen wearing the security chevron. There were a lot of them, and I felt tiny prickles of fear, wondering why there were so many. I put on my eye mask, but there were no changes in the compartment, nor in the view through the ports.
"What you see is what you get, Sparrow. Please come here."
The voice was soft, but it cut easily through the murmur in the compartment. I pushed over, trailing my hands against the crystal arch, so I slowed to a stop, perhaps half a meter from the control panel. The light from the plotting globe outlined the man sitting in a sling beside it, his face partly hidden by a haze of smoke coming from a small bowl he held in his hand. The captain. I looked down, both embarrassed and frightened, and noted the small metal plaque inlaid in the desktop. Captain Michael Kusaka. His name was unique to him, I thought with surprise. He wasn't named after a mountain or a bird or a character from the Bible or Shakespeare. The fragrant smoke from the bowl tickled my throat, and I coughed. He held it up so I could see the stem curving away from its bottom.
"It's called tobacco, Sparrow. Pippet raises the plant in hydroponics, and I have it dried and shredded so I can smoke it in this pipe."
He smiled.
"Private stock. Rank has its privileges, so they say. I'll put it out if you prefer."
He didn't wait for me to answer, but shook the glowing embers into a small vacuum catch-all in front of him. He stood up and held out his hand, and I grasped it. The palm was thick and muscular, the fingers long, the back hairless. His grip was strong enough to make me wince. The smoke drifted away, and I could see his face clearly, though I was careful not to stare, preferring to sneak an occasional glance. The hair on his head was black and straight, just starting to gray above the temples. He had a thin black mustache, neatly trimmed, that accentuated his high cheekbones. His eyes were dark, partly hidden by heavy black eyebrows. Later I was to remember those dark eyes better than anything else. He had very little body hair. His skin was a golden brown from sun lamps, fine-pored and faintly damp to the touch. His face was narrow, the nose sharp, the mouth thin, his expression intelligent and searching. He also looked like he frowned more often than he smiled. I guessed he was about 40 years old. When he stood up, I didn't get the impression of a big man so much as a powerfully built one, larger than me but smaller than Crow. His skin was parchment thin, and his muscles were tight and well-defined. You could see their interplay whenever he moved. He looked immensely strong, but the impression of strength went beyond muscle. He was used to having his way, to being obeyed, and I was smart enough to recognize that as a superior kind of strength. He wore black shorts and halter, but there were no captain's insignia stenciled on his shoulders. He didn't need any. I never got over that first impression. I started to shiver then, my skin developing tiny bumps.
"Anything wrong, Sparrow?"
The murmuring in the control room died away, and I knew that everybody was watching us, listening to every word we said. I felt very small. "No, sir," I lied. "Nothing at all." My voice squeaked and gave me away, but there was no helping that. He smiled again, whether in recognition of my shyness or in an attempt to calm my sudden fears, I wasn't sure.
"I'm glad you're up and around, Sparrow. Your division was worried about you. So was I."
He convinced me without really trying, the concern and the friendship obvious in his face, and I was deeply flattered. He had deliberately lent me stature in front of the others. I mumbled an almost inaudible, "Thank you, sir." It was difficult to continue meeting his eyes, and my own wandered once again to the control panel. I was fascinated by the projection of the galaxy in the plotting globe, noted the various writing styli clinging to the panel top, then fastened on a small cube of transparent plastic. It contained tiny white and blue flowers whose roots were embedded in a thin layer of sand and pebbles, all of it preserved for eternity within the solid cube. It was beautiful and strange, but oddly out of place on the panel. The captain leaned back comfortably in the sling.
"Tell me about SETI 4 and your accident. I have Ophelia's report, but I'd like to hear yours."
His tone invited confidence. He was a fellow crew member asking about my adventures on that now distant planet. I told him how beautiful SETI 4 had looked that day, about my accident and how I had been convinced that I was going to die. He seemed immersed in my story, his eyes never leaving my face. I realized with amazement that nobody else on the bridge mattered to him right then quite so much as I did.
"You don't remember anything before the landing on SETI 4?
"No, sir."
"Nothing about your life on board? Nothing about your friends, maybe a love partner?"
I looked at the deck and mumbled, "I've tried my best to remember, sir." He shrugged.
"It'll come back. You're not the only crewman who's suffered from amnesia."
I thought later that his casual reassurance was the only false note in the entire conversation. He pushed out of the sling and glided over to the ports, motioning me to follow. I thought I was good at maneuvering in freefall, but he was much better. He twisted gracefully in space, his feet barely brushing the arch, to slow to a halt a few centimeters away from outside, his outstretched fingers resting lightly on the thick glass. I drifted up beside him, and he put a hand on my shoulder. My skin promptly broke out in bumps again.
"Do you know why we're here, Sparrow?"
He didn't raise his voice, but somehow it filled the bridge. I could sense those in the compartment coming to attention. The captain was talking as much to them as he was to me.
"Out there are the deeps, Sparrow. We're the first ship sent out from Earth to explore them. We're the advance party for civilization. We've been entrusted with the most important mission given to any group of human beings, to find life forms other than our own. There's no event in human history as important to the race as the task of this ship."
I shivered on cue. He waited a moment before waving a hand that took in all of outside.
"It's vast beyond imagining, Sparrow. A galaxy teeming with billions of stars and millions of planets, and hundreds of thousands of civilizations and untold numbers of creatures that crawl or swim or fly or live out their lives in the muck."
There was a note of exultation in his voice, and I stared at him with awe. His head was silhouetted against the vast field of stars, his face backlit by the faint glow from the plotting globe behind us, his mouth open, his eyes glittering in the semi-darkness.
"Do you ever wonder what we'll discover, Sparrow?"
He didn't look at me, but his hand squeezed my shoulder so hard it hurt.
"Most of those civilizations will be friendly. Some of them won't. Whatever the case, we'll be the first to take back word that we're not alone, that the same God that guides our destinies guides theirs as well."
He paused for a long moment, lost in the immensity of outside. Then he ruffled the hair on the back of my head, and his voice dropped to a more personal level.
"Your name will go down in history, Sparrow. So will mine and that of everybody else on board."
He had listed me first, and I was almost sick with pride and excitement. If he had asked, I would have given my life for him right then and there. Then he turned away from the port and drifted back to the plotting globe and the soft bubble of light that surrounded it. There was a low murmur in the compartment as the crewmen picked up their duties again.
"We haven't found life yet, Sparrow. but we very well may on Aquinas, too. We've detected radio frequencies in the Waterhole range."
He fumbled with his pipe and tamped in some tobacco from a small pouch.
"I think this time we'll find it. We'll need the help of everybody on board then, especially the younger members of exploration like yourself. I may even go in with you on the first lander."
"I'd be honored, sir." I had noticed a slight quiver around his mouth when I had spoken before, and now I noticed it again.
"If not on Aquinas, too, it will be soon enough," he murmured as an afterthought.
Then he promoted me to friend and confidant with a quick, self-deprecating smile.
"A race whose drive systems have attained 1/10 the speed of light could colonize the galaxy in something like 10 million years, Sparrow. We could do it ourselves. In the lifetime of the universe, 10 million years is hardly a blink."
He concentrated on his pipe for several moments, and when he started talking again, I wasn't sure whether it was to himself or to me.
"We're overdue to start running into the colonies of something else."
There was an unmistakable note of worry in his voice, and I glanced toward the ports, half expecting to see a telltale streamer of light that would indicate another ship close by, one that was alien and dangerous and a threat to the entire human race. I was acutely aware that we were a picket ship probing the unknown, that we represented mankind's furthest reach, and were the only ship out there that could warn Earth of an alien invasion. I thrust out my hand to shake the captain's, to show him that he could count on me. In my haste, I brushed aside the small plastic cube with its tiny flowers trapped inside. I grabbed it before it could float too far away from the control panel and gripped it tightly, panicked at having disturbed it. It didn't feel right. There should have been hard edges where the sides of the cube met, but there weren't any. It was subtly, oddly deformed.
"It's a paperweight, Sparrow. A memento of Earth."
The captain was smiling faintly, watching my face. I opened my fingers and stared at the cube. The edges were rounded where the plastic had slumped. Heat, I thought, then realized the Astron had probably been at a constant temperature since the day it was launched. The edges must have been worn from handling? And if so, how long would it have taken? I set the cube down, its magnetic base gripping the panel top. "The begats," I said, my mind numb. "How far back do they go?"
102 generations.
He concentrated on his pipe again.
"On board ship, a generation is approximately 20 years.
The Astron had spent 2,000 years, give or take a few decades, in the depths of space. More than 100 generations of crewmen had been born, lived, and died during its voyage. The security guard was drifting toward me. My session with the captain was over. I shook his hand for the last time, smothering my surprise at what he had said. "The previous captains would be proud of you, sir." I sounded as pompous as only a 17-year-old can sound, but I wanted to assure him that I was ready to march in his army. He shook his head, still faintly smiling, still watchful, still curious which way my thoughts might jump.
"There's been only one captain of the Astron, Sparrow. It's an honor I've held since launch."
For a long moment, I couldn't say anything. "I'm sorry, sir," I finally stammered. "I didn't know." I sounded like I was offering condolences rather than trying to hide my shock. His smile turned sardonic.
"I bear up, Sparrow."
The guard was by my side then, and I followed him into the passageway, still unwilling to believe what I had heard. The captain as old as the ship itself? I could think of no reason why he would lie, so I accepted it, and suddenly felt angry. How many times had he given a still wet-behind-the-ears crew member the same enthusiastic speech he had given me? 2,000 times? 10,000 times? And how often had he heard the same response? The slight quiver around his mouth as I had talked to him. He knew all the variations by heart. He had been mouthing what I was saying at the very moment I was saying it. "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know." It struck me then just how short my own life was when compared to the captain's, and I was both envious and afraid. He had enlisted me as friend and follower with ridiculous ease. Well, why not? He knew everything there was to know about human beings. He'd had more than 2,000 years in which to study them, to learn how to manipulate them. I wanted to hate him for it, but I couldn't. The truth was, I wanted desperately to believe in a captain who told me that he needed me, who had let me know that I was both friend and companion, whose outstretched arms had briefly encompassed the entire galaxy with its billions of stars and myriad life forms, who had given me the one thing in life I needed above all else: purpose. I would be willing to do a great deal for the man who gave me that. As I drifted down the corridor back to my compartment, I reminded myself that he had borne a crushing responsibility for those 2,000 years. He had not only watched over all of us, he had led the crew in fulfilling the destiny for which the Astron had been launched so many years before. If I had to die for anybody, it would be for him. And then I started to shiver uncontrollably, no longer able to deny what I had known from the start. If he wanted me to die, I would die all right. He was the captain, and as such he held the power of life and death over everybody on board. He was also the man from my nightmares, the man in black who could see into the depths of my soul. Chapter 6. I didn't sleep well the rest of that time period and gratefully floated free of the hammock when the wake-up light came on. The division mess wasn't hard to find. I followed my nose to a cluttered storage compartment down the same passageway where Crow and I had our living cubicles. Clustered around a few metal crates in the middle were Ophelia, Crow, Loon, Thrush, and a dozen others, including a pleasant-faced older woman. All of them were sipping collapse-cups of hot coffee. Members of other exploration teams were clinging to the compartment's racks and stanchions. Hawk and Eagle, two wide-eyed 15-year-olds who were as new to the division as I was. Swift, beautiful but nervous and almost as shy as Pippet. Heron, sly and pimply-faced, who apparently had found a hero in Thrush, and a thin, flat-muscled girl named Snipe, with close-cropped brown hair and that air of superiority with which so many young girls antagonize immature boys. Ophelia was present, as were some of the other team leaders. The one nobody could ignore was Portia, fat and sharp-tongued, whose saving grace was that she was as hard on herself as she was on others. Her lover and second-in-command was an untidy little man named Quince, who seldom had anything to say except in support of whatever she said. I almost didn't notice Tybalt, but then nobody noticed Tybalt at first. He was a weathered, gray-bearded man, minus a left foot. I was later told he had lost it in a landslide on Galileo 3 20 years before. He was chief of the planning division, and my immediate superior when I wasn't on call for Ophelia. He had a reputation as an easy man to work for, if you knew your job. The last one, Banquo, was heavy-eyed and yawning. Muscular but larded with fat, he was a member of security as well as an assistant team leader. He took both much too seriously and made a point of sitting by himself. It was Banquo who had woken me up and taken me to the captain a few hours before. I said good morning to nobody in particular. Most of them murmured something in reply, and all of them studied me, trying to figure out what I was like now. In turn, I studied them and wondered what I had been like before. Thrush roosted in a corner, apparently his favorite spot for watching the others and taking mental notes. His hair was still matted from sleep, his face occasionally distorted by a yawn. He noticed me when I slipped in, but his eyes were fixed on Pippet, who was busily pushing various pouches of leaves and powders into the food dispenser. Crow glanced at me once, his expression hostile. I wanted badly to tell him about my visit with the captain, but I couldn't talk to him if he weren't talking to me. Loon was right. I had been a fool. Ophelia caught my eye and nodded to the woman next to her. "Huldah, partnership Noah." She sounded curt and looked as hostile as Crow, though I couldn't think of any way I had antagonized her. Huldah was a plump little woman, eager to smile at anybody and anything. A working matron, I supposed, some minor duties in hydroponics, and a life that revolved around her partner. I nodded out of a vague sense of politeness. "You should talk to Huldah sometime," Ophelia said pointedly, dropping her voice. "She knows all about the families on board." I dipped my head, embarrassed. Huldah smiled the same empty smile that she had before. Thrush smothered another yawn, then said loudly so everybody would hear, "Did the captain tell you all about the Astron, Sparrow?" I didn't know how he knew, but I didn't try to hide my enthusiasm. "He said he wanted to go in with us at Aquinas, too." "I'm impressed," Thrush mocked. "He hasn't been off ship in 1,000 years." Tybalt came alive then. He glanced at Thrush with contempt, then back to me. "Pay no attention, Sparrow. If the captain says he's going to go in, he'll go in." He sipped his coffee, studying me as intently as Thrush had. What did they hope to see, I wondered. Thrush shrugged. "He's an old man. He won't remember what he said." I suddenly felt ashamed. The captain had befriended me, but I had yet to defend him. I slitted my eyes and glared. "Say it to his face, Thrush." The compartment fell silent. Thrush had disliked me before, but from now on he would be an active enemy. I didn't think it would be any great loss. Heron looked at me and smirked. 2,000 years old. He must creak when he walks." Tybalt turned on him. "You have to be as old as the captain to have vision, Heron. You wouldn't understand that." Whatever Thrush's faults, he didn't strike me as a coward. I wasn't that sure about Heron. Thrush grinned and scratched his chest. "A vision, at any rate." Ophelia said sharply, "Shut up, Thrush!" He shrugged and went back to watching Pippet. Through it all, Banquo held his tongue, leaving the reprimands to Tybalt and Ophelia. That surprised me. I would have thought Banquo was the captain's man, if anybody was. The buzz of talk started up again while Pippet distributed the breakfast trays. I was as interested in the people in the compartment as I was in the food. It was easy to figure out the chain of command, which followed generational lines. There was the captain and probably a few right-hand men. After that came the heads of departments, like Noah and Abel, and finally the seniors, team leaders like Ophelia and Tybalt. Most of the talk over breakfast was of Aquinas too, with the younger team members bragging about what they would do once we landed. Ophelia, Crow, and a few others said nothing at all, making a point of not even looking at one another, though it was plain that they all agreed on something. Breakfast was textured protein, flavored with Pippet's secret store of spices, and served in edible casings to keep it together. I had no idea what it was supposed to be, but it tasted very good. Halfway through the meal there were squeals in the passageway, and 3 youngsters burst through the shadow screen. The smallest had misjudged his speed, and I grabbed his legs to keep him from colliding with the bulkhead. We spun through the air, the contents of my tray spattering over the others in the compartment. While I tried to stop, The boy clung tightly to my arm and stared gravely into my face. He was a chubby 3-year-old with brown hair and overly solemn eyes. I recognized him. K2, one of the children Pippet had been tutoring. Hawk and Eagle scrambled around the compartment with spare equipment rags to clean up the mess. The others in the compartment were annoyed, while Thrush watched with a sour smile on his face, amused by the flurry of activity. We settled back around the crates. Hulda absently brushed K2's hair and asked him if he knew all his begats. He looked away, suddenly shy. I interrupted, saying, "I don't know mine." There was an abrupt hush. Hulda cleared her throat and began in a sing-song. "Sparrow was begot by Nerissa, who was begot by Abigail, who was begot by Hake, who was begot by Fox." I held up my hand after the first dozen. "You know them all?" Another vacant smile. "They're in the computer. You can look them up." Nobody was listening to us now, the begats having bored all of them. "You know my family history?" I asked anxiously. Hulda's smile vanished, and she bent closer, her eyes filled with speculation. In that brief moment, she became a different person, though nobody else seemed to notice the change. "People telling you about your past is not the same as you remembering it, Sparrow. You should look for your past in your present. Your memories may be gone, but you haven't changed." As quickly as it had vanished, the empty smile reappeared. I had misjudged her. But then it hadn't been the first time I had misjudged somebody, and it wouldn't be the last. K2 shoved away from Hulda and settled in the crook of my arm, helping himself to the bits of food that still clung to my tray. Pippet floated over to the food dispenser to get another one, and as she passed Thrush, he stroked her leg possessively. She brushed his hand away without visible resentment, but when she returned, she made a point of sitting next to Crow. Thrush now stared at Crow and Pippet in much the same way he had stared at me on board the lander. The last person to enter the compartment was Abel, brusque and officious. He ignored the sudden silence and went directly to Pippet for his tray. He glared at Noah, which surprised me since they had been friendly in sickbay, then anchored himself in a corner.
"Keep right on talking. Nobody has to be quiet on my account."
But everybody watched what they said after that, and even Thrush guarded his tongue. Once again I had misjudged someone. Banquo may have been the captain's man, but he wasn't nearly as close to the captain as Abel. The more serious implication was that the captain had informers among the crew, and Abel was one of them. For what reason, I wondered? I felt uneasy, suspecting that I had become a player in a game whose rules I didn't know, and whose penalties might be more serious than I could imagine. I shivered and went back to feeding K2 and myself. A moment later the glow tubes flickered red and the crew members finished their breakfast and drifted out the hatch to start their shift. Ophelia touched my arm just before she left and said, "You've been assigned to snipe for indoctrination. Check in with Tybalt when you're through." K2 twisted in my arms, trying to find the best position for a nap. I glanced at the young woman named Snipe. "Where's the nursery?" She wiped her hands on her waistcloth and said, as if I should have known, "Where you were, sick bay." She held K2 by one arm. I took the other, and we pushed out of the compartment. "Who's his father?" I asked. "For now, you." I looked surprised, and she sniffed. "It's ship's custom. You took an interest. Anybody can take an interest. Sometimes it's women who never had a chance to be birth mothers, but when men do it, they become fathers, at least for a while. I think everybody should take an interest in one of the children, don't you?" I didn't think I was all that involved with K2, though I was sure that of the 3-year-olds on board, he was probably the smartest and the strongest and the best-looking. Then the whole subject struck me as maudlin, and I refused to think about it any more. What I did think about was Noah. who hadn't said a word during the meal, but had roosted quietly by himself, watching all of us while we ate. And I thought about those who had remained silent while the rest of us talked, and realized there wasn't one crew aboard the Astron, there were two. Though what the differences between them were, I wasn't sure. But mostly I wondered why all of them had spent so much time studying me, and why nobody had mentioned the crewman who had died that sleep period. "I expect I'll have to show you everything," Snipe said, "right from the very beginning." We were standing at one end of the darkened hangar deck where they kept the landers and rovers, and where they docked the huge in-between station, the planetary orbiter they used when they couldn't bring the Astron in too close. The rest of the bay was empty. A gigantic shadow screen covered the glass steel docking doors that formed the immense overhead, hiding the view of outside. "Pip had already showed me the ship," I said, annoyed. "You don't have to." "Pip had showed you her ship," Snipe corrected. "She didn't show you my ship," which irritated me even more, but this time I bit my tongue. I waved at the huge hangar deck surrounding us. "Why are we up here?" "Because this is where the stage is." I looked surprised. "Stage for what?" "Plays," she said, impatient once again. "Plays about the Astron and its mission. It's one way we keep our continuity with previous crews and with the Earth itself. It's not the only way, but it's probably the best way." "Plays?" I said, mystified. "Plays," she repeated. She drifted over to the Palm Terminal. There was a flickering on the hangar deck, and I was suddenly looking at a vast expanse of purple sand dotted with small hillocks sweeping upward toward a range of pink mountains. It was an alien planet at dusk, with 2 moons overhead and an impossibly large spaceship settling to the ground a kilometer away. 2 odd-shaped military tanks came clanking around one of the small hills between us and the ship, but I could see nothing else moving. I stared, fascinated, hastily shielding my eyes when flares exploded above the ship. The scene faded, and Snipe said, "That was the invasion of Pilar. This is—" "Did that really happen?" "It could have." The difference didn't seem to matter to her. "We use it for training. I didn't see any people." She made a face. "Of course not. That's just the set." "And the actors?" "Almost everybody acts in them from time to time." She looked me up and down, obviously unimpressed. "If you can act, maybe we can find a part for you. But Ophelia said she didn't think you would be very good." The projections were changing now, from the alien battlefield to a jungle of huge trees with trailing vines and many-colored birds flying through the branches overhead, to an outer space battle between a ship I took to be the Astron and vessels crewed by intelligent insects. There were at least 50 sets that flickered in and out of existence so fast they became a confusing blur, a universe of alien creatures and civilizations, the purpose of the Astron made fresh every time actors appeared to bring that purpose to life. The last of them faded, and I said, "Do you ever act in them?" Snipe became surprisingly shy and said, "Sometimes." "Which ones?" I persisted. She gave me a sidelong glance, debating whether to trust me. "The historicals, those where I can dress up. You know." She opened her eyes wide and suddenly looked small and demure and 3 years younger. "Thou knowest the mask of night is on my face, else would a maiden blush bepaint my cheek for that which thou hast heard me speak tonight." She relaxed into herself again. "That's from Romeo and Juliet by Shakespeare. He's very good." I was astonished. For a moment she had become a character who had lived and died in imagination thousands of years before. I took a closer look at her as she floated in the flickering glow from the terminal. She was skinny, her nose was too big, her hips stuck out, and she was much too quick to tell you the truth about yourself, even if it hurt, or maybe especially if it hurt. But despite all of that, she was pretty and fragile. and she had trusted me enough to let me see her fragility. Which plays are the most popular? Well, the historicals, of course. We like to live other people's lives because our own are so dull. I was surprised. Do you really believe that? In a small voice. Most of the time. Then, irritated by her own weakness, she burst out, "You have eyes, can't you see?" She immediately followed it with a contrite, "I forgot, I'm sorry." I didn't ask what she forgot, but changed the subject to something more important to me. Did I ever act in the historicals? Everybody on board does at one time or another. As Crow had when I asked too many questions, she suddenly became evasive. "I really don't remember. I didn't know you very well." In 17 years, it would have been difficult for Snipe not to know me very well. But whatever I had been like before, Snipe wasn't about to tell me. She was no different from Crow in that respect. Thinking about Crow made me remember something from breakfast. "Crow and Pippet," I said casually. "They're lovers?" She pursed her lips. "Pippet's a friend of mine. I won't talk about her." I smiled to myself. She would talk about Pippet, and probably as soon as possible. How did Thrush know I had been to see the captain? She sniffed. "Oh, Thrush knows everything, or thinks he does." Without a pause, she added, "He's jealous with no reason to be. He and Pippet have already been with each other. Why should he begrudge Crow?" At first I didn't realize what she meant. I wanted to ask her more, then decided against it. "Tell me about Tybalt." "He's my father." She said it with an affectionate enthusiasm, and I knew she meant he took an interest. She was relaxed and talkative now, and I asked her about other members of the crew. She had an endless supply of gossip and a ready imagination. I don't think she ever consciously lied, but I wasn't always sure when she was telling the truth. To Snipe, what might have been was just as exciting as what was. She told me almost everything I wanted to know about the crew on the Astron, and quite a bit that I hadn't. But of all her store of gossip, she hadn't mentioned the one thing I thought she would. "Somebody died the other time period," I said. She paused, her face suddenly pale. "People die," she said in a faint voice. "All the time." For once, she didn't want to talk about it, and that surprised me more than anything else. The glow tube suddenly flickered red around the palm terminal. It was time to report to Tybalt in exploration. "I can't stay with you this sleep period," Snipe said casually. "I'm on shift." I wondered how she knew. It had been a stray thought at best. I hadn't been about to ask, and I knew my body hadn't given me away. "We're still friends?" I remembered when Crow had asked that and had a glimpse of how much it had meant to him when I realized how much it now meant to me. "Oh yes, we're friends." And then a speculative look crept into her eyes. "But we're not friends, too." It wasn't until after we parted that I realized all the time I had been asking Snipe questions and judging her character, she had been judging mine. On a personal basis, I knew instinctively that I had passed. But she had been passing judgment on another level as well. What its qualifications were and whether or not I met them, I had no idea. But I suspected that the dead crewman in the strange compartment had played a part. Chapter 7. Tybalt clung to the railing of the observation deck overlooking the main control room, watching me while I watched the crewmen swarming over the huge plotting globe in the control room below. "You don't remember any of this, do you?" I shook my head. "No, sir, I wish I did. I've tried." He slipped over the railing, motioning me to follow. Waving the operators aside, he pressed his hand to the palm terminal on the control board. The galaxy in the plotting globe exploded outward in light streaks that made the surface of the globe look like the working end of a brush. The streaks thinned and vanished, replaced by a single yellow star surrounded by 7 planets. the 2 outer ones gas giants, and the 5 inner ones iron core. The first was too close to the primary to have any prospects for life. The second was far more likely. The rest were too far away. "That's Aquinas 2, Tybalt said, pointing. "We'll be there in 8 months. No sign of alien scouts, though there's a chance we might run into some." "Have you run into any before?" I asked, surprised. He nodded. "Oh, no doubt about it. Though only a few ever caused us any trouble. Probably as frightened of us as we would have been by them." Scouts. I felt the sudden thrill of danger and promptly strained my eyes by looking into the globe for exhaust glows impossible to see. Aquinas 2 was still too soon after SETI 4, but that was a fading thought. Tybalt palmed the terminal again, and a column of statistics scrolled over the surface of the globe. "It's your job to match physical descriptions with needed supplies when we go in. Watch for anything unusual that might require shops to make special equipment." He turned thoughtful as he read the flowing rows of numbers. "Composition reminds me a lot of Midas 4. Did I ever tell you about Midas 4, Sparrow?" He caught himself, muttering, "No, of course not." He lifted his hand, and the scrolling in the globe vanished. "Try it." He pressed my hand against the palm terminal. "Each pad is programmed for a specific number of functions. Move your palm and your fingertips, remember what happens, and see if you can recall the graph we just looked at. Don't forget, pressure is as important as touch." The soft face of the terminal molded itself to my hand. It felt like living flesh, sensitive to pressures and shifts of direction and the faint stroking of my fingers. It was quieter and less confusing than speech, faster and more precise than keyboarding. My mind remembered nothing, but my palm and fingers remembered everything. It took only instants for the original graph to swim back into view. Tybalt grunted approval. "Oh, you learn fast, Sparrow, but then it was second nature to you before. No reason it shouldn't be second nature now." He scanned the columns again. "You know, we almost died on Midas 4, he said. "Our shields were up going into orbit. Nothing should have gotten through, but something did. Sucked out a dozen compartments before damage control closed the hatches. Never did know what they hit us with." My admiration for Tybalt grew with every word. "What happened when the exploration teams landed?" He shrugged, still studying the image in the globe. "Not much of anything. The bastards were well hidden. We never found a trace. But camouflage is the oldest form of self-protection. We probably looked right at them a dozen times and never saw them." After a few minutes, Tybalt turned the palm terminal back to the chief computerman, a fat crewman named Corin. He had been working at another station and occasionally glanced over to check my progress. I was reluctant to leave. The terminal felt familiar and comfortable, and I was very proud of my ability to operate it. In the small compartment where exploration was headquartered, Tybalt pointed out the 2 types of suits, those that needed repair, and those so far gone they were only good for cannibalizing parts. I inspected the cloth and the fittings, did a quick inventory, and felt the sweat start in my armpits. As a generational ship, the Astron must have had a huge surplus of suits at launch, but that had been long ago. Those currently available had been patched and mended hundreds of times. Few of their fittings were original issue. Tybalt hooked a leg around a shelf upright and folded his arms across his chest. We were alone, and it was lecture time. "You're very good with the palm terminal, Sparrow. You're one of the best fingermen on board. Always were. You have a rapport with the computer that I wish I had, that everybody wishes they had. I used to fight with Ophelia." He caught himself in the middle to sneeze, and when he started talking again, he didn't bother to finish the sentence. I wondered just what it was he used to fight with Ophelia about. He fumbled in his waistcloth and pulled out a small pipe similar to the captain's. Pippet was generous with her crop, I thought. Tybalt inhaled deeply from the pipe and held his breath. His eyes read my expression.
"We don't compete in our vices, the captain and me," he said in a strangled voice. "He doesn't mind. I'm slated for reduction someday, and he's not."
He let the smoke drain out his nostrils and relaxed, but I sensed he was studying me again, wondering how much I had changed.
"Don't be ashamed of what you were before, Sparrow. You were hard-working, loyal, and a good friend."
He gave me a long look.
"Still are, I hope."
"I've been told I was easy to work with," I said with a trace of sarcasm, thinking he was repeating Crow. He shook his head.
"Actually, you were a pain in the ass. You knew it all and let everybody know you knew it all. You and Thrush, you both knew too damned much."
If Crow had catalogued my faults instead of my virtues, I might have believed him. "Thrush dislikes me," I said casually.
"Thrush dislikes everybody. But I'd watch myself around the bastard if I were you. He's the one person—"
He let the sentence fade into the air. I changed the subject. "What was Laertes like? You worked with him." He shrugged.
"Competent, brave, no malice in him. We were on the same team on Galileo 3. Did I tell you that's where I lost my foot?"
Both he and Crow had dismissed Laertes in a sentence or two, and I wondered why. Had they disliked the man that much? "Laertes," I began. Tybalt slipped the knee-high cling-tight off his left leg and twisted his stump from side to side.
"Oh, you don't remember, but I have a prosthesis that fits inside the sneak. I hardly miss the real thing when I'm down below."
Laertes was forgotten. I couldn't take my eyes off Tybalt's foreshortened limb, the skin pale and laced with scars. "How did it happen?"
"They said it was a landslide, but that's only partly true."
He stared at the smoke drifting toward an exhaust vent, not seeing me at all.
"I'd been acting as scout. Galileo 3 was a dry planet, thin atmosphere, but we all knew there was a possibility of life. Water flowed under the surface. You wouldn't have had to dig very deep to find it, and the polar caps were largely water ice. I was in a rover, maybe 2 kilometers ahead of the rest, when I saw them."
He inhaled deeply again, and I burst out, "Saw who?" while he was holding in the smoke.
"There were 3 of them," he said after he finally exhaled, "standing by some sort of flyer. They were my size, maybe a little larger. Red chitin for skin, arms and legs articulated like a lobster's, a head where you would expect one to be, segmented eyes on stalks, horrible to look at. I imagine I looked pretty horrible to them, too."
He tamped out the ash in his palm and held it close to the exhaust vent, where the ashes vanished in a puff of glory.
"We saw each other about the same time. They had a weapon, I didn't. I ducked when they shot, and they hit the rocks above me. I was trapped by the landslide, buried me up to the waist. But before the rest of the crew caught up to me, my 3 red-skinned friends jumped in their machine and took off, flying low over the hills. Don't know how they did it in that thin atmosphere, but they did."
"Nobody saw them?" I asked, open-mouthed. He shook his head.
"That was the irony, Sparrow. We were looking for life, but nobody believed me when I saw it. They said it was part of my delirium while I was waiting to be rescued."
I nodded. "And that's when you lost your foot."
"Amputation on the spot," he said proudly. "No anesthesia. I felt it for a long while afterward. Abel called it a phantom limb sensation."
The glow tubes started blinking red. The shift was over.
I turned in a report. The captain commended me. Some of the crew disagreed, but I was there and they weren't.
"How many planets have you explored?" I asked. I was already wondering if I could be transferred from Ophelia's team to his. He spread out the fingers of his hand.
5. Aquinas 2 will make it 6, but this time if I meet something planet-side, I'll bring it back.
He unhooked his leg from the upright and pushed toward the hatchway.
You been to communications yet? Cato was talking about you. He grinned. Speaking of someone who never liked you.
An hour later, when we parted, he left me with a glow of confidence and the certainty that we had once been good friends and true equals. I had no memory of what I had done to deserve either friendship or equality, but for the first time I had a sense of the person I had been before. I was a good fingerman. I was one of the best at maneuvering inside the ship. I liked books. As Hulda had suggested, I was finding my past in my present. I was putting myself back together. My only disappointment was that Tybalt hadn't told me anything about Laertes. I made a mental note to ask more about him the next shift. But when I left, I really wasn't thinking about Laertes. I was thinking about alien ships firing on the Astron, about creatures 2 meters tall with red chitin for skin and eyes on stalks, who could be found hiding behind the next hillock waiting to ambush heroic explorers like myself. I knew that I would dream about them the next time I slept. Life quickly settled down to a routine once I had my job assignments. At mealtimes I got long looks from Crow and Ophelia, but Hawk and Eagle were friendly and joked with me, as did the others. At first everybody had taken an extraordinary interest in what I had to say and fell silent when I talked. That gradually changed, though nobody lost interest in me completely. Surprisingly, Thrush sometimes smiled when we met, but he never let me see what was going on behind those pale eyes. I distrusted him even more because Heron remained unfriendly. He still dogged Thrush's footsteps, and I thought, like dog, like master. If there had been any sincerity in Thrush's occasional smile, Heron would have known and blessed my heels with a lick or two. When we ate, I sat next to Noah or Hulda. Tybalt and Ophelia were team leaders, and I found myself tongue-tied when with them. Crow and Loon had drawn a circle around themselves, and if I wanted to enter it, I knew I would have to dip my head and say I was sorry. I still didn't have the knack for apology. Noah seemed oblivious of it all, talking quietly about the ship and the mission. Had he ever seen signs of alien life, as Tybalt had? He smiled and said no, but then he hadn't had Tybalt's opportunities, since he usually didn't go in with a landing party. But he knew very well what went on below and asked questions about planets and CHZs that I frequently had to check out with the computer before I could answer them. To my surprised delight, Noah and Hulda started to take an interest and often invited me to share meals in their compartment while they filled me in on the history of the ship and the crew. Sometimes they invited younger crew members, and once they made a point of introducing me to Swallow and Petrel, who worked in engineering. Petrel was polite and standoffish, Swallow gawky and embarrassingly flirtatious, though there came a time when we were not so embarrassed with each other. I guess that's what Noah had in mind. I thought less and less about Laertes, finally accepting that I would never know him. But it no longer seemed to matter. At one meal break in exploration, Noah brought along a worn metal chessboard and a set of ancient chessmen and asked me if I cared to play. I fingered one of the men and studied the board, then hooked a foot in a floor ring and sat beside Noah while he set up the pieces. It all struck me as familiar, and remembering what Crow had once told me, I said, "I used to play, didn't I?" He nodded. "You were very good. Of course," he smiled, "you weren't as good as me." It took 2 meals before I was at ease with the game. Then I found myself gulping down my food so I could spend the last 15 minutes of the period in deep thought opposite Noah, studying the pieces on the board and trying to decide on my next move. Nobody paid attention to me at all now, and I could watch them with 10% of my mind, while the other 90% concentrated on bishops, knights, and pawns. Crow and I made up shortly after that, when I was alone in my compartment and felt the bulkheads pressing close around me. The touch of claustrophobia made me envy Crow his falsy of the ancient city and its lagoon. What I saw was what I got. Then I wondered if there might be something more. I untangled myself from the sling, drifted over to the palm terminal, and retrieved the inventory of furnishings for the compartment, the standard inventory for every living space on board. It didn't take much searching to find the program and switch it on. When I turned around, my stomach tightened. The compartment had become an ancient library, with books racked on varnished wooden shelves that extended from floor to painted ceiling. Windows looked out on a green lawn and distant rolling hills. A thick carpet covered the floor, and there were leather chairs with nearby lamps that cast a pleasant glow for reading. Outside, I could hear faint shouts and the crack of what I guessed to be a cricket bat. Inside, there was classical music. One shelf of books was real, the others illusion. I reached for one volume, and the book vanished at the same moment that my fingers touched the metal bulkhead. There was a sudden glow from the terminal's viewing screen. When I glanced at it, I saw an image of the book, with the pages slowly turning. It was a compartment for an older man, and I wondered why it had been assigned to me. Probably because if I were to design it, it would be the same. I wouldn't change a single detail.
I wondered when you would look at it,
a voice said behind me. Crow and Loon had ducked in through the shadow screen. Crow smiled half apologetically.
Do you mind, Sparrow?
I shrugged, glad they had come, but reluctant to admit it. They drifted in and sat in the two chairs opposite me. It took a moment before I realized they had brought in metal crates and were sitting on them. They were familiar with the falsy from before. "It was kind of you to ask us in," Loon said, trying to hide a grin. Crow took a small pipe from his waistcloth, lit it, and handed it to me.
"Want some smoke?"
I took it, inhaling cautiously. The smoke made me cough, but after a moment it also made me feel very much at ease. Loon accompanied the classical music with a few bars on his harmonica, then suddenly asked, "Did you hear about Quince and Portia in the equipment room?" He said it with a wink. I looked blank, so he filled me in on all the details, including some I'm sure he made up on the spot. I started to giggle and found I couldn't stop. Crow's smile grew broader. They offered me more smoke and gossiped about other members of the crew, and I spent half that sleep period alternating between shock and fits of laughter. It was the first time I had ever felt completely at home on board the Astron. One time period after my shift was over, Crow took me down to reduction, a compartment on the lowest level. My skin was crawling before we even got there, and once there, I didn't want to stay very long. It was a small, tidy room with a low overhead and a metal ledge jutting out from the bulkhead, to which you could secure yourself if you wanted to sit. There were tightly covered, well-scrubbed vats with a lot of piping along another bulkhead. Against the far one was a squat, sealed chamber with distillery-like apparatus on top. The compartment reeked of efficiency. It was the only one I had seen whose metal piping still shone and whose bulkheads still gleamed. It also smelled far different from the rest of the Astron. Buried beneath faint whiffs of disinfectant were odors of age and human waste, and something else. Despite the glisten and the shine, I knew we were in a charnel house. The thought made me sick. At first I didn't notice that one of the glass-fronted storage chambers against the near bulkheads was covered by a black sheet. Memories struggled within me, and I was tempted to go over and lift the cloth. Then I deliberately turned away. I had fought my nightmares once. I didn't want them to return.
Microscopes and other equipment were secured to a laboratory table in the center of the compartment. I floated over and put my finger beneath the objective lens of one of the scopes, working the stage controls until the ridges of my fingerprints had become mountains. I let Crow look, then drifted down the table, running my hands over the other equipment. Set into the overhead were shelves holding bottles of different colored reagents and lockers filled with laboratory glassware. "There's more medical equipment here than in sick bay," I murmured. "People don't get sick on board," Crow whispered. "But they do die." We didn't hear anybody come up behind us, though I could usually tell if someone was approaching by the disturbance in the air currents.
"Crow's right. Nobody gets sick, but nobody lives forever either. On the Astron, nothing ever goes to waste. We're a closed system. We can't afford the loss of mass."
Abel had drifted through the hatchway without my being aware, a warning that, big as he was, his size was no handicap in getting around. Following close behind was Thrush. There were no restricted signs, but I felt guilty anyway. "Crow is just showing me the ship," I said. Abel glanced at Crow, who nodded vigorous assent.
"I planned on showing it to you soon enough. Everybody on board has to acknowledge their own mortality, and a tour of reduction is the first step." It was logical that Abel, as the ship's doctor, would be in charge of reduction, but I had no idea why Thrush was there. He answered my question before I even had a chance to ask it. "I'm assisting, Sparrow. One of my duties." He drifted over to the bank of storage chambers and lifted one end of the black sheet. To my surprise, an expression of clinical detachment suddenly replaced his usual arrogant smirk. It was the first time I had ever seen the look of a scientist. Abel joined him for a moment, then turned back as Crow and I edged closer to the hatchway. His look of perpetual irritation had vanished. "You understand, Sparrow, when people come here, we have to ease them out of life and make sure their water and minerals and proteins are preserved for the ship."
"When people come here?" I repeated, feeling stupid. I couldn't visualize anybody deliberately going to reduction to die. At least, I had never seen one. Then I realized they probably went during shift, when the passageways were mostly empty and few would be watching. A flash of Abel's usual impatience returned.
"I told you that people only die from accidents on board. There is no sickness. They just get older and older. There comes a time when the quality of one's life is such that it's no longer worth living. Eventually they come here."
Crow was standing behind me, tugging at the back of my waistcloth. He wanted desperately to leave, and so did I. I looked over at the chamber where Thrush was still inspecting something beneath the black sheet. "Who was he?"
"Judah."
A shadow passed over Abel's face, and I vaguely remembered a slender, middle-aged man with a perpetually worried face at breakfast. Judah had been one of Abel's few friends. I bowed and said formally, "I regret your loss, and thank you for the gift of knowledge." Abel bowed slightly in return. Thrush looked up from the vacuum sink where he was washing his hands and said quietly, "Don't get lost, Sparrow." "I won't," I said, antagonistic as always when it came to Thrush. "You're not the one who's showing me around." "Your loss," he murmured, smiling. Then I had one of those flashes of insight that sometimes come to a person. Abel had lied to me. Judah hadn't been old, and he hadn't been ill, and he hadn't come to reduction. He had died in his own compartment, the compartment with the quarantine sign that I had explored a dozen sleep periods before. I really didn't know much about the ship or its crew, but I was learning that there were informers and plots and deep differences among the crew members. I suspected in that atmosphere it might have been easy for a man to die.
Chapter 8. Within a few time periods, Crow and Loon and I became inseparable. We explored the distant recesses of the ship, drifting down deserted corridors and poking into empty compartments that held faint reminders of their former occupancy. A face mask that had been thrown in a corner, a piece of writing slate, a wadded-up waistcloth. Everything was thick with dust, and at times the emptiness and the silence were so overwhelming we spoke in whispers. Once, Crow and I were alone in a large compartment. Loon had come along but hadn't caught up with us yet, when the cabin suddenly filled with the noise of clinking dinner utensils and ghostly voices. Crow glanced wildly around and whispered, "Be quiet!" I froze, drifting slightly with the eddying air currents. But it wasn't Crow's command that had frozen me. It was the voices themselves, crisp and clear in the silence. "A day for a picnic," called him. "Lincoln's getting better. Heard in the fall on Bishop 6. Visual drama where the hills meet the sky." This was called Punch. Loon floated in through the hatch, laughing. Crow cuffed him, half in anger, and Loon fled to the far end of the compartment, still cackling. "I couldn't find the projection, only the audio. It sounds like some sort of party." Crow was watching me intently, ignoring Loon, who caught the expression on my face and promptly shut up. "What's the matter?" Crow asked. "The voices." I concentrated, trying to sort them out so I could follow conversations. Names. I needed names, but the names wouldn't come. Crow sighed. "They're from a long time ago, Sparrow." I shook myself. "A long time ago," I agreed. I didn't tell them that the voices had jogged buried memories, that several of them sounded like people I had known. Familiar faces had bobbed in the back of my head and then vanished before I could associate a name or experience with any of them. Hydroponics was another favorite stop. Once I got sick from eating what I found out later were green tomatoes. Another time we consumed half a row of strawberries before guilt finally caught up with us. Crow grew very quiet, and I knew he was thinking that Pippet would accuse him of stealing the fruit, and then she wouldn't talk to him for a half a dozen time periods. I envied Crow her attentions, and I even envied him her anger. There were times when he shared Pippet's compartment, and I particularly envied him those moments. In my mind, I frequently cast myself in his role, only with Snipe playing the part of Pippet. I often went to the plays on the hangar deck because Snipe was in them. I fell in love with her as Juliet, and had lewd thoughts when she played Cleopatra opposite Noah's Caesar. She had a flair for play acting that few of the others had, though Ophelia seemed perfectly cast as Lady Macbeth. To my amazement, one of the best of the actors was Loon, who starred as a character named Bottom in a play about ancient Greece. He played his harmonica and danced to a tune he had made up to go with the words, "The raging rocks and shivering shocks," from the play. The applause was tremendous, and Loon was the star of the show, though even he grew sick of the words and tune. Everybody sang them when he showed up for breakfast or when they passed him in the corridors. As we got closer to the Aquinas system, Crow became more preoccupied and troubled. When I was with him, there were long stretches of silence when he seemed about to tell me something, then changed his mind and drew back. One time period after we had seen a training play, he waited until the corridor was deserted, then tugged me into an empty compartment. He closed the shadow screen and pressed his hand over the palm terminal to activate the falsie. A moment later, we were standing in a cave with a warm fire at our backs and a night sky blazing with stars beyond the cavern's mouth. Somewhere in the darkness, an owl hooted, and small animals rustled in the brush. I shivered when a wolf howled in the forest below. "I come here when I want to be alone," Crow said quietly. "I like to look at the stars and think." He sat on the rocky floor of the cave, and I sat beside him, shifting my cling-tight slightly and pressing my knees to my chin so my bum was actually in contact with the metal deck. I should have kept silent and given him a chance to talk, but for some reason I had started to think about reduction. I couldn't shake the image of the black sheet draped over the storage chamber that held Judah. "Where do we go when we die, Crow?" It was a child's question, and I felt embarrassed the moment I asked it.
"Where do we go?"
Crow repeated, surprised.
"To reduction, of course."
"After that?" He shrugged.
"Back to the great egg, I suppose. It's where all life eventually goes."
Sitting in the darkness next to Crow was the closest I had been to another human being since Pippet had held me after one of my nightmares. For just a moment, I let myself be carried away by my emotions. "Do you ever get lonely, Crow?" I wasn't thinking of Crow, of course. I was thinking of myself and Snipe.
"No, I don't get lonely," he said finally. "I suppose some people do. Some people will always be lonely. They were born that way."
He didn't add "poor bastards," but I supposed he was thinking it, and I wondered if it included me. He shifted uneasily in the darkness.
"Sparrow?"
"What?"
He hesitated a moment, then changed his mind and said, "Forget it."
I should have encouraged Crow to tell me what was bothering him, but perception usually comes with age, and I was too young. "Do you think we'll ever meet them?" My mind had drifted once again, and I was searching for exhaust trails among the stars.
"Meet who?"
"Tybalt's aliens."
Curtly. "No, I don't think so."
"You don't really believe they're out there, do you?"
Crow didn't answer, but stood up and pushed over to the glowing palm terminal. The night sky and the cave faded. "We've got a shift coming up, Sparrow."
He didn't look at me, but grabbed a bulkhead ring and kicked out through the shadow screen. I finally sensed his disappointment and suddenly wondered what he had wanted to talk about. I didn't have to wait long to find out. For a week, the rumor was that after Aquinas II, there would be a major change in the Astron's course. I hadn't paid much attention, on the ground that it would affect my life not at all. But one time period after her early lecture, Ophelia asked me to drop by for a meal, suggesting that I needed help to catch up. I worried about it enough so that when I did drop by, I had no appetite at all. She wasn't alone, and I couldn't decide at first whether to be relieved or disappointed. My imagination supplied motives for both her original concern for me and the hostility to which it had gradually changed. Crow nodded when I drifted in. He didn't look very friendly. Loon had been quietly playing his harmonica and now stopped and secured it in his waistcloth. Corin, the chief computer man, was present but seemed so nervous and upset I wondered why he was there. Snipe nodded at me, her expression reserved and distant. Crow said, to nobody in particular,
"I'll secure the hatchway,"
and started to dog down the actual metal hatch. I was astonished. Shadow screens had always been enough for privacy. Nobody ever violated them. The dog-down hatch was an added precaution, but I had no idea why or against whom. Ophelia was working with Noah at the small food dispenser. She looked up and said, "We'll be ready in a moment, Sparrow." Her voice was neutral and told me nothing. Everybody had fallen silent when I drifted in, and I realized dinner had been a pretext. This was a meeting of interested parties, and the subject of interest was me. The meal was a bland protein mush, with no spices or forming. I had choked down about half of it when Noah said, "You should ignore Thrush, Sparrow. He's no respecter of authority." I felt bewildered. I hadn't been thinking about Thrush at all, but I said, "Well, he should be. The captain's a great man." Ophelia looked out from her tray. "Tybalt thinks so." She obviously thought I was parroting him. There was another long pause with only the click of utensils against the trays to break the quiet. "Michael Kusaka was a good choice for captain," Noah said. And for some reason that struck me as far different from saying he was a good captain. No one added anything, and I took their silence as a challenge.
When I saw the captain, he told me the purpose of the Astron, why we're here and what we're supposed to do." I felt some of the enthusiasm returning and smiled in remembrance. "He said I was as important to the ship as he was. It's not true, but I thank him for saying it." Noah nodded in apparent agreement. "All of us are important to the ship," he said, which also wasn't quite what I meant. Ophelia fought to hold her tongue, lost the battle, and burst out, "At launch, Kusaka might have been a good choice for captain. He isn't now." I stared at her in shock. I didn't know what to say. Everybody else concentrated on their trays. That all of them agreed with Ophelia was obvious. "If the captain died," Noah said, not looking up, "who would you be honored to serve under as a replacement?" It was a strange question, but the answer was easy. Tybalt. "I thought you might say that," Noah murmured. "He has the same feel for the ship as the captain," I blurted. "Probably more than anybody else. He knows why we're out here. He even gave his foot for the mission on Galileo 3. Amputated on the spot, wasn't it?" Ophelia's sarcasm was thick. I looked at her, startled. "What?" "Tybalt had his foot amputated on the spot on Galileo 3. Isn't that what he told you?" I glanced over at Corin, who hastily looked away. He had told her about my conversations with Tybalt, I thought angrily. The captain wasn't the only one who had informers. "Yes," I said, indignant at the betrayal. "He was very brave to Galileo 3, Ophelia interrupted coldly. "Is a planet with virtually no atmosphere. It would have been instant death if we had opened his suit. They took off his foot in the lander while he was still out of his mind and babbling from exhaustion." She sneered. "It's easy to see aliens if you're out of your mind." I looked at the others for support, but none of them met my eyes. I had once considered them friends. Now it seemed they had all become my enemies. "I was there," Corin affirmed nervously. "When Ophelia and I found Tybalt, he was delirious. There was no possibility of doing anything for him until we got him back to the lander." They hadn't believed Tybalt's tale about the aliens, and I didn't want to believe them. If I did, I suspected I would have to believe the next thing they told me, and the next thing after that. Eventually I would find myself believing everything they told me, and I desperately didn't want to. I also realized they really weren't attacking Tybalt. They were attacking the captain, and for that, I despised them. "What difference does it make how he lost it?" I protested, sullen. Ophelia stared at me. "You and Tybalt recently inspected some suits, didn't you?" She apparently knew everything I had done during shift. I nodded, and she said, "How many expeditions do you think they've been used for?" I shrugged. "Hundreds. And how many more do you think they'll be good for?" I didn't want to answer. "Well, Sparrow, how many?" she repeated. I cleared my throat. "A dozen," I said slowly. "Not many more." "And how many generations do you think the Astron will support?" "I don't know. I have no idea." I had never consciously thought about it until then. "Guess," Ophelia said in a tight voice. 100? 200? I was no engineer. I was a 17-year-old tech assistant who had lost his memories and had little knowledge of the ship. But I remembered the glow tubes that had burned out, the worn decks of the compartments and the passageways, the layers of dust on the hangar deck and on the equipment and shops, the cannibalized rovers, the rotting fabric of the exploration suits, and the all-pervasive stink of thousands of years of oil and sweat. Not 200, not 100. I don't know how many. I glanced at Crow for moral support, but his only expression was one of pity. Corin was studying his hands, probably worried about what I might say the next time I saw Tybalt. Loon nervously fingered his harmonica. Neither he nor Snipe looked at me.
Oddly, Noah met my stare, but with a look of such desperation that I felt as much pity for him as Crow obviously did for me. Ophelia kicked over to the palm terminal and pressed her hand to it. The bulkhead fell away, to be replaced by outside. The deck of the compartment now stopped abruptly at outer space, the illusion so convincing that I grabbed for a floor ring to keep from floating out. It occurred to me that the captain had not been entirely truthful when he said that what I saw on the bridge was what I got. Perhaps that was true of the bridge itself, but outside had been a simulation, and I had looked at it with eyes that gilded it with color and a sense of wonder. What I looked at now was stark and forbidding, a universe of harsh light, glowing dust, and filaments of flaming gases. No part of it reminded me of diamonds or emeralds or rubies. Ophelia was outlined against outside, floating against a background of broken crystal. She pointed out the limbs of the galaxy and the blackness between. Kusaka wants to take the Astron to a region where the stars are closer together and older, and where, presumably, there would be more planets to explore. Theoretically, that would increase our chances of finding life. She placed her palm on an edge of one of the limbs of the galaxy, 2/3 of the distance from the center. We started here. She moved her hand to a nearby spur of stars, closer toward the center. We're going there, but to get there, we have to cross the dark. She pointed at the blackness between, and was silent for a moment. I stared at the empty space covered by her hand, and tried to translate it into distance and time. I shivered. It would take 1,000 generations. The planetary systems are very few and far apart. We would run out of mass for the converters as well as most of the elements we need for subsistence and repairs. And we would run out of them in a generation. This generation, Sparrow. She hesitated, then said flatly, "Even if that part of space weren't empty, we would never see the other side. The Astron is falling apart. It can't make it." "The captain knows the ship as well as you," I objected, jittering on the inside with panic and anger. "Why would he risk it and his crew?" "Because he can't help himself," Ophelia said bitterly. I felt confused. She wasn't making sense. Noah edged into the argument, ticking off the points with his fingers. "The requirements for captain at launch were very specific. They didn't want a man who lacked courage or determination, and they didn't want a man who would return to Earth too soon. So they picked a man whom they were sure believed." Ophelia broke in, impatient. "Read his bio in the computer's memory matrix, Sparrow. That's one thing that is in it. Kusaka was an atmosphere pilot on Earth, then ran freight to the Moon and the O'Neill colonies. When he volunteered for the interstellar mission, they grabbed him because he was one of the few who could take the medical treatments. He was the most important member of the crew, and they made sure he was immune to any of the degenerative diseases. Nobody knew that long life would be one of the side effects. The treatments also made him sterile, but I doubt he cared about that. Equally important, Kusaka sincerely believed there was alien life in the universe. They strengthened that belief with intense psychological indoctrination and sent him out knowing that he wouldn't return, couldn't return until he found it. They were hugely successful in programming him. More than 100 generations later, he's still searching. "He'll find it," I said confidently. "That's a religious assumption," Ophelia snapped. "He convinced me," I said, my voice squeaky with anger. "He'll convince you too if you've nerve enough to ask him." Ophelia looked at me with contempt. "Ask him? I don't have to ask him. It's 100 lifetimes later, Sparrow. We've explored 1,000 systems and 1,500 planets, from gas giants to lumps of airless rock, and we haven't found so much as a flea or a germ or a single living cell. The only life in the universe is what's inside this ship and in that thin green layer of scum covering the Earth." She paused for breath. In the sudden silence, I could hear my own breath rattle through my nostrils. I was suddenly afraid of her and her convictions. Tybalt was a believer, and so was she, but they didn't believe in the same things. I was terrified I would have to choose between them. There's you and me and 300 others on the Astron. We're all the life there is for light years around. There are no lobstermen on Galileo 3, and there isn't any advanced civilization of intelligent slugs on Quietus 2. There isn't, there wasn't, there never will be. She spread her arms to take in the whole view of outside, much as the captain had done on the bridge. There's nothing out there, Sparrow. Nothing at all. Chapter 9. Ophelia touched the palm terminal, and the image of outside faded to the sweating surface of the bulkhead. I glanced at Crow and Loon for help, but both of them had turned to stone. "I don't believe you," I said desperately. Noah sighed. It was his turn to try and convince me. Men have always hoped they weren't alone in the universe, Sparrow. Long before the Astron was launched, they believed there might be life on Venus and Mars. There wasn't. Then they thought there might be life on some of the satellites of the gas giants. They were disappointed once again. Before they built the Astron, they spent decades with radio telescopes listening for signals from other systems. They never heard any. We haven't either. Oh, our equipment will pick up what we think are signals, but inevitably they turn out to be due to phenomena that have nothing to do with life. We haven't run across anything yet that could be traced to sentience, not even any Dyson spheres. "We will!" I cried. I was close to tears. "That was a joke, Sparrow." He took off his glasses and polished the thick lenses with his sash. He was going to lecture me, and I didn't want to listen. I didn't have the knowledge to refute him, and if he convinced me he was right, he would destroy everything that I had come to value. "Sparrow, only so many stars are formed each year in the galaxy, and only so many of those can possibly support life. The development of life takes time. Some stars are too massive and have too short a lifetime. Others are binaries and can have no planets, while still others are unstable for a variety of reasons. The result is that only a small fraction of stars can support a planetary system at all." His voice seeped through the chinks of my beliefs like smoke. "You know that, don't you?" I thought of all the questions he had asked at mealtimes and the dozens of occasions he had sent me to the computer to check for an answer. He had been educating me for this meeting. "We seem to have found a number of systems," I said, sullen. He nodded. "We were lucky, if you want to call it that. But the only planets that matter are those in the CHZ, the continuously habitable zone. If they're too close to the primary, the gases and liquids with low boiling points will boil off. If they're too far, all the volatiles remain, and you have the gas giants. The only chance for life lies with those in the middle, the iron core planets with water and an atmosphere. So life is rare, we know that. Perhaps you don't know how rare, Sparrow." He paused, the fussy teacher carefully choosing his words. "You have to have water, and you have to have an atmosphere. If the planet is too close to its sun, the water vapor can't condense into oceans. It stays in the atmosphere. The carbon dioxide from volcanoes stays in the atmosphere as well, and the temperature of the planet's surface will become too hot to support life. If the planet is too far out, its water freezes, and you have a lifeless, frozen waste." "I know that," I said sarcastically. I had a pretty good idea where he was going. "The CHZ is small," he continued, ignoring me. "Alarmingly small. Some scientists thought that if the Earth had been 5% closer to the Sun, it would have been another Venus. 1% farther out, another Mars. Those are the planets flanking Earth. I promised myself I would check on it later, even though I was certain he wasn't making it up. The others were studying my face for my reactions, but I kept it as blank of emotion as I could. Noah cleared his throat. Even on a planet in the CHZ, there has to be a reducing atmosphere with an energy source that will produce the amino acids that make up the proteins that in turn make up life. He paused, waiting for me to nod in agreement, and smiled slightly when I did so. The next step is crucial. The simple organic molecules have to be shielded from the ultraviolet radiation of the primary. That requires a large body of water, an ocean, to protect them. No protection, and the molecules break up as soon as they're formed. And oceans of water are extremely rare. I desperately wanted to clap my hands over my ears. But something else is rarer still. The next step in the creation of life is when the amino acids form into long chains. Left in the ocean, they drift apart as easily as they join together. There has to be a means of concentrating them. Once a certain level of concentration is reached, they'll form long chains, more complex molecules automatically. Heating isolated bodies of water would help. Say tidal pools, warmed by hot lava and occasionally replenished by the sea. He looked at me quizzically. I had you check that out in the computer, didn't I? I didn't answer, and he leaned closer, as if proximity would convince me. Do you understand, Sparrow? Tidal pools implies tides, and that means a moon large enough to raise them, though not too frequently, because you might dilute the pool too much. A combination of the primary and the moon would raise larger tides less often, and that would be a happy medium. What's required, then, is a planet that has land surfaces, oceans, and a large enough satellite to raise suitable tides. The action would concentrate the simple amino acids, and they could combine into the longer chains. From somewhere, a latent knowledge of physics came to my rescue. You could concentrate them by freezing, I said smugly. He nodded his approval. A good thought, but reducing the temperature would slow the process. It would take too long. I cursed myself for having listened to him. How long? Probably longer than the lifetime of the universe. I didn't have the facts and figures to argue with him, though I was sure the captain did. Then a stray thought popped up, and I grabbed at it as I might have grabbed at a bulkhead ring. You're talking about life as we know it, he interrupted, anticipating my objection. A carbon-based life. Carbon is plentiful, and it forms chains long enough to make DNA, which contains millions of atoms. Silicon is also plentiful and makes chains, but its chains are only 30 to 40 atoms long. On a planet with liquid nitrogen, the chains would be longer, but at that temperature the process might take forever. I could feel the blood drain from my face. Ophelia had been right. Whether there was other life in the universe wasn't a question of science so much as it was a question of faith, and Noah was attacking my faith. Some of the requirements for life are met relatively easily. Others are remote possibilities. Put them all together and you come up with a statistical improbability, so improbable that we know of only one anomaly in this galaxy, perhaps only one in the universe. He leaned back in the sling and sighed, knowing he hadn't convinced me. I agree with Ophelia, Sparrow. There's nothing out there. The Astron has spent more than 100 generations looking for something that doesn't exist. And how much of the galaxy have we actually explored? I sneered. 1/1,000,000%? Maybe 2? A lot more than that, Ophelia snapped back. The radio telescopes on board have searched space for 2,000 years, hundreds of thousands of stars, and millions of frequencies. It was her turn to be contemptuous. "There's nothing out there," she repeated. "Nothing at all." "That's not true," I stuttered in outrage. "The captain said we had discovered signals in the waterhole range coming from Aquinas, too." Noah shrugged. "We've discovered signals in the waterhole range before, hundreds of times. I told you all of them were explained by causes which had nothing to do with any form of life." "You want to go back," I suddenly blurted. "You want to seize the ship and go back." I was a slow study, but not so slow I couldn't recognize mutineers when I saw them. Ophelia looked relieved that at last I understood what they were driving at. "That's exactly what we want to do. Take over the Astron and go back. Go back to the one planet where we know there's life." "So why don't you?" I cried. "Choose a new captain and go back. That should be easy enough for you to do. You only outnumber the captain 300 to 1. Ophelia stared at me in frustration. "The ship's drive is tied to the computer, and the computer only takes orders from the captain. Only he can run the ship. They made sure of that at launch. They didn't want the crew seizing the Astron and returning to Earth too soon. Since they couldn't program everybody, they settled for programming Kusaka. If you want to be poetic, it's a dead hand that controls the Astron, Sparrow." I stared at them, more bewildered now than angry. "Why tell me? I don't believe you, and even if I did, there's nothing I can do." I broke off, finally aware of what the meeting had been all about. "You want me to join you? You want to start a mutiny you can't possibly win, and you want me to join you?" I was trapped halfway between tears and laughter. They wanted me to join them in a mutiny against the man on board whom I admired the most, and in so doing destroy what little meaning I had found in life. And Crow and Loon, supposedly my best friends, were part of it. Even Snipe. "Why are you telling me?" I repeated. "I'm nobody." Another long silence, broken when Ophelia said tightly, "Don't flatter yourself that you're the only one we'll talk to." "You can't be that foolish," I said angrily. "I would never join a mutiny against the captain." Then I realized what was at stake, and all the bravado seeped out of me. They had told me too much. They couldn't afford to let me leave the compartment alive. "What good would I be to you?" I said slowly. "I know nothing about the ship. There's no way I could help." As I spoke, my eyes flicked around the compartment, desperately searching for something to use as a weapon. I finally found it, a piece of a broken writing slate clinging beneath the ledge that held the terminal pad. I dove for it, then waved it at them like a knife. I tried to look fierce, curling my lips away from my teeth as I fumbled at the hatch with my other hand. What astonished me then was the look of shocked surprise on their faces. "What are you doing, Sparrow?" Snipe asked. There was a tremor in her voice. She was badly frightened. Ophelia held out her hand toward me and closed her fingers so they formed a fist, then uncurled them one by one. "There's nothing else in the entire universe that can do that, Sparrow. But it's taken us more than 100 generations to realize it." She twisted her wrist and bent her hand back and forth, and I followed it with my eyes. "Life is too rare and too valuable. None of us would harm anything living. None of us could." I kept a firm grip on the piece of slate. "Somebody killed Judah," I accused. "I saw the bloodstains on the deck mat." For the first time since I met her, Snipe looked close to tears. "I wanted to tell you before, Sparrow. Nobody killed Judah. He killed himself." "He committed suicide?" I was stunned. On a ship where life was so highly valued, it was difficult for me to comprehend, perhaps even more so for them. Snipe nodded. "None of us can take a life, Sparrow, except our own." Noah looked grim. If the Astron goes into the dark, we couldn't replenish mass and minerals at some planet every 5 years or so. We'd run out of vital elements very quickly and die within 8 to 10 generations.
A lot can happen in 8 to 10 generations, I said coldly.
Noah's expression faded to one of sadness. We won't have that long, Sparrow. Judah lost faith, and others will too. The danger is right now, this generation. When crew members went to reduction, it was with the hope and understanding that they were bequeathing themselves to future generations. But for Judah, there had been no future. I lowered my hand that held the piece of slate and stared at them, trying to make up my mind what to do.
"I'll tell the captain," I said at last. "He'll have an answer."
Ophelia laughed cynically.
"And implicate us all."
"If he did," Crow said hotly, speaking for the first time since the argument began, "he'd implicate himself as well."
"You're lying!"
I shouted. He shook his head, ignoring a whispered objection from Noah.
"You were with us before, Sparrow. It was you who persuaded Loon and me to join in the first place."
I didn't really know if Crow was lying, but for the first time since I had lost my memories on SETI 4, I didn't want them back. I didn't want to know who I had been or what I had believed or how I had been involved. I was safe enough from the mutineers. If I could believe Ophelia, in 100 generations the crew members had learned to so love life they could not take one, even if their own depended on it. But the captain had been raised on a world where life was commonplace, and I knew instinctively that their reluctance didn't apply to him. Chapter 10. I had nothing more to say to them or they to me. Noah let his tray float to the deck and glanced in consternation at Ophelia. Neither of them spoke. Crow put his hand lightly on my shoulder as if he were about to reason with me some more, but I was tired of words and arguments I couldn't win, and brushed him aside. I undogged the hatch and slipped out through the shadow screen. My duty was plain, and that was to report them to the captain. I kicked up through the different levels, but found myself growing increasingly reluctant the closer I got to the bridge. What I had to tell the captain would mean punishment for the plotters. 2 of them had been good friends. I was afraid I was falling in love with another, while still another had taken an interest at a time when I desperately needed somebody to show me both attention and affection. But the captain would punish them, and what his punishment might be gave me great pause. I was still thinking about it as I kicked past the level with the passageway bazaar. I ducked in to glance at the few books offered for sale while I made up my mind what I would do about the mutiny. 2 pages into an ancient astronomy text, I decided to do nothing. I would wait for a period or so and see what happened. Ophelia and Noah must have talked to other crewmen besides me, and certainly not all of them would remain silent. The next meal period, Ophelia ignored me as usual. On the surface, Crow and Loon were as friendly as always, but there was an undercurrent of tension, strong enough to make Thrush glance at Crow and me, his eyes full of curiosity. 15 minutes before the end of the period, Noah set up the chessboard and studied the pieces as if he were going to play against himself. After a minute or two, I drifted over. Maintaining a routine was all important, otherwise Banquo might notice and Abel certainly would. I straddled a crate so I wouldn't drift, and tried to decide on my opening gambit, my mind still full of revolts and mutinies. The first move is always the most difficult, I said, making excuses for the time I was taking. Noah didn't look up from the board. Not if you have a game plan. I pushed a pawn forward, then pulled it back. We didn't decide who plays white. He shrugged. You go first, Sparrow. It's your move. I looked at him sharply. We were fencing about the mutiny, and that was a game I was bound to lose. I decided to concentrate on simply playing chess. So I didn't go to the captain. Gradually, I found myself nodding to Crow when we passed in the corridors, and then we were going out of our way to be civil to one another. Finally, one sleep period, I slipped into his compartment to admire the view from the balcony and share some smoke and the latest gossip with him and Loon. I didn't mention the meeting then, but later, when Crow and I were alone in an empty corridor, I said, "You're not afraid?"
"Of what?"
"That I might go to the captain about your meeting?"
"If you were going to go, you would have done it immediately."
"I still might," I said, annoyed.
"You lost your chance, Sparrow. It's too dangerous now."
I was puzzled. "What do you mean?"
"The first thing the captain would ask is why you didn't tell him sooner."
"I didn't tell him sooner because I didn't want to inform my friends," I said, offended.
"You're not thinking."
Crow lowered his voice. I could feel the faint movement of air at my back. Somebody was coming.
"The captain's not going to give you a medal for putting your loyalty to your friends above your loyalty to him. He'll think you delayed because you were considering joining us."
I was indignant. "But I wasn't!" Crow sighed.
"Use your head, Sparrow."
He slapped my shoulder and kicked off down the corridor, leaving me to wonder if he was right. They had risked too much by trying to recruit me. Crow might have been telling the truth at the meeting. Maybe I had been involved before, though how or in what capacity I didn't know. But if I had been that important to them before, I was probably still important to them now. They would approach me again. The risk was that somebody else would find out about them and tell the captain, and because I had kept silent, I would be found as guilty as they. The key was who I had once been and what I had once done. The one person who could help me was Hulda, but she hadn't stepped out of character since the time in the mess when she had suggested that if I wanted to discover my past, I should study my present. I had never had a chance to talk to her alone to ask her what she had meant. Even when I shared supper with her and Noah, she always played the part of the dutiful wife who dialed the meal on the food machine, then sat quietly in a corner reading at the terminal screen or working on a string tapestry while Noah and I played chess. I waited for my opportunity. One time period when Noah had been called to a meeting in exploration, I slipped through her shadow screen after first announcing myself and receiving permission. She offered me a collapsa cup of tea, then relaxed in the compartment sling, a plump little olive-skinned woman with eyes much too bright and intelligent for the matron whom she played. She did me great honor by not making me waste time trying to coax her out of that role. I didn't know how to begin, but she made it easier by saying, "I've been hearing about you, Sparrow, from Noah and Ophelia. Crow and Loon mention you from time to time. So does Corin when he stops by. And Snipe." I said,
"You know."
"About the meeting? Of course. But you make a mistake if you think those 6 are the only members." She read my face and smiled. "The mutiny is an open secret, Sparrow. You can spare yourself a trip to the captain, though I believe you already have."
"You have your loyalties. I wouldn't impose on them."
"I don't talk," she said dryly. "I watch. Everybody respects that."
"And the captain?"
"He has his own eyes. He doesn't need mine."
"Who do you watch?"
I asked casually.
She smiled and squeezed a small bulb of liquid into her cup. I caught the odor and wondered what it was. Later, Loon told me about the secret distillery on board.
"Children." She sipped at her cup and relaxed still more. "And their parents. I watch genes work their way from generation to generation, not only in the shape of bones and the color of eyes and hair, but also in actions. I watch children when they get angry or when they laugh, and I know I'm watching their parents and their grandparents as well. You watch long enough, and you can tell who mated with whom. It's not that difficult." My respect for her was turning to amazement, and I said so. She smiled. "Anybody can do it, Sparrow. I'm just the one who takes the time." "Nobody knows who their father is," I said. "Why?" "You can't hide maternity, Sparrow. That's why the begats follow the mother's line. But there's no easy way of determining the father." She drained her cup and let it drift to the bulkhead, where it clung. "Life is very rare and valuable in the universe. It's also rare and valuable on board ship. Mass is limited, so nobody can have a child until food is assured. That usually means somebody has to die before a child can be born." She leaned forward, her eyes glowing in the soft light of the compartment. "Think of it, Sparrow. The creation of life. For both men and women, the birth of a child is a miracle. It's also an act of pride and possession, especially for the man. So impregnation is not restricted to one man. Because nobody knows who the father is, one child is everybody's child." Her words were a revelation. I had been too young to realize what it might mean to a woman to have a child, or to a man to father one. "How's the woman chosen?" "Usually by lot, sometimes by the captain's fiat." "And the father? How many men have a chance to impregnate her?" "Not fewer than 3. Perhaps as many as a dozen." It struck me as barbaric. Then I realized I had no basis for comparison. Hulda read my expression with disapproval. "It's a matter of ceremony, Sparrow. Probably the most moving one in which you'll ever take part." The honor of fatherhood would be diluted. So would the man's feeling of possession of either the woman or the child. Long-term relationships would not be based on blood, at least not from the man's viewpoint. "The begats," I said uncomfortably. "Aren't they all in the computer?" "On some things," she said with emphasis. "The computer is unreliable." "Nobody ever knows the father?" I asked again. She shrugged. "Not the biological one, though occasionally that's obvious. But everybody has to feel they had the chance to create life. Everybody has to feel they played God at least once." I remembered what she had said about genes. "But you know," I said. "You always know." "I watch people, Sparrow. That's all." "My father?" "Biological?" She shrugged. "I don't know, Sparrow. Even if I did, it wouldn't help you remember your past. Nevertheless, it's important for you to struggle to find out. The very process of trying will help you." "And Laertes? Crow and Tybalt said he took an interest." "A lot of crewmen took an interest, Sparrow." For some reason, that didn't comfort me. "Crow said my mother died early. Laertes must have been very important to me." I had fixed on Laertes. If Nerissa had died when I was very young, then Laertes must have been the most important person in my life. What I didn't tell Hulda, though I think she knew, was that I desperately wanted a father. Wanted somebody whom I could claim and who could claim me. "You have the means, Sparrow," she sighed. "Why don't you use them? Find your own answers, and perhaps they'll have some relevance for you. If I answered all your questions, you would only have more questions." It was a rebuff, one I deserved. "The ship," I said. "Life on board has always been the same?" She looked at me sharply. "You mean, does it change from generation to generation?" "No, Sparrow. It remains the same. Life remained the same in Egypt for hundreds of years, and so did life in the shtetls of Russia. Change comes from the outside, seldom from within. And I think, right at launch, they made sure that nothing would really change on board. I didn't understand that, and wanted to ask more questions, but her eyes had dulled and her shoulders had slumped back into the posture of the plump little matron. It was time to go. "I thank you for your time," I said formally. I turned and almost ran into Pippet coming through the screen with several packets of herbs in her hand. She looked surprised and started to back out. "Don't go," I said. "I'm leaving." And then I stared hard at her and glanced back at Hulda. "Your daughter," I said. I couldn't believe I had missed the resemblance before. "You used your eyes," Hulda said approvingly. Pippet floated over to her mother, and the family portrait was complete. I couldn't be sure who her father was, but I thought I saw traces of Noah in her. Then I remembered sickbay and the many sleep periods when she had sat up with me, and her insistence that I get well. "I should have thanked you long ago," I said. She looked embarrassed. "I did very little, Sparrow." I kicked over and kissed her lightly on the cheek. "Then I thank you for very little," I said, and slipped away into the corridor. It was my first apology, but I knew it wouldn't be my last, and I was very proud of myself for having made it. Pippet was kind, she was generous of spirit, and she was beautiful. I could understand Crow's adoration. The sleep periods slid by, and I became increasingly aware, at times painfully so, that I was sleeping alone. Like most young men, I found an outlet in my dreams. Sometimes I dreamed of Pippet, feeling guilty enough when I awoke that I would avoid her for several time periods. One period I awoke sweating and wet and realized with a shock that I had been dreaming of Ophelia. It didn't make any sense, though I blushed when I saw her in exploration and stammered when she asked me a question. She looked at me curiously and, after lecture, asked what was bothering me. I assured her nothing was wrong, then proved I was lying by fleeing from her through the corridor. But most of the time, I dreamed about Snipe, in situations and positions I was sure nobody had thought of before. I watched her in plays and found excuses to visit her on the hangar level. At the time, I was certain she didn't know why. I was to discover later that at 17, I was far younger emotionally than most crew members my age, and Snipe was far older. I finally talked about it with Tybalt while on shift. "Snipe?" he said, disbelieving. "Oh, she's a skinny little thing. I was afraid nobody would ever see anything in her." "I do," I said, blushing still again. He grinned. "I guess it takes all kinds. Why don't you just ask her to sleep with you?" I stuttered that of course she had no interest in me, that her only possible reaction would be rejection. Tybalt's half-smile faded. "I keep forgetting," he said slowly. "Sparrow, nobody on board the Astron ever turns anybody down the first time. Nobody. And nobody asks the second time unless they've been assured it's mutual." He paused, searching for words. It was obvious that it was a ship's custom he wasn't quite sure how to explain. There was a moment of awkward silence, broken when I blurted, "Babies, what about contraception?" He raised an eyebrow. "It's in the food. I thought you knew that." Then he mumbled, "Oh, of course you didn't," and finally grumped, "Oh, it isn't healthy for people to be a mystery to each other, Sparrow. We live too close together." He shrugged. "It's a small enough thing to do. I don't know anybody for whom it's a problem." But it turned out to be a problem for me. I finally stammered out my request to Snipe, who seemed neither overjoyed nor depressed by the prospect, She came to my compartment that sleep period, and I made what I thought was love, and then spent the rest of the period apologizing. Physically, Snipe was no longer a mystery, but love itself remained one. I'd had no idea I could be so close to Snipe, and yet not be close at all. I went to the hangar deck as often as before to watch her in plays, and discovered, to my shocked surprise, that there was still something I wanted from her. I wept when she died as Juliet, was won once again by her Catherine, played against a very wooden crow as king, and found her irresistible as a lithe and vivacious Rosalind, pretending to be a boy. There was more to Snipe than a rag and a bone and a hank of hair, as Tybalt frequently put it. I wanted desperately to know just what that more was. She fascinated me at the same time she irritated me. She could be coolly pragmatic one moment and wildly illogical the next, superior and aloof at the start of a conversation and warm and understanding by the end. It didn't help to realize that Snipe's personality would stabilize with time, and eventually she would irritate me less and fascinate me even more. At 17, I was in no mood to wait. On station, Tybalt and I worked well together, and he was quick to admit it. I also found myself achieving a rapport with the Palm Terminal. As Tybalt had told me, its fleshy surface responded faster to a delicate touch than a hard push. I pared my fingernails and rubbed lotion into the palms of my hands so the skin was soft and supple. Sometimes I even scraped my fingertips so the nerve endings were closer to the surface. In the viewing globe, I could make the charts and equations flow so fast you couldn't tell one from another, but I could still stop the display on the desired graph. I could make the numbers dance. Nobody else in the division could. One shift, Abel came by with Thrush in tow, and they watched while I put the terminal pad through its paces. When I was through, Thrush said in a non-committal voice, "You're very good. Show me." It wasn't a request. It was a command. And I glanced at Tybalt for his approval. Abel didn't wait for Tybalt's permission, but nervously growled, "Do it." So I showed Thrush a simple series of movements. He watched my hand with the same intent look I had noticed in reduction, then duplicated my movements without a mistake. I ran through another, more complicated series. He made one mistake this time, then leaned back in the operator's sling with a small smile of triumph. "All it takes is practice, right?" "It takes more than that," I said through clenched teeth. He twisted smoothly out of the sling and hit me lightly on the arm. "I don't think so, Sparrow." He smiled again when he left, and this time I read his expression with no difficulty. We were competitors, he and I, though I had no idea what for, nor did I know what the winner's prize might be. A dozen work periods passed before Tybalt mentioned his adventures again. By now I accepted them for what they were, memories of things not quite seen, and did my best to sift fact from fancy. I had been wide-eyed with awe before, but now, thanks to Ophelia, I had growing doubts, and hated myself for having them. We were alone, and Tybalt settled into the headquarters sling, taking special pains so his foreshortened leg was free of the webbing. He reached for his pipe and turned the exhaust vent on high. "I told you about the first landings I ever made, didn't I?" "Tell me again," I encouraged. The names of the planets kept changing, and I was no longer sure just which were his first landings. "They were Alpha and Omega, twin planets in the Tau system," he began. "They were dead planets, no moons and no tectonic activity, frozen to their cores. We had no hopes of finding life there. We knew those planets had never served as a cradle for it. Alpha was a cursory exploration, all ashes and pumice and ice. Omega was the more interesting, by far." Once again I was rapt with attention.
Omega was as dead as Alpha, of course, but we found the remains of something that had been stranded there. We ran across slabs of rock that formed a huge lean-to. You could even see the blast marks where they had been cut from a nearby cliff, and there were tracks in the pumice surface where something huge had dragged itself over to the lean-to for shelter. The tracks were almost obliterated by small craters. The creature had been shot and wounded. As Tybalt talked, I could see the creature in my mind as clearly as if it were a projection on the hangar deck. Something with 4 stumpy legs and gray, rock-like skin, with a shielded brain case out of which tiny eyes glared defiance at a hostile world. The picture hung in my mind for a moment, then wavered around the edges and started to fade as doubt set in. The biggest handicap in believing Tybalt was that I wanted to so badly. "You found the body?" I asked, knowing that he hadn't. "Its friends had come back for it," he said with a note of regret. "You could see where the rescue ship had landed." He used a stubby finger to draw a picture in the sweat on the bulkhead. "First, there were the tracks of something pulling itself through the pumice. Then those were partly erased by small craters during the fight. Then a dozen of the craters were crushed in turn by the rescue ship settling on them." I was tempted to argue that the craters and the tracks had been made by meteorites, then thought better of it. He wasn't trying to convince me. He was just telling me what he thought he had seen. Another time, I would have believed him implicitly, but the meeting in Ophelia's compartment had introduced doubts. "And nobody else saw them?" I said, prepared for disappointment. "You're right, Sparrow," he sighed. "Nobody else did." He concentrated on filling his pipe. "It would be worth my life if I made that up." I thought I had done a better job of hiding my skepticism, then realized I was doing him a disservice by not being honest. "Ophelia doesn't believe you," I said bluntly. "She claims there's a rational explanation for everything you've ever reported." He banged his fist against the bulkhead. "Ophelia doesn't believe in a damned thing!" He fought his anger for a moment, then shrugged. "Skepticism can blind you as much as faith. If you had never seen an elephant, there would be no end to the reasonable explanations for the path it left in a forest, none of which would include a lumbering beast with a small tail at one end and a large tail at the other, with an enormous head and 2 huge fans for ears." He smiled at his own imagery. "Look up elephant in the computer's memory. You'll see what I mean." He leaned forward in the sling to poke me in the chest with his forefinger. "The galaxy is huge, Sparrow. To think we know all the requirements for the creation of life is hubris, and the gods don't take kindly to that." I agreed, but I couldn't shake the memory of Ophelia crying that there had been 100 generations, and 1,000 systems, and 1,500 planets, and the crew of Astron had yet to find a single living cell. Ophelia and Noah had been very convincing in their arguments, and they had scientific logic on their side. But so, in a sense, did Tybalt. It didn't take long for my shift at the Palm Terminal to become boring. I was skillful and fast and never made mistakes, though occasionally I came close. Those were the times when Thrush came to the compartment to practice. I never saw the results of what he did, but I could tell by his frequent look of self-congratulation that he was gaining in dexterity and speed. Nobody ever told me why he was learning to work the Palm Terminals, and I never asked. Eventually, of course, I couldn't resist checking out Tybalt's landings. Unauthorized use of the computer was strictly forbidden, but I was willing to risk it. Who would know what I did during those times when I was the only one on duty at the terminal? Tybalt's stories had become a part of his personality and were easy to forgive, if for no other reason than that they were entertaining. But whatever else they were, it turned out that Tybalt hadn't made them up to pass the time with me. The reports of his landings on Alpha and Omega, Galileo 3, and Midas 4 were all logged in the computer,
The official accounts were stripped of the romance of his stories, but the details were the same, buried in the jargon required of a report to the captain. I listened to him with more respect after that. I'm sure he knew I had checked his reports, but if he was offended, he never let me know. It was much easier to check out Tybalt's reports than it was to research the genealogy of the crew. Tybalt's reports were finite, but the genealogy went on forever. Researching the families on board was tedious, but it took courage to check out my own background. I was afraid of what I might find out. I waited until I was alone in the compartment, with no danger of being interrupted, then took a deep breath and punched in my name. The earliest information that appeared in the viewing globe was the medical records from sickbay, detailing my time there after the accident on SETI 4. I asked for additional background, but the words scrolling through the globe read, "All data concerning subject sealed because of acute stress due to amnesiac illness. Giving subject life history information prior to his own recall will hinder complete recovery." Forbidden to tell the truth, my friends had invented clumsy lies whenever I badgered them about my past. As usual, I owed them all an apology. But nothing had really changed. All the statement said was that nobody could tell me about my past. It didn't say I couldn't find out for myself. I rubbed my hands together, cracked my knuckles, then placed my palms back on the terminal pad and watched the words go tumbling through the globe. Nerissa was real, though, as Crow had told me, she had gone to reduction a few years before, and her mother, my grandmother, 2 decades before that. There was also a Laertes who seemed to fit both Tybalt's and Crow's descriptions. Unfortunately, the information on him seemed strangely sketchy. I frowned and traced him back through his mother and grandmother. He and his ancestors were mentioned less and less frequently until, about the 5th generation back, no further information about them appeared in the records. The intricate weaving back and forth of his genetic lines feathered, and after 5 generations, Laertes' line vanished from the ship's company. There was only one possible reason. In addition to Tybalt and Crow lying to me about Laertes and Hulda evading my questions, somebody had made false entries in the computer. They had been prepared for my questions about my mother. They hadn't thought I would take an even greater interest in my father. I sat there in shock, my hands lying loosely on the terminal's skin. Why? I wondered. Why the lies and the elaborate pretense? Why the attempt to tamper with the computer, however crudely? But there was no arguing with the conclusion. Laertes had never existed. Chapter 11. Instead of accusing my friends of breaking faith and lying about the non-existent Laertes, I withdrew into myself, resolving not to trust those who had been closest to me. Inexplicably, I chose to trust the one whom I had good reason to trust the least. I returned to see Hulda, but was greeted by a pleasant, vacant-faced matron who responded to my angry questions with a look of hurt bewilderment and an offer of some of Pippett's herbal tea. I reminded her that we had talked before, but she claimed she couldn't remember. Later, I wondered why I hadn't asked Hulda about Nerissa, or even pursued her through the computer's memory. But she and my grandmother had died years before. Their line stopped with me. There was no end to the information I found out about her, most of which indicated that she was much like any mother and did all the things that mothers usually do. Everybody I talked to remembered her in excruciating detail, leading me to suspect they didn't really remember her at all. Knowing Laertes would have lent me dimension and identity. Knowing him would have meant knowing myself, because I would have known the person I had patterned myself after. If he had ever really lived, even in death he would still have left some traces of himself behind. But once again I found myself existing in a vacuum, dating my life from my memories of SETI 4 and from when I had awoken in sickbay. What little I had gleaned about myself from Tybalt and Crow was now suspect. If they had lied about Laertes, why wouldn't they have lied about me? So I kept to myself, avoiding those I had been close to before, even Snipe. I still smarted from the knowledge that she had slept with me because it was ship's custom not to refuse, not because she had wanted to. She had given no indication that she found me attractive or even liked me, and I wasn't willing to confirm her indifference now that she was free to refuse. I begged off dropping by Crow's compartment for smoke and gossip, and while on shift I discovered reasons to continue working with the Palm Terminal when ordinarily I would have taken a break with Tybalt. I practiced long hours with the terminal, discovering nuances in its operation that I hadn't suspected before. When I wasn't working, I read the books in the library that served as my compartment. Some of them seemed familiar to me, and I hoped they would provide a clue to the type of person I had once been. After I made it plain that I wanted very little to do with anybody, my friends were offended and reluctantly left me alone. That hurt me even more, and the hurt fed upon itself. What I wanted, of course, was to be reassured of their friendship and talked out of my dark mood. The one crewman who didn't leave me alone was Thrush. He sensed something was wrong and watched me closely at mealtimes, when I played chess indifferently, if at all, with Noah, and in exploration, where my relationship with Tybalt had grown more distant and professional. Thrush made his first overture of friendship one time period, when I was flying down a corridor lost in my own thoughts and missed the bulkhead ring I would normally have caught to change direction. I had just flipped in midair so I would hit the bulkhead bum first, when a hand grabbed my arm and jerked me to a halt.
"Slow down, Sparrow. You're not that good yet."
I twisted and stared full into the pale eyes of Thrush. I shook free. "Everybody overshoots once in a while," I said in a chilly voice. I started down the corridor again, afraid I would be late for my shift in exploration. Behind me, he said,
"You don't like me very much, do you?"
I turned to face him. Thrush was a logical target for my hostility.
"Not many crew members do."
He shrugged.
"At times, I regret it."
That surprised me, and without thinking, I found myself drifting down the corridor with him. Right then, I was as much of an outcast as he was, and mutual misery accomplished the impossible by turning Thrush into acceptable company.
"You're very good at the terminal," he said with a sideways glance. "It'll take me a while to catch up."
I felt a surge of warmth for him at the same time I heard a dozen warning bells. Thrush was being friendly, and Thrush never did anything without reason. When the conversation limped to its natural death, he suddenly said,
"You've seen the ship?"
"Too many times."
"Do you know how it works?"
I looked puzzled, and he explained patiently.
"The ship is a machine, Sparrow. You don't know how it works if you only know how pieces of it work."
He had the same expression on his face that I had seen in Reduction and when he was at the Palm Terminal. It had nothing to do with lust or anger or joy or contentment. It was the expression of a man who wanted to know more than he did, who would always want to know more than he did, and it indicated an attitude that I would eventually admire above all else. But at the time I misunderstood him and said, "I don't want to know how Reduction works."
"I wasn't going to show you."
"Not yet." He said it with a sly smile that was both an offer and a dare. I knew my own job and knew it well, but I didn't know much beyond it. I had never thought of the ship as a single mechanism. It was Thrush who showed me, describing how the huge fusion motors and engineering were tied into the memory matrix of the Astron's biocomputer. Then he explained the inherent fragility of the latter. It was living, he said, and subject to its own illnesses and diseases. The piping was sealed, and if it were ever breached, the memory fluid would become contaminated, the neural net would die, and in short order the ship would become a drifting hulk. He also explained that the Astron was actually a cluster ship, not a single cylinder, but a group of 3, 2 of which had long been abandoned. I had no idea that so much of the Astron was deserted and vacant, that as the crew had shrunk, it had gradually receded into the central cylinder. Even though the ship was a closed system and everything was recycled, there were still unavoidable losses. Over the generations, living in the Astron had been like living in a balloon with a slow leak. There was nothing that Thrush didn't seem to know about the Astron, from the plants and hydroponics to the vacuum vents and the recycling system that kept the air breathable, if not completely free from the stink of the crew. His thirst for knowledge was a part of Thrush's personality that I had never seen before. Or maybe it was a different personality entirely. With that new assessment went both respect and admiration. From time to time, I had a glimpse of what was really happening, but it was lost in my own eagerness to learn. Thrush was showing me his personal treasures, and I felt more and more in his debt. I wondered how I could have misjudged him so badly. Once Ophelia cornered me and said, "Thrush has no use for you, Sparrow. Be careful." When I grew sullen and didn't answer, she shrugged and said, "My God, you're such a fool," and drifted away. Crow and Loon were the next to try and reason with me.
"He means you no good, Sparrow,"
Crow warned. "How would you know?" I cried. "All of you combined against him a long time ago. You never gave him a chance." "He never gave us one," Loon said in a dry voice. "He doesn't lie," I said hotly. "Not with words, Sparrow." I didn't know what he meant and turned away. Behind me, Crow murmured, "Be careful, Sparrow. He's one of the uncounted. He violates ship's customs." I never asked what he meant, and I never noticed what was so obvious to Crow and Ophelia and everybody else. I envied Thrush his intelligence and his knowledge, and I envied him in other ways as well. I went out of my way to watch him as he exercised in the gymnasium and to admire the play of the muscles beneath his parchment-thin skin. When he sped through the corridors, his movements were fluid and precise, the mark of a man who knew exactly where he was in space at any given moment. More than anybody else on board, he was graceful. In short, I was blinded by his brilliance, his physical beauty, and what I had come to consider his generosity of mind. What I never would have believed, and what nobody could have told me, was that I was being seduced, and the whole ship was witness to it. I should have guessed, of course. Heron's jealousy should have been enough to warn me. What I clung to later was that I never confided in Thrush as I did in Crow, nor did I joke with him or gossip. And while I was relaxed during most of the time I spent with Crow or even with Snipe, I was never relaxed with Thrush. At times I tried to talk to him about my lost memories and what they meant to me, but he never encouraged it, and I knew that I was boring him. In turn, he seldom talked about himself, but it came as no surprise when he finally told me the captain had taken an interest in him. Once Thrush told me that, I should have anticipated the invitation to share a meal with him and the captain. Thrush hid his feelings of self-importance, but I was properly impressed and, of course, properly grateful. I told nobody else, but showed up early on the bridge, telling the guard that I was waiting for Thrush. Abel left just before Thrush arrived, his mouth turning down at the corners when he saw me, his greeting sour and perfunctory. Then Thrush arrived, and we kicked through the bridge area into the next compartment, the captain's private quarters. The captain was standing at a huge port, staring at the stars beyond, one hand lightly touching the glass and the other behind his back. I wondered if it was a pose for my benefit, but when we eventually left, he had resumed it. I knew I would never see outside the same way he did, and envied him his view. His nod to Thrush was casual, the one to me slightly less so. He offered his hand and I shook it once, formally, then glanced around the compartment while he greeted Thrush. There were paintings on the bulkheads, along with intricate string tapestries and comfortably padded slings. A desk and a dinner table stood in the middle. When I took a closer look, I discovered the paintings were of deserts and forests and canyons, on a planet that only the captain remembered firsthand. There was a murmur of conversation coming from somewhere behind me, and I glanced around, startled. I had thought we were the only ones there. Where the bulkheads met the overhead, there was a bank of view screens, dozens of them, showing compartment interiors with crewmen eating or sleeping, and corridors with tiny figures floating to their shifts in hydroponics and engineering. It bothered me that the captain could look into any area of the Astron any time he wanted, that while shadow screens gave us privacy when it came to each other, there was none at all when it came to him. I had seen the view screens scattered throughout the ship, but nobody had told me they were the eyes and ears of the captain.
Don't look so concerned, Sparrow. The peep screens are precautionary. I seldom watch them.
He gestured at the table, and Thrush and I floated over. A stony-faced crewman, Aeschylus, served us in silence, then quietly sat guard just outside the hatchway to the sleeping compartment. He kept an eye on us while we ate, and I decided Aeschylus was watchdog as well as waiter. The food was well-formed and tasty, but no better than what I had enjoyed with Noah and Huldah, or that Pippet served at Division Mess. If anything, it was a touch below the latter, the only indication the captain wasn't aware of everything that happened on board.
Tybalt says you become very proficient with the palm terminal.
This time I wasn't quite as naive. It was going to be a game of conversational chess, and I suspected he was better at it than Noah. Thrush is learning fast, too, I offered. The captain looked mildly surprised. Thrush shot me a wooden glance, and I realized too late that he hadn't wanted the captain to know. Another bite of food, and then,
"What else is happening in your life, Sparrow?"
I guessed that he wanted me to fill him in on the details of the mutiny, but I sidestepped the opportunity. Tybalt's told me about his landings. I realized immediately that I had made a mistake.
Oh? And what did he tell you?
He told me about his encounters with aliens, his near encounters. There was a sudden silence, except for the slight sounds of eating. Thrush was intent upon his plate, but the captain pushed his away and leaned back in his sling, his dark eyes curious.
"Why do you say near?"
"Because nobody else saw them," I said defensively. His smile tightened.
Perhaps nobody else was looking for them.
He twisted out of the sling and kicked over to the port, motioning me to follow. At the port, he put his hand lightly on my shoulder, and once again I felt as if I were back on the bridge.
Not everybody still believes in the mission, Sparrow. I know that.
I tensed, then cursed to myself, knowing he was reading my reactions with his hand as easily as I could read a palm terminal.
Relax, Sparrow. I already know their names.
He said it with just the right note of hurt in his voice, that not everybody shared his faith. I didn't say anything and realized too late. My silence told him what he wanted to know. I, too, no longer quite believed.
We haven't found life yet, though Tybalt's reports have been encouraging. I know some members of the crew have told you differently, Sparrow. I'm curious about what they said.
I searched his face, but saw only honest curiosity. I didn't want to say anything at all, but it was his opening gambit, and I couldn't stand there mute. "That has been 100 generations and 1,500 planets, and we haven't found anything," I said in a shaky voice.
1,500 planets.
He smiled.
That many.
He stared through the port a long moment, then said,
"And how many planets do you think are out there, Sparrow? Care to guess?"
"Millions," I said faintly.
"More like tens of millions, I should think. And the chances of life, Sparrow? What did your friend say about that?"
I tried desperately to keep my voice from fading away entirely. "That it wasn't very likely." He smiled again, but with no trace of humor.
"I didn't know we had so many scientists on board."
He waved his hand at outside, and I remembered how on the bridge he had made me feel important and filled me with a sense of purpose. I suspected he knew I didn't feel quite the same way now, but he couldn't know how much I regretted it.
"I've lived too long, Sparrow. I've seen stars explode and fill the void with light so bright it blinded all our view screens, and I've watched them shrink to blackened cinders. Stars whose moment of dying was just as brief as that of anybody on board. I've explored planets where red suns filled a third of the sky at dawning. I've seen worlds where the tides were made of molten rock. I've stood in rain that had been falling for 100 million years. And I've heard the crash of thunder under a sky so covered with clouds no living creature would ever see the heavens." I knew he could feel my trembling, but it didn't matter. I would change my mind later. I knew that too, but once again I would have died for him. He turned me around and held my shoulders with both hands while he stared into my eyes, reading what was passing through my mind as easily as he read a book. "The galaxy is huge beyond conception, Sparrow. We come from an infinitesimal portion of it, and we don't even know all of the laws that govern that. Knowing so little about our own small corner of it, does it make sense to propose theories about what's possible in the rest of it? Does it make sense to you, Sparrow?" "No, sir," I squeaked. He let me go and looked at Thrush. "What about you, Thrush? Does it make sense to you?" Thrush shook his head. "No, it doesn't, Captain." He managed to say it without sounding obsequious, and I wondered if he truly believed or was just a better actor than I. "What else did they tell you, Sparrow?" His mood had turned dark, and I felt a pinch of fear. "That you want to take the Astron into the dark." "And?" "That we couldn't possibly make it." "What do you think, Sparrow?" For just a moment, I had the feeling he wasn't asking the question of me, that he was asking it of somebody else, and that he had asked it many times before. "I'm not the one to judge, sir." He frowned. "I'm not asking you for anybody else's opinion, Sparrow. I'm asking you for yours." I took a breath. "The Astron is falling apart. I don't think the ship could make it." I waited for the overhead to fall and the bulkheads to collapse, but instead the captain turned back to the port and once again put his arm around my shoulders. "Are you familiar with Magellan, Sparrow? He sailed from a country called Spain back on Earth centuries ago, hoping to circumnavigate the world. He had 5 leaky ships and a few hundred men. Some of his ships were wrecked and most of his men died, but 3 years later one of his vessels returned to Spain. He had accomplished his mission. He had proved the earth was round." I fidgeted during the silence that followed while he stared, bemused, at outside. Finally, "Do you know what was really important in all of that, Sparrow?" I shook my head. "All anybody cared about was that he had done it. Nobody asked if his ships leaked. Nobody asked if his crews endured hardships. In the end, the only thing that mattered was whether or not he possessed the will." He turned away from me and looked back at outside. I hadn't finished eating, but I no longer had an appetite. Thrush mentioned that it was time for shift, and the captain nodded absently. Just before we floated out the hatch, he said, "What mattered was the will of one man, Sparrow. Only one." The captain had come close to persuading me once again.
He had almost recreated the brief moment of hero worship that existed for me the first time I met him. Almost, but not quite. The change was not in him so much as it was in me. I was perceptibly older and more aware of the ease with which he changed roles. He could inspire, he could lead, he could debate, he could instruct, he could be persuasive, and he could, I suspected, be cruel. Later I looked up Magellan in the computer files. What the captain had failed to tell me was that Magellan had died on the trip and never made it back to his ancient country of Spain. Once in the passageway, Thrush asked casually, "Interested in the creation of life, Sparrow?" I was still thinking about the captain and said offhand, "Sure." He drifted down the corridor. "Follow me. I'll show you how it all begins." It didn't strike me until later how confident he seemed, how very sure of himself he was. We ended up once again in reduction, but this time the chambers were empty. There were no black sheets over any of them. Still, my heart was beating faster than usual, and I wanted to leave. Thrush was in no hurry. He explained all the equipment in the compartment and how it worked while I dutifully drifted after him and tried to learn as much as I could. When the short tour was at an end, he reached inside his waistcloth and pulled out a pipe similar to Tybalt's and Crow's. "Want some smoke, Sparrow?" I glanced around to make sure the exhaust vents were on, and he said, "I turned them on when we came in." And I said, "Why not?" We sat there for a while, trading the pipe back and forth, while I thought of what the captain had said, and realized he hadn't told me much of anything at all. My fault, I supposed, because I had never asked him the same questions that Noah had asked me, but I would the next time. By the time I remembered why we had come to reduction, my head was swimming, and I had a case of the giggles. "Life," I said to Thrush, reminding him. "Life," he agreed. He put the pipe away and set up the microscope, then picked up a thin glass slide. "Human life," he said. "This is how it all begins, Sparrow." He unknotted his waistcloth. I watched, disbelieving. A few sweaty minutes later, he pushed the slide under some holders on the viewing stage and adjusted the focus controls as he looked through the eyepiece. When he had the proper focus, he stepped away. "Take a look, Sparrow. The little fish with tails on them. They fertilize the woman's egg, and we grow from that." I leaned over the eyepiece and watched the wriggling sperm with fascination. This was the beginning, from which would grow creatures with fingers and toes, hearts and brains, creatures that could walk and run, eat and think and feel, the only creatures who could do that in the entire universe. The wriggling things were what made Thrush and me and everybody else on board gods. I didn't learn until much later that what Thrush had done was something every male medical student on Earth tried at one time or another, and for the same reason. When I finally looked up, Thrush handed me a slide, grinning. "Those were mine, Sparrow. Let's see yours." I was lightheaded from the smoke and felt oddly disoriented and free. I hesitated only for a moment. I was vastly curious, and besides, it was for science. I was shyer than Thrush, and it took longer, but soon I was looking at my own sperm through the lens, thinking that on the slide below were hundreds of embryonic replicas of myself. I was still studying them through the lens when I felt Thrush's hand touch my shoulder. I was suddenly acutely aware of his closeness, of his nakedness, of the smoothness of his skin, of the smell of his body, of the times I had admired his grace in the gymnasium, of his kindness in explaining the operations of the ship, of how long it had been since I had had sex with Snipe, and of how many times I had slept alone since. I was dizzy and disoriented from the smoke, but very much aware of the warmth and privacy of reduction. I was totally relaxed and passive, limp in Thrush's arms holding me from behind. My feelings were those of a gratitude and admiration that verged on love. Afterward, when I was readjusting my waistcloth in the corridor outside, Thrush laughed and said, "You're easy, Sparrow." I watched him as he kicked down the corridor, feeling a slow flush build until it seemed like my skin was burning. My mind was blank until I got back to my own compartment. Then I was knotted with rage. I hit the side of the bulkhead with my fist, once, twice, then huddled in the sling and held my head in my hands. Thrush would not, of course, keep it to himself. "Something wrong, Sparrow?" Crow had stuck his head through the shadow screen. "Go away," I grunted. He looked at me in astonishment. "What happened to you?" "You'll laugh," I said. "You and everybody else." Something in my voice kept him from retreating. "You know I won't," he assured me. I wouldn't look at him for fear he would see my tears of anger. He saw them anyway. "Thrush," he said. I nodded. It would have been easy for anybody to guess the outcome of my brief friendship with Thrush. "What happened, Sparrow?" My mind was a confused mix of injured pride, impotent anger, and, most of all, a desperate need for reassurance of personal worth. I tried to explain it all to Crow, but what I said didn't make much sense even to me. The heart, I learned then, is a poor thing to think with. When I was finally through, Crow looked puzzled. "Thrush has been with almost everybody on board. Nobody's going to think the less of you for it." I stared at him. "Were you ever with him?" He shrugged. "Nobody refuses anybody the first time, Sparrow. Ship's custom. It's not that important." I tried to tell him that it wasn't just what other crew members might think of me, but what I thought of myself. For the rest of my life I would hear Thrush's laughter and know that he had played a game and I had let him win. "So you lost your pride. That's not much of a commodity on board." "I want it back," I gritted. "It's foolish to let somebody have power over you because of that," Crow said gently. "That's why Thrush did it, you know." What he was saying would make sense to me the next time period, or the one after that, but right then I was too fragile to be able to think about it logically. I rocked in the sling, and Crow said, "Do you want me to leave, Sparrow?" I tried to answer, but couldn't. Crow frowned, then said, "Do you want me to stay?" I sat there, mute, and he stroked my chest and said again, "It's not that important, Sparrow," and spent the rest of the sleep period with me. When I woke later, alone in the compartment, I realized wryly that I had gone through essentially the same experience twice in the same time period. But despite the similarities, Thrush had become more of an enemy, and Crow had become more of a friend. The difference was that one had taken away my pride and the other had given it back. Nobody but Crow ever understood that. Chapter 12. I didn't know what to expect at breakfast. I was prepared for any comments. My fellow crewmen watched as covertly and as intently as they had when I first got out of sickbay, but nobody said anything. A few speculative looks made me flush, but there were no jokes, no laughter. Apparently nobody considered what had happened important, though my reaction to it was of great interest to them. I was relieved. I couldn't tell whether Thrush was disappointed or not. I glared at him and felt my anger surge when he stared blandly back. We were two apes, he and I had presented. Thrush had proved to himself that he was the alpha primate. I choked down my meal, and when Noah got out the chess pieces, I tried to forget Thrush and concentrate on the board opposite me. I played very badly. There would be other games with Thrush, I thought, and next time the outcome would be different. But for now, Crow was right. There were more important things to worry about. During the next dozen shifts, when I was alone at the terminal pad, I checked through the ship's inventory of EVA suits, helmets, sets of inner weave, life support packs, and exploration supplies. According to the figures, we had suffered only normal attrition from the thousands we had started with, considering the centuries that had passed. There shouldn't be any problem for the exploration parties. I didn't believe it. I told Crow my worries, and one time period between shifts we went to exploration to inspect the suits racked against the bulkhead. "Look at this." Crow held one out to me by the sleeve, and I floated over. "Would you be willing to wear this?" He tugged gently where the cloth met the metal disconnect at the wrist. It stretched slightly, then parted evenly at the metal. Anyone wearing the suit and putting pressure on the disconnect would have lost his air supply in an instant. The suit was old, as old as the captain himself. "They'll check them before they're actually used," I said, not completely convinced. But I didn't leave it to anybody else. I still had vivid memories of the rotten length of rope on SETI 4. I checked the suits, and I checked the helmets as well to make sure they were fully transparent, that the plastic hadn't fogged over with age so you couldn't see the faces of those wearing them. Finally, I inspected the life support packs and the transceivers. There would be no communications failure this time. As we got closer to the Aquinas system, the rest of the teams checked everything once again, and both Crow and I felt foolish. I was assured the teams always took great care in inspecting the equipment, but nobody yet had come up with a credible explanation for what had happened to me on SETI 4. Even though we were still months away from Aquinas II, the lectures by Ophelia and other seniors in exploration grew more frequent and intense, the audience more alert. There were few sleepers now. For those members who had never been through a landing, their first planet would be a rite of passage, entitling them to full membership in the crew. The watches in the plotting room and at the terminal pads became longer and more nerve-wracking. Information on the Aquinas system was flowing in and had to be broken down and analyzed so shops could make the necessary adjustments in landing gear. Would we be using balloon probes, or would we actually go in with the lander? Was there an atmosphere? Was the surface temperature compatible with human exploration? There had been no signature that would indicate any form of life, but excitement was running high, especially among those for whom this was a first landing. They had yet to be disappointed at finding nothing but rock and sand or methane ice and a swirl of deadly gases. I discovered I wasn't nearly as dubious about the possibilities of life in the universe as I had thought. Finally, one particular time period, Crow and I were scheduled to go outside on a simulated repair and rescue mission of In-Between Station. No problems were anticipated. The gear had been checked, and so had Crow and I, even down to our pulse rates and response times. It was a first-step exercise, meaning they wouldn't actually launch the station itself. We would leave the Astron through a lock and meet at a predetermined spot a kilometer away in open space. The object was to familiarize us with the use of tether lines and teach us maneuverability in space. "Suit up! Let's go, Sparrow!" A group of us were standing in the first-level airlock. Crow, myself, Thrush, Snipe, Loon, and Heron, all of us looking eager, with the possible exception of Thrush, who took great care never to look eager about anything. I took off my waistcloth and pulled on the inner weave, making sure the connections were tight and the small tubing was leak-proof, then the main suit. Tybalt helped me on with my helmet and tightened the grippers around the neck disconnect. I ran a quick check of the support system, switching on the transceiver for a final check. "Can you hear me, Crow?" I could see Snipe and Ophelia wince. Tybalt motioned with his hand for me to cut the volume. "Too loud and too clear, Sparrow." Crow was smiling in his own helmet, and I had a sudden premonition, remembering all too well how the system sun of SETI 4 had glinted off the helmets and turned them to gold, completely hiding the faces of their wearers. There was a yellow glow off to one side in my helmet, and Tybalt's voice filtered through the helmet speakers.
"You all right, Sparrow? Your perspiration rate's way up." "Just remembering SETI 4, I said. "SETI 4? Then, sharply, "Forget SETI 4. Concentrate on what you're doing." "Time!" Ophelia called. I waved a gloved hand at her, winked at Snipe, and crowded into the airlock behind Crow. There was a short wait, and I could feel the suit stiffen as the air was evacuated from the lock. A moment later, when the hatch rolled open, Crow and I stepped out into nothing. Position, I thought, concentrating on the direction indicators in the heads-up display set in the plastic of the helmet. The course had already been predetermined by computers. All I had to do was keep a small red circle in the crosshairs of the indicators. I gave the maneuvering jets a brief squirt and watched the ship dwindle beneath me. For the first time I saw the Astron from the outside. I could see the 3 individual cylinders that made up the vessel, located where the hatch was, and then tried to guess the location of the various compartments. The main cylinder was easy. There were the glass steel doors of the hangar deck and the bulge that held hydroponics in the engine compartment. The bridge was easy, too, and the captain's cabin just behind it, plus a whole section directly behind that, which I hadn't even known existed. He lived like a king, I thought. Rank did indeed have its privileges, as he had once told me. "Quit gawking, Sparrow! Pay attention!" Ophelia's voice in the headset was so tinny, I could tell it was her only by the harshness. I squinted up at the direction indicators, noting the red circle was far off the crosshairs. It was easy to adjust if you were only a little off. If you were way off, it was easy to overshoot, which is what I did. Crow's voice was a little fainter than Ophelia's. "Aim to your right and down, Sparrow." I missed the first time, but made it the second. Right on course, I thought with relief. The lights inside my helmet had turned a deep orange. When I got back, they would have to drain the sweat from my boots. The ship had become a small blob of light, almost a full kilometer away. A few hundred meters distant were the faint flares of Crow's maneuvering jets, cutting in and out as he maintained position. A little more and we would have circled opposite sides of an imaginary in-between station and met at the top. A brief handshake and back to the Astron so the next pair of would-be space explorers could step off. "Watch your course, Sparrow!" Ophelia again. I swore to myself. She was one of the few seniors who could make me sweat, and my helmet was fogged enough as it was. I turned slowly, taking my eyes off Crow for only a second, to stare at the universe around me. There was the thick glow indicating the center of the galaxy, still hidden by the dust clouds in Sagittarius, the clumps of stars outlining the arms, and then the rifts of almost total blackness that marked the space between the arms and between the various spurs that jutted out from them. The dark. The sense of solitude was overwhelming, and I quickly turned toward the ship again. This was no time to lose my nerve. "Heads up, Sparrow!" Crow was drifting maybe 5 meters away, his locator lights bright against the blackness. I reached toward him, but he stubbornly remained a few meters distant. The arcs that both of us had traveled had straightened into parallel lines, but my tether cord was short. I gave a short blast with the maneuvering jets and without thinking tugged on the tether line for more slack. I shot past Crow, my tether line trailing behind. It had parted somewhere behind me, worn out by how many centuries of use. I felt the same sharp disbelief that I had felt on SETI 4 when the climbing rope parted. I panicked. I gave the maneuvering jets full throttle to get back on station and ended up cartwheeling in space, the stars spinning lazily around my head. "Slack off your jets, Sparrow!" Ophelia's voice was sharp. "Crow, get back to the ship. That's an order." Then, to me, "Use your maneuvering jets to stabilize, Sparrow. Do it, now!" I tried several short blasts, and the field of stars settled down. "Turn toward the ship. Try a short burst to see if you're headed right, and then a series of short bursts. Watch your fuel." There was a note of worry in her voice. I pressed the hand switches for a brief burst on both jets. Nothing happened. She was too late with her warning about the fuel. I had already expended the last of it.
In my headphones, Ophelia muttered, "Christ!" There was chatter from a number of sources now. "Distance, 1/2 kilometer, opening fast. I can get him. Orders, Crow, back to the ship. You haven't fuel, have to rescue. Who's practiced the maneuver? Triage, triage, triage!" The Astron had shrunk to a small bulb of light that was rapidly growing dimmer. I didn't know my own velocity, but I knew that in a few minutes I would be beyond rescue. It would take hours to get a lander ready for operation. By that time, my life support systems would have failed, and I would be nothing more than a frozen, drifting derelict. Twice within a few months, I had come close to death, and this time I was convinced it was the end. There was no one to hold my hand, no fond farewells. There would only be an increasing sense of loneliness until I finally suffocated in my body wastes. It had been a short life, and not an entirely happy one, but this time I couldn't blame fate or ill luck. I had been foolish. I stared out at the stars and tried to think of nothing at all. I was past panic or even regret. When next I met Crow and Snipe and the others on board, it would be as part of the great egg. I floated there in silence, a tiny speck in the immensity of space, staring out at the multitudes of distant stars, shattered bits of crystal set against depths of absolute blackness. Here and there the stars were obscured by faint stretches of luminosity that marked vague clouds of gases heated by the suns buried within. The darkness itself was smothering, reminding me of times on board the Astron when I had been alone in closed compartments and the glow tubes had failed. I was buried alive in a thick, silent blackness where nothing had both texture and substance. The loneliness hit me first. Inside the Astron, I had been sandwiched between layers of life, from the hundreds of crewmen who crowded the corridors and the working spaces to the racks of dense foliage and hydroponics. I had been immersed in the stink and the sweat and the feel of life. And now I was alone, surrounded by nothing at all. If the Astron had shrunk to the size of a grain of sand, the nearest star system, aside from Aquinas, would have been an impossible 10,000 kilometers distant. I had been a creature on that grain of sand, wondering about the possibility of other creatures on other grains of sand on a beach a continent away. In all that vast arena of nothing, the only life was on board the Astron. I suddenly ached for the presence of my fellow crew members. I would have given all my meager possessions just to hear Tybalt belch or smell Abel's rancid breath. I shivered and thought of the captain staring at the stars through the huge ports on the bridge. To me, space was bleak and cold and dead. But when the captain looked at the stars, he saw only the possibility of life. And if life was not to be found here, then perhaps it would be found there, or maybe there. The trouble with possibilities is that there is no end to them. I shivered inside my suit and had my final revelation. All that was blessed in the universe was on the Astron, or represented by that thin green layer of scum, as Ophelia put it, that covered distant Earth. Like Tybalt, the captain believed, and because he believed, he was going to risk us all. Unlike him and Tybalt, Noah and Ophelia and Crow had lost any interest in searching for life without, because they had become obsessed with saving the life within, and a moment more and I might have solved at least one of the mysteries that had slowly grown in the back of my mind. But the bubble of thought burst with the renewed chatter in my headphones. "Sparrow, turn toward the ship!" The voice was a tinny rattle in my helmet, distorted and hollow. I couldn't tell who it was, but from the bark and sense of command, I thought it must be Ophelia. I jerked around and made out the pinpoint of a maneuvering jet, and then the faint blur of helmet lights coming closer. It wasn't Ophelia. The movements were too smooth, too graceful. But even closer up, I couldn't tell who it was. Their helmet was as foggy as mine, and all I could see was a diffused yellow-orange glow, with vague features hidden within. Crow, I thought. They had sent Crow back to get me. When we were 10 meters apart, the figure stopped, and once again I was drifting away from it. They had tied 2 or 3 tether lines together, but it was still too short. The figure didn't hesitate a moment, but cut free of the cord and came after me, catching up with short bursts of its maneuvering rockets. It clamped an arm around my own and turned us both back to the small globe of light that marked the ship. "Are you all right?" It was hard to make out the words in the distorted rattle that filled my headphones. "I'm fine," I said. I couldn't believe that I was as calm as I sounded. "Have to find the tether line. Short on fuel." We would have to search for it in the dark. The tether line didn't glow by itself, and there was no light from a primary that might reflect off it. We both moved our hands around in space, feeling for it. Neither of us could see anything in the darkness, and the chances were very good that we were drifting away from it. "The stars!" I blurted. "The line will blot out the stars behind it." And then I spotted it. A thin black snake moving across the field of broken crystal. There was a sudden blur in front of my helmet, lit by the glow from my warning lights, and I grabbed for it. We pulled ourselves along the line in silence, both afraid to speak for fear we might congratulate each other too soon. The lights of the Astron grew rapidly closer. Those on board were reeling us in as well. At last the hatch came into view, and gloved hands reached out to tug us on board. Moments later I heard the hiss of air, then felt somebody working the grippers at my neck disconnect to lift off my helmet. I gulped fresh oxygen and managed to smile at Tybalt, who tried to look stern but didn't quite make it. At his side, Crow was grinning in relief. I gaped. It hadn't been Crow who had gone out to get me. He hadn't even suited up. I whirled around to stare at Snipe, behind me, shucking off her suit. "You," I said, bewildered. As usual, she kept her poker face. She said, "I didn't think anybody could be that clumsy." Ophelia interrupted. "Triage, Sparrow." The logical choice was to send somebody who had practiced a rescue maneuver before, but whose absence wouldn't cripple the ship if they failed. They had sent Snipe because they could afford to lose her. For a crewman who felt as unimportant as I did, that bit of knowledge was to cement a relationship that lasted for as long as Snipe lived. Ophelia gave Snipe the smallest of approving pats. "You'll go out again 2 shifts from now, Sparrow. And next time, do it right." I went back to Crow's compartment, only half listening to his words of sympathy. Loon sat in a corner and played his harmonica while Crow tried to cheer me up. I stared moodily out at St. Mark's Square, watching while the projection recycled twice. "You're not listening," Crow said, suddenly worried. "Who was in the lock?" I asked. He looked surprised. "You know who. Snipe, myself, and Loon, you, Thrush, Heron, Tybalt, and Ophelia." It was so obvious, I thought. "I want to go back there." I slipped out through the shadow screen, Crow and Loon following in silence. There was nobody around the lock area, and the tether lines had been returned to exploration. I ducked back into the corridor, not caring whether Crow and Loon followed or not. It was between shifts, and exploration was deserted. All the drums of tetherline were stowed against the far bulkhead, all except one, which had been left out for repair. "We'll have to unwind it," I said. Crow looked uncertain, and Loon said slowly, "Why do you want to see it, Sparrow?" "It was a faulty tether," I said. "I want to see just how faulty." Crow shrugged, and they set the drum on the cable spindle with an empty at the other end. I watched it intently as the cable slowly unwound. It would be at the very beginning, I thought, where it had snaked back into the ship and attached to a ring bolt just beyond the lock. Crow was still uneasy.
The shift will come by soon, Sparrow. I don't care.
He shot a glance at Loon. Both of them looked unhappy. I slowed the tether when it was nearly unwound and let it run through my hands, then held on to it when the end finally slipped off the drum. Crow examined it and said carefully,
"There's nothing wrong with it, Sparrow."
The end, where it had been secured to the ring bolt, was wrapped, as were all tether lines, with no indication of fraying or cutting. Crow was right. There was nothing wrong with it. I rocked back on my heels, frustrated, then grabbed the end for a closer look. The tether line would have been threaded through a ring bolt, and the end then whipped back on itself and clamped to the main portion of the line that ran out through the open hatch. The line would have been squeezed by the clamp, and I should have been able to feel and see where the clamp had been. It would have taken more than a few hours for that part of the line to recover. But the line was supple, and there was no difference in thickness where a clamp might have bit into it. I knew without even asking that Thrush or Heron had been in charge of securing the line, that they had threaded the end of it through the clamp but had never tightened down on it. Any slight pull and the line would have run freely through the clamp and out the hatch. "Somebody tried to kill me," I said. Both Crow and Loon struggled with the idea, but it was too novel a concept for them. Even when I carefully explained what must have happened, if the line had been cut or frayed, maybe it would have been easier for them to believe. I read the doubt on their faces, but all I could think of was SETI 4 and the time in sickbay when somebody had murmured "down the hatch" and held a drinking tube to my lips. Crow shook his head, the sweat flying off his nose in little droplets.
"You're wrong, Sparrow," he said earnestly. "Nobody tried to kill you. Nobody could."
Loon nodded in hasty agreement, though neither of them offered an alternative explanation of why the line had pulled free. They couldn't accept the conclusion I had so eagerly jumped to. But I was convinced I was right. Somebody was trying to kill me. And on board the Astron, where life was revered above all else, that should have been impossible. Chapter 13. Nobody on the exploration team agreed with me, but I remained convinced that somebody on board had tried to murder me. Even Ophelia struggled with the idea and couldn't accept it. To her, as to the others, it was impossible. She was the first to suggest that I'd become obsessed with Thrush. In the back of my mind, there was the growing belief that perhaps she was right. She pointed out that the fault might lie with the clamp itself, that perhaps the threads had been stripped and it wouldn't tighten down. I couldn't prove it either way. The clamp had been tossed on a small heap of other clamps, some of which had stripped threads. Thrush could have deliberately chosen a faulty one, I said, at which point Ophelia lost her temper. Even when it was proven that other crew members could have had access to the clamp and the tether, I persisted. "It was Thrush," I said bitterly to Crow when we were alone in his compartment. "He was on the inspection team." Crow wasn't sure whether to humor me or be realistic.
"So were others."
Then, cautiously,
"Why Thrush? What motivation?"
"He hates me, you know that." Crow looked blank, and for once, even Loon struck me as slow-witted.
"Enough to kill you?"
I nodded.
"Because of the time the two of you were alone in reduction?"
Crow struggled with his disbelief.
"You hated him for that. I don't think hatred was what he felt for you."
I opened my mouth to reply, then changed my mind. Thrush had disliked me when I had first seen him on board the lander, and had gone out of his way to humiliate me, at least to myself, if not to the crew. But murder? In the end, I had nothing more than my own convictions, but my hatred of him was strong enough that I didn't want to question them. After that, Thrush and I exchanged hard looks whenever we met. I was close to being out of control, and he sensed my inner violence and avoided me. He didn't come around to practice with the computer, and was usually early or late for meals, so we spent a minimum amount of time glaring at each other over our food trays. It was different in the gymnasium. Thrush would have lost face if he had left upon my arrival. We competed in the gym, he and I, no matter what apparatus was in play. And then Tybalt introduced physical contact drills on a just-in-case basis, to the great distaste of most of the members of the exploration teams. Oddly, it wasn't Crow who was the best at tumbling or putting your partner on the mat. He was afraid of his own strength, with the result that he tended to be too slow and cautious. Hawk and Eagle, the youngest members of our team, were easily the most skilled. They were evenly matched, and probably because they were young, relatively small, and unafraid of each other, their matches were quick and almost a pleasure to watch. Heron was good, which surprised me, and so was Snipe. Thrush and I were in the middle range, not as good as the best, but better than the worst. Tybalt watched both of us closely, especially when we were pitted against each other. The first time he raised an eyebrow. The second time he prefaced the bout with a warning. There was no third time. It was apparent to even the dullest that Thrush and I were perfectly willing to hurt each other, something other participants avoided at all costs. I might have anticipated the reaction of the crew. That somebody would deliberately hurt somebody else was appalling. Nobody had particularly liked Thrush. Now they went out of their way to avoid him, and they avoided me as well. We were antagonists, and our fellow crewmen gave us plenty of room in which to circle each other and maneuver. They made no attempt to hide the fact that they found the situation distasteful, that because Thrush and I were capable of a violence they abhorred, there was a gulf between them and us. Between most of them and us. But not all. Matters came to a head with the rape of Pippet. Crow and I had gone to hydroponics after shift one time period, intent on sampling the new crops. We were halfway back in the huge compartment when we heard muffled sobbing 3 rows over. We glanced at each other in surprise, then hastily circled around the intervening nutrient troughs. Pippet was clinging to some vines, naked, her waistcloth stuffed in a nearby trough. The tears rolling down her cheeks emphasized the bruises on her face and breasts. I knew what had happened without even asking. I remembered what Snipe had told me. I remembered the first meal I had taken in exploration when Thrush had stared with hatred at Pippet and Crow. And I remembered Crow telling me that Thrush violated ship's customs. Whatever beliefs the rest of the crew held, Thrush obviously didn't share them. Crow held her in his arms, and I gently stroked her head and asked, "What happened?" "Thrush," she confirmed, doing her best to hold back the sobs. Crow gripped her tightly, murmuring reassurances in her ear. "I refused. He had no right." This time, Crow couldn't deny that evil had been done. The evidence was at hand. The struggle was apparent on his suddenly pale face. He desperately wanted to hurt another human being, but could barely bring himself to think about it. Doing anything about it was beyond him. His great strength was no help, and I suspected Thrush had known that. For a moment it looked as if Crow would be sick. "Why did he do it?" Crow asked. He was staring at me when he asked it, but he wasn't seeing me at all, nor was he talking to me. He was talking to somebody else, somebody he had known before. I felt helpless. I could give him no answers. "Take her to sickbay," I said. "Give Abel something to do for a change." "Thrush," he whispered. "I'll report it to the captain," I said. But I had a score to settle with Thrush first. Crow nodded and helped Pippet past the rows of nutrient tubing to the far hatch, holding her against his chest with one free arm while he used the other to propel himself along the bulkhead rings. I watched them go. Once they had left, I sped through the corridors to exploration, glancing through the hatch just long enough to determine that Thrush wasn't there. The next stop was the gymnasium. Thrush wasn't among the sweating crew members. I shot through the hatch to the other side. Once outside the gym, I slowed down. Thrush couldn't be that calm. I doubted even that the rape had been premeditated. He had probably run across Pippet in hydroponics and hadn't been able to resist taking what he wanted when he wanted it. As I had found out for myself, Lust is the enemy of logical thought. Afterward, he would have gone someplace in the ship where he could plan what to do next, what story he might offer, whom he could go to for protection. He might go to the captain, I thought, but I didn't think even the captain would help him, and I suspected he knew that. I finally found him on the dimly lit hangar deck. Heron was with him, talking fast and low while Thrush listened with obvious contempt. I guessed that Heron was urging him to go immediately to the captain with his own explanation of what had happened. I gave Thrush credit for realizing there was no explanation to offer. At first, they didn't know I was there. Then Thrush noticed me standing inside the hatchway and said, "I thought it would be Crow." "He's taking Pippet to sickbay," I said. "She isn't hurt. Nothing happened to her that hasn't happened before." He was watching me, gauging my reactions. I was different from the rest of the crew, and so was he. Nobody else would have anticipated violence, but I knew he was prepared for it. "You left marks," I said. He grinned. "She wasn't as easy to persuade as you were." I almost lost what little control I had left. "Why Pippet?" I asked. It was hard to keep my voice from shaking. For the first time since I had known him, his facade broke. "I love her," he said fiercely. "Everybody knows that." His face was pink with anger, and the anger made him ugly. He was laying claim to property he considered his own, and he couldn't understand why anybody would dispute it. "You shouldn't have touched her," I said in a dead voice. I braced myself against a bulkhead, bent my knees, and sprang at him. He dodged easily, taking refuge in a corner where the tether lines were racked. "What do you think you're doing, Sparrow?" There was no alarm in his voice. He knew what I intended. "Beat you," I grunted. I couldn't admit even to myself that I was thinking of something more than just a beating. I grabbed for Thrush again, and he scrambled deeper into the tangle of tether lines and life support cables. He showed no fear, though he had every reason to be afraid of me. Contemptuously, "You'll have to come after me, Sparrow." I burrowed into the nest of lines, and he dodged farther back, hoping I would entangle myself in the ropes. I managed to grab his ankle, but he shook me off and then was free, floating in the middle of the hangar deck, waiting for me as I struggled out of the snarl of rope. Heron danced beside him, shouting curses as I pushed through the last of the tether lines. A solitary glow tube illuminated the middle of the broad metal prairie, leaving in shadow the corners and the sides where the curving overhead met the deck. I sensed vague movements in the darkened recesses, evidence we had attracted an audience. Crow had probably left Pippet in able safekeeping and tracked us down, picking up Loon and others along the way. I pushed off from a deck ring, but Thrush anticipated me, darting forward to butt his head into my stomach. I grabbed him and whirled him around, locking an arm around his neck. "You tried to kill me," I said in a low voice, holding my wrist tight with my other hand so he couldn't get away. "You used a faulty clamp on purpose." "Don't be a fool," he gasped. "I'm the first one they'd suspect." His logic distracted me, and I didn't expect it when he jammed an elbow in my ribs, knocking the wind out of me. I loosened my hold and we spiraled away from each other, then grabbed floor rings and came back to slowly circle each other again. "Thrush, catch!" The shrill voice belonged to Heron. Something flashed in the dim light, and Thrush caught it. I felt a moment of panic then, wondering what Heron had thrown him. Thrush disappeared into the shadows, and I slowly turned, not knowing where or when he would come at me. But he wouldn't leave the hangar deck. He couldn't afford to turn down a challenge. Not from me. He suddenly sped out of the darkness, missing me by what seemed mere centimeters. It took a moment to realize that he hadn't missed at all, that he had slashed me across the arm and chest with something sharp, and blood was welling from the slits. I shook myself, and small red droplets went flying through space. A collective gasp came from our frightened audience in the shadows. I twisted slowly in the air, too late to stop Thrush from gashing my right thigh. It wasn't a knife, I thought, or I would be dead by now. It was probably a piece of metal or broken plastic, scavenged from a cannibalized rover. Thrush had tasted victory, and when next he flashed by, his eyes glittering in the dusk, he was careless. I caught him by the wrist and twisted hard, catching a sharp piece of metal when it flew from his hand. "My turn," I murmured. I slashed his cheek and caught his upper arm with the metal, then wrapped my legs around his waist, slippery with sweat, and held the metal strip to his neck. I could feel his muscles relax. He knew if he made any movement at all, I would cut his throat. "Tell me why," I said in a low voice. "I told you. Not Pippet," I said. "Me. All along, why me?" "You know why," he whispered. "I'm the better man." I didn't have time to wonder what he meant. There were hurried movements in the shadows now, a scurrying, and then the remaining glow tubes started to flicker on. "Go ahead. Got it," Thrush muttered. "It's the last chance you'll get." I wanted him to whimper, to be afraid, to plead, but he wasn't going to do any of those. And by not doing them, he was going to win once more. I fought with myself, then abruptly made up my mind. I couldn't afford to lose again. I tensed my arm to pull the blade across his windpipe, and only then did I catch any tremor of fear from him. For his sake and mine, it was enough. I held him a moment longer, then cursed and let him go, throwing away the bloody strip of metal. Suddenly Tybalt grabbed my arm and yanked me to one side, while Banquo did the same to Thrush. The overhead glow tubes were all on now, and I stared at the audience with surprise. It looked as if half the crew had assembled to watch the fight. "You're a fool," Tybalt grunted as he hustled me toward the hatch. "You never were before, but for some reason I don't understand, you become one now." Abel attended to both of us in sickbay, Banquo and little Quince standing by as guards. Quince was shy, unwilling to look directly at either me or Thrush. Both he and Banquo carried short rods of thick metal which I supposed were meant to be clubs. I wondered if they would actually use them and guessed that Quince definitely wouldn't, but that Banquo might. Thrush and I glared at each other, but both of us knew better than to start the fight all over again. Abel worked quickly, carefully squeezing together the edges of the cut on my thigh and spraying it with an antiseptic adhesive. It stung and I winced, not afraid to show it. Thrush had made a face when Abel closed the wound on his arm, and that gave me permission to do the same, or so I felt. "You should have thought it might hurt before making idiots of yourselves," Abel said. "But neither of you were thinking, were you?" "My face," I said. "Will it scar?" He shrugged. "Both of you will probably scar, but nobody on board is going to feel sorry for you if you do." I looked at Thrush only once, and that to verify what my nose had told me. Sometime during the fight he had pissed in his waistcloth. I took grim satisfaction in that, then remembered he had challenged me to cut his throat even though he had been scared to death. A brave man and a dangerous one. I had humiliated him, and he would never get over it. But the overwhelming hatred I felt for him had burned itself out. So had any attraction. Abel had just finished stitching up Thrush when there was a small commotion in the corridor and the captain pushed in through the shadow screen. He nodded at Abel. "You can finish up later." After the fat doctor had gone, the captain sat on the magnetic countertop, gripping the edge so he wouldn't float off. "I don't suppose either of you has an explanation," he said quietly. Thrush looked away and said nothing. Finally I said, "Did you talk to Pippet?" I was surprised by the antagonism in my voice. He nodded. "I saw her and talked to her. Right now I'm more interested in why the two of you tried to kill each other." I glanced at Thrush. "He would have killed me," I said. The captain looked irritated. "And in all likelihood you would have killed him if you hadn't been stopped." "I stopped myself." I said, sullen. His eyes were very bright and very thoughtful. Answer my question, Sparrow. Why? I'm a friend of Pipit's, I said. So was Thrush at one time. My jaw dropped. He shot a contemptuous look at Thrush and said, Not a very wise one or a very compassionate one. You were in love with her, weren't you, Thrush? And when she didn't return it, you began to hate her. Thrush looked away, sullen, and didn't answer. The captain slipped off the counter and floated in silence for a moment while he devised a punishment. Both of you are in Coventry until we arrive at Aquinas II. When not on station, you're confined to quarters except by special permission. There'll be no talking to each other or to anybody else except in the line of duty. All crew members are likewise forbidden to talk to you or have anything to do with you. If they do, the same punishment applies to them. He turned to Thrush. You're dismissed. Sparrow, I want to see you in my quarters, now. I floated after him, trailed by a nervous Quince and Banquo. Once in the captain's office, they were excused and we were alone, the captain lounging in his sling and I floating unhappily in front of him, the huge port with its view of outside on my left, and the array of peep screens with their subdued chatter on my right. You fought for Pipit's honor, he mocked. How noble. Crow couldn't, I said in a brittle voice. You're right, he couldn't. I imagine he went through a very personal little hell when the two of you discovered Pipit. But that doesn't mean that nobody else would have fought for her, or that the crew wouldn't have thought of some suitable punishment for Thrush. You were a little too eager, Sparrow. Why? Objections flooded my throat, but I choked them off. Anything I said would only succeed in condemning me. Pipit will recover, Sparrow, but if you hadn't been interrupted, Thrush never would have. Thrush violated ship's custom, I finally said, quoting Loon. Ship's custom. The captain thought about it for a moment. Sparrow, we have our drills and our duties on board, but we can't work all the time. Sex is the great leveler. What people do to fill up the empty hours, the empty feelings. Nobody's exempt from sharing themselves with their fellow crew members, at least once. Thrush had already been with her, I said in a low voice. It was her right to refuse him after that. You're so sure she did? Yes, I said. She wouldn't lie. He looked in my eyes, and I would have sworn he read my mind. Tell me, Sparrow, were you thinking of Pipit when you were getting up the nerve to slit Thrush's throat? The hot words died on my tongue. He waved at the peep screens behind him. There are no secrets, Sparrow. I thought you knew that. I paled. The captain had watched Thrush and me in reduction. So you know I had reason to hate him, I said in a husky voice. Before, during, or after? The captain leaned forward in the sling. Not before. You'd found a friend you empathized with. And not during, certainly. Only after. Why, Sparrow? A sense of betrayal when he said you'd been an easy conquest? I stood there, white-faced and mute. Well, why? He roared. Because you felt ashamed? Because you'd lost your pride? Thrush is the only real scientist we've got on board, and you would have slit his throat like a pig at slaughter over something schoolboys have done since time began. We were smoking, I started, so you could lose the inhibitions you didn't want anyway. He looked at me in disgust and relaxed back in the sling, clasping his hands behind his head. Were you hurt in the heart, Sparrow? I could feel the color rise in my face and shook my head. He smiled faintly. I didn't think so. You're not the type. So it must have been your ego. Sarcastically. He hurt your feelings. He humiliated me, I said desperately. I didn't say he was wise, Sparrow. only valuable." The silence gathered, and I waited to be dismissed, but he was in no hurry.
"I don't know why he did it, Sparrow."
He shrugged.
"Maybe he wanted to know you better. That's one way, especially if you're lacking in empathy. For a young man, sex is the fool's gold of the emotions."
He turned to look at the peep screens, and I knew a quick scan told him everything he wanted to know about what was happening on board.
2,000 years,
he said quietly.
"I did everything there was to do in the first 200, and then I got bored. I had sex with everybody in the crew. I found all the buttons you can push, all the possible movements and positions, all the phrases you can utter, all the promises you can make. I indulged in all of my fantasies and all of theirs. Then my interest turned clinical, and I merely watched. Now I look away because it sickens me. Monkeys masturbating in a zoo."
He looked back at where I stood, sweaty and embarrassed.
"That's not cynicism, Sparrow. That's reality. My reality, at any rate. Unlike the rest of the crew, I can't make permanent liaisons. I can't take lovers or become attached. What's a moment for me is a lifetime for others, and I have to watch them grow old and dry and feeble. It's like a time-lapse film of a rose whose petals curl and brown and eventually drop off."
He paused and looked at me quizzically.
"You don't know what time-lapse photography is, do you? Or even a rose? Sorry, Sparrow. I forgot."
The meeting was over, and I turned to leave.
"I regret what happened to Pippet, but she'll get over it. So will you. Thrush won't. He wants something very badly, but he can't have it."
He waved a hand, and I left, wondering why he had defended Thrush when it was obvious that Pippet and I were the aggrieved. At least Pippet was. I wasn't so sure of myself anymore, and the more I thought about it, the more I despaired. Nobody else on board would have reacted as I did. That convinced me once again that I had little in common with the rest of the crew. I had begun as a freak, and a freak I would remain. Chapter 14. I got used to the silence easier than I thought. It spared me defending behavior the rest of the crew found irrational, and for which I really had no defense. We neither thought alike nor felt alike, and any explanations I cared to offer would have made no sense to them. I wasn't sure they would have made sense to me. Not everybody disapproved, if that's the word. I noticed at mealtime that Pippet always found something extra to put on my plate. And when we jostled through the hatchway entering or leaving exploration, Crow would be at my side and find a moment to squeeze my shoulder. If the captain had been watching, he would have seen nothing, or so I thought. At least Banquo and Abel never did. As for myself, I had changed. Until the fight, I had been 17. Now I had almost killed a man, and 17 was long ago. Most of the crew ignored me, but Tybalt and Noah did little things to show they remained friends. After meals, Noah played games of chess with himself, and I would float over to watch. I quickly discovered that I was always his unseen opponent. He would open with one of the moves I usually used, and then play the game as if I were sitting opposite him. He was a master player and seldom made a move on my behalf, of which I disapproved. Occasionally he caught my eye, and I thought I could see a smile, though it was nothing any peep screen could have detected. Tybalt was stern and, for him, officious, but there was always time for an impromptu lecture and smoke in the privacy of the small exploration office. I quickly discovered there were certain benefits to living in Coventry. Forbidden to talk, I found myself listening and observing more acutely. I silently cheered on the lovemakers in exploration who hid behind a rover and explored each other, while Ophelia rattled on about what we might find when we explored Aquinas too. And Quince's occasional nuzzling of Portia now struck me as both affectionate and funny. The first real break in Coventry came when Abel inspected our wounds in sickbay.
"You're healing fast,"
he noted. The only signs that I had ever been cut were now faint traces of pink snaking over the flesh. "You're disappointed," I said.
"Satisfied,"
he corrected me, then lowered his voice and added,
"Don't snap at the hand that helps you, Sparrow."
"You're talking to me," I pointed out. The captain wouldn't approve. He ignored the sarcasm.
"It's permitted in the line of duty."
And then, in a quiet mumble,
"You've made enough enemies. Why make another of me?"
He had a point, and I shut up. I watched intently when he examined Thrush. The pink tracery on his skin was as faint as my own. Though Abel made no comment, I knew that he was surprised, which in turn surprised me. Before I left, I asked again if we would scar. He shook his head.
"Apparently not. Both of you will be as handsome as you were before, which wasn't very."
It was more conversation than I'd had in 2 weeks, and I enjoyed every syllable. Thrush had become even more of an enigma to me. Like myself, he was noticeably older. He now took little interest in the crew members around him, not even looking at Pippet when she served him at mealtimes. He worked hard, and he worked all the time. At his computer station, he was becoming almost as good as I, though my ability to manipulate the palm terminal came to me naturally, while Thrush's was learned reflex. Between us, there were no bitter looks, no words, no feelings. But I never turned my back. I knew instinctively that he still had plans for me, though I now suspected his plans involved more than just me. Not that he ever said anything, though Heron couldn't resist dropping hints until Banquo warned him that he, too, could be subject to Coventry. Heron was also a mystery to me. Everybody knew he had thrown the blade to Thrush, but somehow he had evaded punishment. I watched him carefully after that. He was a lumpish man with few graces who skulked through the corridors rather than floated, and was constantly at Thrush's heels. Since he was good at fetching and carrying, Thrush treated him more as a convenience than a companion. I guessed that Heron would have wanted more, but he had to settle for what he got. "It's not over yet, Sparrow," he once whispered as we passed in the corridor. I ignored him, but when Crow broke Coventry, I mentioned it to him. Crow risked punishment one time period after a lecture in exploration when I brushed past him in the hatchway and he quietly murmured in my ear. An hour later I met him in the compartment with the falsy of the cave, the roaring fire at its back, and a night sky dusted with stars. Loon was with them and grinned at my apprehensive face when I floated through the shadow screen. "The peep screen failed months ago, Sparrow. We helped it along." I was overwhelmed with gratitude and love for both of them. "You're taking a chance," I warned. "Not much of one." I edged closer to the fire, squatting on my heels and holding out my hands to warm myself. I knew it was all psychological, but right then I wanted to believe in it, and I swore I could feel the heat. "How's Pippet?"
"Recovering. She's staying with Loon and me. When we're not there, Ibis is."
Nobody interfered with partners, but Crow realized as well as I did that Thrush didn't play by the rules. I stared into the firelight and drifted into a mood. "Heron said it wasn't over yet, between me and Thrush." Crow shook his head.
"It's over, Sparrow. The two of you will never be left alone now. Thrush knows it. They say the captain talked to him privately, and when Thrush left, he carried marks."
I was shocked. The captain struck him?
He shrugged. "That's what they say. I haven't seen him."
"He should have hit Heron," I grumbled. "He's the one who threw Thrush the strip of metal." "Nobody talks to Heron," Loon offered. "They extended Coventry to include him without the captain's orders." I didn't want to ask, but I had to.
"What do they think of me?"
Crow shrugged.
"They don't understand you. Most of them."
"You mean some do?"
Some want to. And you?
He looked uncomfortable.
I appreciate your wanting to punish Thrush. I couldn't. And if I'd killed him, what do you expect me to say?
He sounded agonized.
Thrush is alive.
And everybody thinks as you do.
Not everybody. I almost killed him,
I repeated, the black mood deepening. He edged away from the fire, which made it feel even warmer.
Sparrow,
he said slowly,
if you had, would it have been just because of Pippet?
I sighed.
No,
it would not have been just because of Pippet. He looked immensely relieved.
That would have been an enormous burden for us.
In a sense, I had done his dirty work in trying to punish Thrush, but the moment I thought this, I knew I was lying. Pippet had been an excuse. The truth was that I had harbored murder in my soul, and I had gone after Thrush for reasons of my own.
We're different, you and I,
Crow said at last. He sounded as if it broke his heart to say it, and I knew another line was being drawn.
Tell me how,
I said somberly. He was silent for a moment, then,
Pippet is beautiful, he burst out. But so is Loon, so is Thrush, even Heron and Quince and Abel and Banquo. They're beautiful because they're alive. They move and walk and talk and think and feel. Can you understand that, Sparrow? Even when they do something bad, they're still beautiful. I can't imagine killing any one of them. I can't imagine killing anything.
Crow wasn't just being a good person who was incapable of hurting somebody else. His attitude came from 2,000 years of hurtling through space in a metal tomb, of being alone in an immensity of nothing with no other life of any kind around you. Under those conditions, you would come to revere life. In saying what he had, Crow was also saying that he couldn't help being himself any more than I could help being myself.
But not everybody thinks that way, I said. No, he said reluctantly. Not everybody thinks that way.
They think more like me? I asked, puzzled. He looked away.
No, they don't think like you either, Sparrow. There's no possible way they could.
I was very different from anybody else in the crew. I already knew that. Hearing it from Crow didn't make it any worse, or better. But it confirmed that loneliness was all the future held for me.
Make me laugh, Loon.
It was a difficult 5 minutes, but Loon had the gift and I was a more than willing audience. Once again I found myself entangled in Loon's version of the latest scandal concerning Quince and Portia, of the rumors about the upcoming change of course after we finished exploring Aquinas II, and of the momentary break in training plays which let Snipe reappear in some of her favorite roles. The last interested me the most, and I found myself talking about Snipe and asking for gossip about her. Who she had been with, whether or not she had partnered, though I was sure I would have known that, and whether she ever mentioned me. In Coventry, I had become adept at reading and interpreting expressions. Sometimes whole conversations were summarized in a look, but I had never known what, if anything, Snipe meant by her occasional enigmatic glance.
So she doesn't talk about me.
Loon shook his head.
She doesn't talk about you at all.
I tried to shrug it off.
Snipe talks about everybody, all the time, Loon continued slyly. But she never talks about you.
I stared at him.
That's strange.
Loon grinned.
I thought so, too.
I had no idea whether Snipe would break Coventry or not. I didn't plan to tempt her. But sometimes the most significant things that happen to a person happen with no plan at all. I had obtained permission from an indulgent Tybalt to see Snipe's plays, and after the latest one I followed her back to her compartment, convinced I was actually on my way someplace else. It deceived others, and I even deceived myself, but it didn't deceive her. When she got to her compartment, she slipped in through the shadow screen, but not before motioning me to follow. Once inside, I said, "The captain," she smiled. "You can relax, Sparrow. Not every compartment has a peep screen." She wiped the last bit of spray-on costume from her arm and flushed it down the waist chute, then relaxed in the string hammock and looked at me expectantly. "Of course," I said. I took off my eye mask. It was the polite thing to do. I was also curious. I had never been in her compartment. She had come to mine. The falsy was surprising in its simplicity. A pleasant meadow with a small stream and a multicolored tent by its shore. Nearby, a horse chewed the grass that grew along the water's edge. In the distance, almost hidden in haze, was a range of mountains. That was all, though I realized it would look considerably different under an evening sky blazing with constellations. The simplicity itself made sense. Snipe worked with projections every shift, most of them military fantasies. She was probably tired of the complex and the alien. Then I took another look at the horse and changed my mind. It was all white, with an absurd twisted horn growing out of its forehead. Before I could comment, she said, "I think it's quite good," and I murmured, "It's beautiful." She looked at me sharply. "You're not just saying that." "No," I said, then ruined it by adding, "Though the horse unicorn," she corrected with a trace of irritation. "I wasn't sure how the horn grew. The horns on all the deer of the same period grew backward, but it didn't seem right for the unicorn." I suspected she was talking as fast as she was because I made her nervous, then decided there was no chance in the universe that I could make Snipe ill at ease. So much for my powers of perception. "It would look better if it pointed straight up," I said, trying to be tactful. "The computer mentions them, but I couldn't find a pic of one," she said. She had probably overlooked a file hierarchy. There are real animals and mythological animals, and no data taxonomist would have combined them in a single file, though Snipe probably hadn't known that. What a strange, fertile world Earth must have been, so teeming with life. They could even make up animals. She walked over to the unicorn and stroked its mane. Like Crow, she had a knack for making the falsy something to live in as well as something to look at. It struck me then that if I ever went blind, my own little world on the Astron would be unspeakably barren. She watched me, watching her, and suddenly looked away. "You never told me you wanted me," she said in a low voice. I flushed. Wasn't it obvious? When she looked at me, for the first time I saw the woman hiding behind the girl. "Obvious? I asked for you," I said, embarrassed. "I'd been told it was ship's custom." "Some things are." She concentrated on the tangled mane. "I wasn't very good," I said. "Those who are the most sincere are frequently the most awkward," she murmured. Then, "Would you have been unhappy without me?" I tried to edge away from the subject. "I've seen all your plays. I look for you at mealtimes. I've followed you in the passageways." "You should have told me how you felt." Right then I felt miserable. "I didn't know how," I said. She smiled, the woman in Snipe completely in control. "I think you do." I reached for her, and she dodged away. A moment later I was clutching my nose where I had banged into a bulkhead, doing my best to blink away the tears. She floated back to help wipe them away. "You could have told me I did a good job with the falsy." "I said it was beautiful," I squeaked through my fingers. "You're clumsy," she said, but without her usual arrogance. "Not always," I defended, aware of her closeness, but not knowing for sure how to act. Her sponging had changed to a quiet stroking. I shouldn't have had to go outside to get you.
Which was true. If I had been more aware during the walkabout, she wouldn't have had to risk her life trying to save mine.
You're right,
I admitted, with more than a touch of humility.
You shouldn't have had to go outside to get me.
I had finally made up my mind to put my arm around her when she moved away, pushing over to the nearby tent and pressing the palm terminal in the middle of the coat of arms on the tent flap. The stream, the unicorn, and the tent faded away. The real compartment was more homelike than most, decorated with large string tapestries into which she had woven the same scene that was in the falsie. I hadn't noticed it when I had first floated in. My eyes had been too full of her. I activate the falsie for guests. I seldom wink it on for myself. I see enough fantasy in the plays. She had turned Ophelia-like, efficient and mature, old beyond her years. Hulda told me later that I had come into Snipe's life when she was at an awkward age. Despite her best precautions, she was growing up, and those moments when she put aside her playthings were becoming more frequent.
I'm sorry about the drill.
I felt like I was apologizing to a senior.
You're not to blame, she said. They told me about the tether.
She looked at me, curious.
Is that why you tried to kill Thrush?
One of the reasons, I said cautiously.
Don't try it again. He'll kill you instead. Or Heron will.
I can take care of myself, I said, flushing. She relaxed back into Snipe.
No, you can't, she said.
Not yet. I was glad that nobody was around to tell Loon what happened next, or an exaggerated and undoubtedly very funny version would have been all over the ship the following time period. I reached for her again, and she moved away, but not too fast. Then we tangled with the hammock, and at what should have been a very tender moment, we both burst out laughing. After that, it was all play and laughter and jabs to the ribs. It gradually became more serious and gentle as we grew more familiar with each other. It was, I thought later, nothing at all like what I had seen in some of the more erotic image pics, or what had been described by some of my fellow crew members. It was especially unlike what I had experienced the first time with Snipe. Taking off each other's waistcloths was enormously exciting, as was merely touching each other and hugging. Afterward, she complained that her ribs hurt. We took turns going limp and letting the other feel wherever they chose. Then I would lightly stroke the hairs on her arms and watch them quiver as the skin tightened. I wondered what idiot had divided the body into erogenous zones when all of her was erogenous, at least to me. We spoke volumes without speaking at all, and I knew without thinking about it that whether either of us proved faithful to the other or not, right then we were partnering at some subconscious level that would last the rest of our lives. But making love to Snipe was not without an element of guilt. A part of me kept insisting on comparing Snipe to Crow and even to Thrush. I swore quietly to myself, realizing honesty had crept up on me as innocently as sleep, though it wasn't nearly as welcome. The captain was right. One of the reasons I hated Thrush was because he had encouraged me to feel something for him and then betrayed it. And I would not deny my feelings for Crow, though I insisted to myself that they were different. For one, I wanted very badly to protect Snipe, even though I knew she could protect herself far better than I ever could. I struggled with my emotions, then gave up and snuggled closer to Snipe. You loved who you loved when you loved them. It was as simple and as complicated as that. Just before we finally drifted off, Snipe said, "You're very gentle with women, Sparrow.
You're very different from what they told me." She was half asleep when she said it, or she wouldn't have said it at all. But it was like hearing a tumbler fall in a lock when you start to work the combination. Who had told her, and how had they known, when Snipe was the first woman I had ever made love to? Chapter 15. We were 3 weeks out from Aquinas II and now had accurate measurements of its gravity, the composition of its atmosphere, the mean distance from its primary, and its range of surface temperatures. It was a cold planet, colder than Ceti 4, without any signature of life at all. That was no surprise, though some of us still had hopes. The seniors made up a training projection in which Crow, Hawk, and Eagle rolled across a desert planet in a rover heading for a distant mountain range. I watched, fascinated, as they climbed one of the steeper slopes. We were neglecting something, I thought, and caught up with the brilliance of my idea, I approached Ophelia once the play was over. "We took image pics on Ceti 4, I said. "Why not review those? It would be better than actors in a projection background. We would be dealing with reality rather than with astronomical models." "Ceti 4? She looked at me with suspicion, then shook her head. "It's a good idea, Sparrow, but the image camera has malfunctioned, and we have no records of Ceti 4. She turned bitter. "It shouldn't surprise you. You know the state of our equipment. In any event, there was nothing there." She had missed the point. It wasn't what we had or hadn't found, but how we had gone about it that would have been helpful to us. I thought she was too quick to dismiss the idea and wondered if it wasn't because it was my suggestion. I brought it up with Tybalt, but to my surprise, he was snappish and unfriendly. "You know better than to complain to me about another senior, Sparrow." "I'm not complaining," I protested. "I just think it's a good idea. In a few weeks we'll be on the surface. A review of what happened on Ceti 4 would be invaluable." He shook his head. "Ophelia was right about the cameras. No great loss. There was nothing much to record." But he didn't meet my eyes, and I couldn't believe he had so little to say, when ordinarily he would go on for hours about any planet on which he had set foot. When I was alone at the Palm Terminal, I retrieved the data we had on Ceti 4 and was disappointed once again. There was little information, much less than for a standard exploration survey of any planet, and most of it struck me as random. The planet was notable, it seemed, primarily because it was where I had fallen from a cliff. I tried to forget about it, but it came back to me again when I was watching another training projection in which a survey team tried to rescue Heron, lost somewhere on a distant planet. This time I was so fascinated I almost forgot it was Heron and that I hoped the team would exercise its better judgment and leave him there. I went back to the computer and tried again, scanning every file that might have data on Ceti 4. There was next to nothing. Then one sleep period I had an inspiration and stole onto the hangar deck. The corridors were empty, there were no guards, and since it was off shift, nobody was on duty. I placed my hands on the terminal where Snipe activated the projections for her plays. Most of the planetary surfaces that floated across the empty hangar deck were meant for instruction. By now I had seen and been bored by most of them. On impulse, I retrieved an inventory. It was possible that any image pics of Ceti 4 might have been misfiled. I scanned the list of hundreds, noting that at the bottom a dozen more were under computer lock. I started to sweat, afraid somebody would walk in and report my unauthorized use of the terminal. I rubbed my hand against my thigh to increase the circulation and sensitivity, then nervously started to pick the lock. The last few projections were far more complicated than the ordinary training plays, or even the compartment falsies. Mere three-dimensional images meant only to be perceived. These were artificial realities with which the observer could interact. You were not only in your surroundings, you could reach out and touch objects and even move them about as you desired. To crewmen wearing the necessary data suits, the realities were very real indeed. The hangar deck filled with ghostly images framed by intersecting planes of light. A water planet with crew members from the Astron climbing over a reef in a lifeless sea. A frozen planet with glaciers of methane ice and rock formations that looked like ancient castles. A world of iron and granite that constantly shook beneath the explorers' feet, and where thousands of volcanoes belched lava at an angry sky. I slowed the action until the realities solidified, catching my breath when an explorer in the first one ripped open his exploration suit on a rock and drowned in seconds. On the world of ice, one of the explorers fell down a crevasse and was buried forever. Still another crewman was lost in a sudden unexpected lava flow on the volcano world. These were cautionary tales of what might happen if we weren't careful. They were probably scheduled for showing immediately before we ventured down to Aquinas II. If shown too soon, they would lose their impact. Give Loon enough time to invent a parody and their warning would be lost in laughter. The last of the realities was of a desert planet with a team in a rover bouncing along a dried-up riverbed on its way to a distant mountain range. There were jumps in the action, as there had been in the others. You established the crew in the rover, then you cut to getting out at the base of a cliff, and finally you focused on one explorer dangling against the rocky face. I watched, stunned, as the rope that held him frayed against the cliff, and he plummeted to the stones below. A few moments of a close-up on the ground, then another scene shift to dusk, and the rest of the team gathered around him, spraying quick-freeze on his cracked helmet to prevent the loss of air. The action was badly timed. With his fractured helmet, the crewman would have lost his air long before the rest of his team got to him. But that hardly concerned me. The planet was Ceti 4, and the face of the crewman in the fractured helmet was my own. I turned it off and sat there in the dark, feeling the sweat grease my skin and trying to control the sudden skipping of my heart. It was an artificial reality, which meant that Ceti 4 and my fall from the face of the scarp had never really happened at all. But everybody on board the Astron had conspired to make me think it had. Once again, they had all lied to me, and once again I had no idea why. The lies had been clever and had involved everybody. What little information there was in the computer about Ceti 4 had been planted there in the event that I became curious. Even the warning in the computer not to give me my life history had been a lie. Nobody on board had been about to. Quite the contrary, they had kept it from me. I went back to the beginning and reviewed the entire projection, from climbing down the ladder to the rocky surface below, to the ride in the rover with crew members whose faces I never saw, to the fall from the scarp and Ophelia bending over me, to the ride back to the lander. It even included scenes inside a mock lander and an in-between station. But of course I really had been in sickbay. None of it made much sense, but what made the least was the sincerity of Loon's embarrassment and of Thrush's hostility and of the loss that I read on the faces of Ophelia and Crow. If they had been acting, then it had been great acting. But I had seen them in some of Snipe's plays, and they had been anything but great. Ophelia was always too formal, and Crow usually looked confused, trying to fake emotions he didn't feel. For Pippet, I had been a bona fide patient. Even though I never had any real injuries, my suffering was real enough. I played the projection one more time, convinced that the answers were buried within. I watched myself appear in the hatchway of the lander, then cautiously descend the ladder, pausing for just a moment as I stepped onto the rocky ground. I left the palm terminal and pushed into the scene, standing beside myself as I kicked at a small pebble and laboriously scrawled an H in some drifted sand. Back at the terminal, I stopped the scene and stared at it. Just the one letter, nothing more. Why would I have done it? Why would anybody? Of course, an initial. Except that my name began with an S. Only my fingers were working now. My emotions were frozen, and I didn't dare let them thaw. I accessed the crew's roster and ran through the H's, but I knew everybody who was listed. Then on impulse, I dropped back one generation. Most of that crew were still alive. The others were strangers to me, and I guessed they had made the journey to reduction. But the crewman I was looking for had to be listed. After all, he had consumed food and air and water and had taken up living space. I planned on reading the biography of each vanished crew member whose name began with H, but I didn't have to go beyond the first. Hamlet. I moved my hand slightly on the terminal pad to retrieve more information, and the words dissolved and flowed into a brief notice. All data concerning subject sealed because of acute stress due to amnesiac illness. Giving subject life history information prior to his own recall will hinder complete recovery. The data were protected by a guardian shell, and there was no way I could break it. I sat there in shock, staring at the screen. I could not imagine amnesia victims in successive generations. The odds would not allow for it. I put my hand back on the pad and went still another generation back. Most of the names were unfamiliar now, and I had nothing to guide me. There was no H scrawled in the sand to serve as a clue. Unfortunately, time was running out. In another hour or so, they would be using the hangar deck for more instruction plays. But the biography I was looking for was very short, and the names tumbled through the screen faster than I expected. This time, the name was the very first. Aaron. A dozen more, and I shut the computer down and drifted off the darkened hangar deck. There was no possible way there could have been an amnesia victim in every generation. But there was exactly one, approximately every 20 years. The information on them was far more fragmentary than that on Laertes had been. In fact, there was no information at all. In each case, an identical guardian shell served as a computer block. What did the shells contain? Or were they empty? I struggled against the obvious, but before I could accept it, I had to find some way of proving it. The obvious was that there was no new amnesia victim in every generation. We were all the same victim. When you eliminate the improbable, you're left with the impossible. But I couldn't confide in anybody on board. I couldn't ask for help in searching for clues. There was only the artificial reality itself, the names that had bobbed up in the rosters of the different crews, and the guardian shells in the computer. And of course, there was myself. I was sweaty and unhappy, finding it difficult even to speculate about what I should do next. I floated through the corridor back to my compartment, my mind mostly blank, absently trying to scratch my thigh where a small drop of sweat had nested in the hairs. The itch was persistent. I glanced down, and once again my mind froze with shock. It had been 2 weeks since Thrush gashed my leg. It had been a deep cut, and I had lost a lot of blood, but the cut had vanished without a trace. I fingered where it had been, pressing hard against the flesh. There was no pain at all, only the pressure of my fingers. I was terrified by what this hinted. I was healthy. I healed faster than anybody else on board. Abel should have been surprised, but hadn't been, and that was a clue I had been a fool to ignore. I drifted through the corridors, oblivious of the few crewmen who passed silently by, then floated through the lower levels to reduction. Nobody was there. The peep screen was off, and there were no guards. There was no need of them. My skin began to crawl, but I drifted in and quickly examined all the equipment, desperately trying to remember everything Thrush had told me. For the first time, I was glad of his tour and the education he had given me, even though the price he charged had been far too high. I kept returning to a large, transparent cylinder in one of the corners. A body scanner, Thrush had called it. He had run through its operation, more interested in displaying his knowledge than making sure I knew how it worked. We had been smoking, and the details were fuzzy, but I thought I could manage it without help. I floated over to it and ran my hands down the glassite walls. "How do you tell your age?" I mused. "The skin loses its elasticity as you grow older, and muscles atrophy from lack of use. The teeth are probably the best indicators of all. They rot with time. They wear down over the years. But mine had never hurt, and I guessed they would tell me nothing. If what I thought was true, I probably grew them the way a salamander grows tails." That left the skeleton. I might knit quickly, but it was doubtful that I could grow a new tibia at will. I set the dials and ducked in. Once inside, I felt nothing. The only signs that the body scanner was even operating were two metal rings that floated up and down the transparent walls. On the bulkhead opposite, a screen lit up. I watched with interest as the rings slowly painted the picture of a skeleton as they passed over my body. A few moments later, I was inspecting a portrait of my own insides. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, though I could make out the vague blur of cartilage. Wasn't it compressed in older people? I assumed it was, though I was less sure it would be under weightless conditions. I couldn't tell whether mine was or not, and finally assumed it wasn't. I suffered from no aches or pains. I had no difficulty moving or working my joints. Then I caught my breath and looked closer at the screen, my heart pounding. The bones in my arms, legs, and ribcage were covered with dozens of faint, thin lines. Bone fractures. Healed breaks. How many times in his life did even the most active explorer break a bone? Once, twice, maybe 3 times? How many lifetimes would it have taken to accumulate all the breaks in my bones? How many lifetimes of roaming the surfaces of strange planets, of falling from cliffs, or skidding down slopes of methane ice, or scrambling out of the way of sudden lava flows? For all I knew, I might be as old as the captain. Perhaps, like him, I had been attached to the first crew. Attached in the same sense that he had been attached. After all, we had outlived the others by 100 generations. I panicked at the implication and fled through the different levels back to the hangar dock. I wanted to look at SETI 4 again and watch myself descend the ladder to its rocky surface and scratch an H in the sand. Somewhere in those simple actions were the reasons why nobody had told me about myself, why nobody could tell me. Months ago, in sickbay, Noah had said that I was 17, a tech assistant on board the Astron. He had been more wrong than right, and he had known it all the time. I was far older than 17, and whatever I was much more than a simple tech assistant. I ran the projection once more from the beginning, taking note of every detail. This time I could see that my spacesuit was a skin-tight data suit, rigged to function like a palm terminal and give tactile feedback. The result had been overwhelmingly real, at least for me. I watched it to the end, once again impressed by Ophelia and Crow, so convincing here and so unconvincing in the historicals that Snipe staged. I had frozen the last scene in the lander and was studying it when I sensed somebody slip in through the darkened hatchway behind me. "You're breaking Coventry coming here, Sparrow. That's a reportable offense." I moved slightly so Ophelia had a better view of the projection. "Sparrow's in Coventry. Hamlet isn't." I could hear the surprise in her sharp intake of breath.
"I'll live forever, won't I, Ophelia?"
"Not forever," she said in a flat voice. "But long enough." I couldn't read her expression in the dark of the hangar. I waved at the ghostly image of the artificial reality in front of me. "All of it was a charade, wasn't it, Ophelia?" I didn't wait for her answer.
"Your acting was very good, and Crow was excellent. I didn't know he had it in him. Anybody watching the two of you would have thought you were mourning a lifelong friend."
Her voice was inexpressibly sad. "We were."
"How could you be?" I sneered. "I wasn't dying, and you knew it."
"No, you weren't dying," she agreed. "Hamlet was." As she had gradually become convinced that Hamlet was gone forever, that Sparrow was somebody she had never known, her attitude toward me had changed. Hamlet had been a friend, Sparrow a stranger, and she had reacted accordingly.
"And Pippet?" I said, not wanting to let my anger slip away. "She should get an award."
"She should," Ophelia agreed once again. "For patience. If the body thinks it's been hurt, then it's been hurt. You'll live a long time, but you're not immortal, Sparrow. You can die, and you can be killed. You have a lot to thank Pippet for." If she meant to sober me, she succeeded. Why did they do it? They knew the voyage would last a long time. They didn't want the crew to forget. Forget what? What it's like to be human. She corrected herself. What it was like to be human at the time of launch. You haven't changed since then. Another tumbler fell into place.
"The crew studies me, don't they?"
"You study how I react, how I think, how I talk, the importance I give to things I do. Or you do. You watch me watching you. I'm a living mirror in which you can check your own image. That's it, isn't it?" Hulda had told me that nothing ever really changed on board. She hadn't told me that I was the reason why. I wouldn't make that comparison. You're more like a Rosetta Stone, a link between what we are now and what we were when we left the Earth. That's very important to us, Sparrow.
"You could have studied the captain," I said.
"Kusaka's many things, but one of the things he isn't is the same man who left the Earth 2,000 years ago. He's not at all like you, Sparrow. He remembers everything. He forgets nothing. He can't." Then all the tumblers fell into place, or I thought they did.
"I'm only good for one generation. Right, Ophelia?
After 15 or 20 years, I've adapted to the ship. I react to situations just like any other crew member. My reactions are no longer fresh, so I have to start all over again. I'm the phoenix that rises from its own ashes, the firebird." "How do you do it, Ophelia? Drugs? So I can't tell the real from the unreal? And then when I'm out of my mind and my memory is hazy, I find myself on SETI 4 climbing a cliff that exists only for me." She was still staring at the scene in the lander. I wasn't even sure she had heard me.
"What happens then, Ophelia?"
I could sense her shiver in the darkness. "Your memory's flatlined. You remember nothing before the accident." I recalled my nightmares and the host of faces that had surrounded me, the faces of all the crew members I must have known through the generations, and then Ophelia's own face and that of the man in black, the captain. I suddenly felt as helpless as I had in sick bay.
"Why? Because it was your assignment," she burst out. "Centuries ago, you must have volunteered for it. You knew what it was all about back then. You're the feedback loop that keeps all of us human.
My God, how else would we even know what human is? I'm a living relic, I said bitterly. You compare yourselves to me to see how far you've come from the ape. It must be amusing at times. She shook her head. You're hardly an amusement, Sparrow. The Astron is a very tiny village, the only one in a country that stretches to infinity in whatever direction you care to look. There are only a few of us, and we get to know each other very well. Hardly anything ever changes on board, and if it does, it changes so slowly we don't realize it. Our lives are exactly like the lives of the generation before us. They're very structured, limited lives. They can't be anything else. They're the result of 2,000 years of ship culture. But you lived your life back on Earth. You're very unstructured. You're very human. Watching you reminds us of what it's like. I recalled being stranded outside and was suddenly angry. If I'm so valuable, why did you let me go on the walkabout? I could have died. She sighed. That's right. You could have. I told you that. As it was, we did our best to protect you. But keeping you locked up in a compartment would have defeated your purpose. With a touch of guilt, she added, telling you who you are would have done the same thing. Squatting next to her, I was very much aware of her warmth, a very familiar warmth. At one point, she put a hand tentatively to her hair, then abruptly placed it in her lap. It was a touching moment. She had accepted that I was more than Sparrow, even though she knew I was much less than Hamlet. That was one question I suddenly wanted to ask her, but I asked another instead. What was I to Noah? I could sense her sudden discomfort. His best friend. Aaron and Noah grew up together. And Crow? Hamlet took an interest when Crow was very young. Crow had probably been K2's age. As Hamlet, I had been a father to him. His reactions to me were a lot easier to understand now. He had initially deferred to me. It had taken him a while to accept himself as my equal and a friend. With luck, everybody's father eventually becomes their friend. But it hadn't been that simple for Crow, or probably for Noah. Had I taken an interest in Noah when he was very young? Had he watched me go from father to friend to son? Laertes never existed, I said. What about Nerissa, my mother? Ophelia shrugged. She did. But she wasn't your mother. It would have been nice to have had one that I remembered. Who makes the decision to flatline? The captain. But the necessity is apparent to all of us. When you take away a person's memories, that person dies, I said slowly. The captain murdered Hamlet, and you helped. Her voice cracked. You think it was easy? It wasn't, but it was necessary. If the captain finds out I know who I am, he'll have me flatlined again, won't he? She nodded. And you'll tell him, won't you? She hadn't looked away from the projection since the moment she had slipped through the hatch, and I wondered what attraction it held for her. Do you remember anything about Hamlet? I shrugged. I know my life as Sparrow. That's all. Then continue being Sparrow, she said coldly. I recalled Noah and Abel in sickbay and how anxious they were that I remember who I had been. I finally knew, but I did not remember. I was sure that the difference was crucial. For the first time in generations, something's changed, hasn't it? Once again, I could sense her shiver. In a few weeks, we'll be entering the dark. We'll never survive. Once in it, most of us will choose to die like Judah. The dark was the connection. It had always been the connection. Hamlet was part of your mutiny, I grunted. I'm not. I started for the hatch. It was close to shift time, and we wouldn't be alone much longer. Behind me, she warned, You can never admit that you know, Sparrow. Neither can you, I said. Not to Noah, not to anybody. Just before pushing through the shadow screen, I glanced back. Ophelia had run the projection to where I lay naked on the acceleration couch, her own image bent over mine, her fingers probing for broken bones. The real Ophelia was crying. I hadn't asked what Hamlet had meant to her, but now I knew. Part 2. For he who lives more lives than one, more deaths than one, must die. From the Ballad of Reading Jail, Oscar Wilde. Chapter 16. It wasn't long before I was excused from Coventry, though it might have been safer had I stayed in. For the first few time periods after learning about my history, I caught myself playing a game. Who had known me as Hamlet, and who had known me as Aaron, and how good were they at pretending ignorance? After a week I noticed that some crew members frowned when they glanced at me and talked in low voices among themselves when I passed by. I was giving myself away with comments that had more than a trace of sarcasm, and with knowing looks whenever they talked to me. They had accepted Sparrow, while I was in the process of rejecting him. I forced myself to forget that I had ever been anybody other than Sparrow, and tried to project a mix of innocence and ignorance that I thought was appropriate. I spent more time with Tybalt and others outside the immediate ring of mutineers, glowered once or twice at Thrush to keep in character, and studiously ignored Heron. I was myself with Snipe more than with anybody else, probably because we spent most of our time wrapped around each other in her hammock, rather than talking or working together. The frowns gradually disappeared, and I found it increasingly easy to become the Sparrow I had been before. Getting ready to explore a new planet helped, but even working with Ophelia, I maintained the role. Once or twice, she looked as if she were about to say something. I never gave her an opening. I was always alert, watching for the sudden shift in attitude that would indicate that somebody knew I knew, and my days as Sparrow were numbered. It was easy to determine who had joined the mutiny and who hadn't been approached. Those who had joined frowned too much and were too conscious of themselves and their new status. They congregated in small clumps during mealtimes or in the corridors to talk among themselves, not yet aware that the best way to keep a secret is to forget you know it. Most of them were in exploration, a few in communications. With the exception of myself, I doubted that anybody had refused. They wouldn't have been approached in the first place unless the mutineers were absolutely sure of the response. It was difficult to tell who had joined among the crew members in maintenance, since, without exception, all of them wore worried looks anyway. They knew better than anybody else the Astron's chances of survival in the dark. Tern, a thin, gawky engineering assistant, once tried to discuss the mutiny with me in the gymnasium. I discouraged him from talking about it, saying it was too public and too risky. I wasn't thinking of Tern so much as I was thinking of myself. Then there were those on the sidelines. Myself, of course, though I wasn't the only one. There was Thrush, who observed his fellow crew members with quiet amusement. He had become his old, smirking self, but with a certain detachment and a harder edge. And there were Banquo and Abel, both of whom worked too hard at maintaining poker faces and pretending they were unaware that anything at all was happening. The crew was tense, excited, and anxious about the upcoming exploration of Aquinas II. If any form of life were discovered, the mutiny would evaporate for lack of need. The Astron would finally be free to return home. But if the planet were as sterile as all the others, then the mutiny might spread like wildfire. What should I do? I wondered. Join it? I was already inclined to. Or side with the captain, realizing that if he ever found out I had joined the mutiny, Sparrow would be flatlined like Hamlet and Aaron had been. It was a decision I didn't have the courage to make. The captain had his eyes and ears among the crew, and I was convinced he knew every muscle twitch and stray thought of every crew member on board. He would have his arguments, his counterplots, and in the last analysis, he would have his powers as captain. When it came to using them, I suspected he would be ferocious. The one group on board not concerned with either Aquinas II or the mutiny was the very young. I found myself spending more and more time in the nursery, playing with the children and talking to Pippet. Ever since her decision to share Crow's compartment after the rape, she had become increasingly more mellow and content. As always, she seemed wise beyond her years, and I guessed that when Huldah went to reduction, Pippet would take her place. One time period when I was in the nursery, another mystery presented itself, though I was unaware of it for a while, as I was of most mysteries on board the Astron. Pippet had just finished leading the Begats and drifted over to where I floated by the hatchway. "Loon has moved in with Ibis," she said. Loon, so good at spreading stories about the love affairs of others, had kept his own a secret. Ibis was his opposite, a quiet, thoughtful young woman, not particularly attractive. I didn't know her very well. She was a radio tech in communications, and most of my friends and acquaintances were in exploration. "That seems sudden," I said, surprised. Pippet shook her head. "Not really. Ibis and I have always been good friends. She's spent a lot of time with us, and Loon got to know her." Pippet had probably engineered the romance, and I made a mental note to ask Snipe about it later. Snipe's flair for gossip had diminished, but I was sure she had some insight into Ibis and Loon that I didn't. "He said he would give his life for her." Pippet laughed. "I think he was serious." Loon was always willing to give his life for somebody, but if he ever had to, I suspected he would give it a little sooner for Crow than for anyone else. I suddenly wasn't sure of the right thing to say. "I imagine you and Crow are glad to be alone," I fumbled. Her smile faded, and she gave me a troubled look. "I love Loon," she said slowly, "but he and I compete, and sometimes I lose. Too often." And then, hastily, "I'm very happy for him." But she was obviously happier for herself. "Sparrow?" Somebody was tugging at my leg, and I glanced down to see K2 wrapped around my calf. "Come play with me?" K2 had grown a lot in the past few months, but his diction hadn't caught up with the rest of him. He constantly surprised and delighted me, not the least with his ability to read me as easily as did the captain. Right then, I decided I needed to play more than anything else. I grabbed him around the waist, and we went rolling through the compartment, the other children scattering to give us room. We bumped softly against the opposite bulkhead, and I held him against the deck, tickling him under the arms. He squealed with delight and burst into a fit of giggling, joined by most of the others in the compartment. Another roll around the compartment, only this time when we caught up against a bulkhead, we hit it a shade too hard. K2 took the brunt. His mouth turned down, and he started to cry. I held him in my arms and said the usual words of comfort, then turned to stare in amazement at a compartment full of sobbing children. "Are they always like this?" I asked Pippet. She looked surprised. "Of course. You hurt one, you hurt them all, and if you make one laugh, the others always feel it." She hesitated. "Most of them." I settled in a corner and studied the children the rest of that time period. A number of mothers came to visit, but there were many fathers as well. I found it fascinating to watch who had taken an interest in whom. Wren and Grebe were vastly proud of thin little Cusco, while Duncan, an engineer in communications, played quietly with pudgy Denali. In general, the gentler members of the crew and the quieter children seemed to have an affinity for each other. In some cases I was struck by the resemblance and guessed that natural father had taken an interest in natural son or daughter, but those cases were few. I had frequently thought about the differences between the rest of the crew and myself. Now it seemed as if they might be more subtle than I had imagined. There had always been a lot of hostility toward Thrush, and that had masked the lack of hostility between most members of the crew, the lack of any real malice. Even Loon's gossip and satires were meant to cause laughter, not hurt. Nor was there much competition among members of the crew, especially on station. They cooperated naturally when they worked together. They were also at ease with affection at almost any time and any place, something that had scandalized me at first and now made me envious. Well, what should I have expected? It was a well-trained crew that had been working and living together for generations. But the crew's rapport with each other went deeper than that. Even their non-refusal the first time when it came to sex hinted at something more complicated. Maybe it was philosophical, I thought. If you knew that you and your fellow crew members were the only life in the entire universe, with what concern and respect would you treat each other? The thought gave me great pause, and I watched the children more closely. Right now they were too young for their character to have been shaped by philosophy. More important, there were a few who didn't join in the giggling or the infrequent crying, but watched and frowned, obviously feeling left out. The crew in microcosm. There was the bulk of the crew members, and then there were the captain's men. If we found nothing on Aquinas II, the mutiny would spread very quickly, with the majority of the crew pitted against the captain and a few followers. But, unlike most of the rest of the crew, the captain and his men were capable of violence. A few time periods after that, I was once again approached to join the mutiny, and told I was indispensable. I'd gone to the hangar deck to meet Snipe and play act with her in one of the historicals. They were heavily romantic, and later we would go to her compartment and make love by the stream just outside her tent. It was exciting for both of us. I guessed that Loon would soon find out and spread the story around the ship. I didn't mind. If anything, it would make more real the character of Sparrow, somebody my fellow crew members knew better than I did. I had turned off the shadow screen and was floating to one side of the vast deck, staring at the stars overhead. I wondered how I could be so depressed when I had everything I wanted in life, or even thought I wanted. A love affair with Snipe, a purpose in life, and most of all, a knowledge of my background and who I had been. But still, I was a chip floating on a sea of dissatisfaction. I knew who I was, but I did not remember who I was. It struck me as unfair to have lived so long yet recall only a small fraction of my life. I had my friends and lovers, but there was no lifetime of shared experiences, no years of love and affection and growing up together. I was drifting, hoping solitude would jog me out of my black mood, when I felt the slight movement of air currents at my back. "Snipe said to tell you she'd be late," a last-minute assignment from Ophelia. The shadowy figure of Noah had materialized behind me. I had been staring up at the stars, absorbed in the view of outside, and the 10% of me constantly on the alert had let down its guard. I winked the overhead shadow screen back on, let the glow tubes come up, and floated toward the hatch. "I'll meet her in her compartment, Sparrow." I turned around, noting the worried look on Noah's face and his hands nervously twisting together behind his back. "I've nothing I want to talk about, Noah. I'm sorry," he said, his eyes blinking furiously behind his thick lenses. "But I do." I shrugged. "You're here." He lowered his voice, worried that the captain or some of his spies might overhear. "I can't pretend with you, Sparrow, and you shouldn't have to pretend with me." "Ophelia told you," I said coldly. "She didn't have to. You gave yourself away. To everybody?" He shook his head. "Not to everybody. But I know you better than most, and I have known you longer. You knew Aaron and Hamlet. You don't know me. Aaron was my best friend," he said with dignity. "I took an interest in Hamlet. I took an interest in you. There's a difference between us, Noah. I don't think anybody ever tried to murder Aaron or Hamlet. If they did, I never knew about it. Well, somebody tried to murder me," I said bitterly. "But nobody believes it." His face glistened with sweat. "I do." He hesitated. "For the first time, your life, your real life, is in danger." It was one thing to know it myself. It was another to have it confirmed, and it was still another to wonder what he hoped to gain by telling me. "Why?" "Your memories." "My memories?" I laughed. "I have no memories. It was you and Ophelia and the captain and the crew, all of you, who agreed to flatline me. Neither Ophelia nor I could stop it. And at one time it was necessary. Ophelia had told me that, and I believed her. But Noah had plans in which I was the linchpin, and he had yet to tell me why." "You wanted me to recall my memories when you and Abel came to sickbay," I said, suspicious. "Or were you just trying to make sure I had forgotten?" He shook his head, the sweat flying off his nose and chin. "I wanted you to remember. There's a window of opportunity when it comes to regaining your memories after a trauma, or flatlining. It closes a little with each time period that passes. In another year or so, you'll have no chance of regaining your memories at all." "And Abel wanted me to remember as well?" I asked in mock surprise. "Abel was the captain's man. No one must know that." Noah read the insinuation in my voice and stiffened. "I would trust Abel with my life." "Then you're more a fool than I." "I wanted to remember my life as Hamlet, perhaps even as Aaron. They were closer to me, more immediate. Before that, I wasn't sure I cared. But Noah already knew my life as Aaron and Hamlet, and I had the feeling he was after something more." "What do you really want of me?" I asked, frowning. "It's not the same thing for both of us, I know that." "I want you to remember," he said quietly. "All the way back." I was incredulous. 100 different lifetimes. "Why is that so important to you?" "Not just to me. To all of us." I stared at him, a thin, aging little man who had taken on the impossible role of opposing the captain. I couldn't believe he had gotten this far, then guessed the only way he could have was if the captain had let him. I suspected a trap somewhere had opened wide, and Noah had walked right in. "We can't win a mutiny, Sparrow. Not now. We know that. But there have been other mutinies before this. We don't know if they go back to the beginning. The computer has no true records of the first 5 generations, but the crew who started the first one must have thought they could win. They must have known a way they could run the ship without the captain." I was astonished. No true computer records for the first 5 generations. I struggled to hide my emotions. "How does that involve me?" His face became tight with tension. "If you could remember, then you lose," I interrupted. "My memories are gone. I've tried to recall them. I can't." Then sullenly, and very much aware that I was probably saving my own neck, "I'm not a part of your mutiny, Noah." His mouth straightened into a grim line. "You're of immense value to the Astron, Sparrow. But to some of those on board you're more valuable dead than alive. The only possible reason is because they're afraid of what's buried in your memories." Every time I had been flatlined, there was the slight possibility my memories might return when I recovered. But if Noah was right, until now nobody had ever tried to kill me because of it. "What's so different this time?" I cried. "Why not before, when I was Hamlet or Aaron or a dozen others?" "Because this time we're going into the dark," he said bluntly, "and we'll never survive." Once again Noah was forcing me to choose between him and the captain, and I couldn't make the choice. "The captain has his views," I said stiffly. "I've yet to hear them. You think you owe him that?" I nodded. Softly. "Then you should pay your debt as soon as possible, Sparrow. For all our sakes." He touched the terminal pad. The glow tubes dimmed and the shadow screen disappeared, to be replaced by the canopy of glittering stars. "Going into the dark is death, Sparrow. Inevitable death for everybody on board as life declines and gutters out a dozen generations from now. And probable death for everybody this generation. The more crewmen who decide to die like Judah, the fewer who will choose to keep on living." He turned to face me in the gloom, and for the first time I saw faint tears in his eyes. When he spoke, it was more to himself than to me. "We never knew what we lost when we lost Hamlet," he murmured. I watched him go with a sudden surge of shame. Compared to the captain, he was a nervous, unimpressive little man in a dirty, rumpled halter. I couldn't imagine anybody following him or being inspired by him. His only qualification was courage. And then it occurred to me that perhaps courage was all he needed. I left shortly after Noah had gone, to lie nervous and impotent with Snipe, then return to my own compartment and try to sleep. Hours went by before I finally drifted off, willing myself to return to the time when I slept in sickbay, surrounded by all the faces of crewmen whom I didn't quite know, but all of whom knew me. I woke, sweating and wet from a dream, swaying gently in my hammock and trying to recall exactly what it was I had dreamt. I had been me, but I had also been someone other than me, someone older and more sure of himself, more willing to take risks, more willing to gamble. There had been a kaleidoscope of images of a planetary surface where I had been in charge of a landing party. A very young Tybalt with 2 good legs was my chief lieutenant, and a slender, black-haired girl was my tech assistant. We had slid, laughing, down slopes of methane ice, then stood on a cliff overlooking a frozen lake to gaze in awe at a bloated reddish sun sinking below the horizon at sunset. Later, back on board, the girl and I had rolled together in my hammock and made slow but impassioned love. I was awake now, but I could still taste her skin upon my lips. Our love-making had not been as exciting as mine was with Snipe, but it had been familiar. And its very familiarity had somehow made it more fulfilling. The girl was, of course, a very young Ophelia, and I had been Hamlet. It was then I decided it hadn't been a dream at all, but the first faint trickle of returning memory. Chapter 17. The invitation to another dinner with the captain came sooner than I had expected, and I wasn't prepared, though there was probably no way I could have been. If I had discovered nothing at all about Sparrow's previous lives, how would I act? How young, how immature, how innocent. Would I give myself away by trying too hard? Would I trap myself with a word that was out of character or a passing thought that never would have occurred to a 17-year-old tech assistant? Thrush had not been invited. It was only the captain and myself, and I thought immediately that I was lost. I was sweaty, nervous, and tongue-tied by the time I drifted into his cabin. When he turned away from the huge viewing port, I could see his eyes narrow with speculation.
"There's no more punishment, Sparrow. You were excused from Coventry early because we're going to need you below, and I didn't want you harboring any grudges."
He clapped me on the back and guided me over to the port, where for a long moment we both stared silently at outside. His hand still rested on my shoulder, but it was no obvious attempt to gauge my reactions. Once again we were to be friends, he and I, and this was to be a pleasant hour spent in casual conversation over a light meal. My heart had thumped once when I saw his eyes narrow, and I had consigned my fate to the gods, promptly forgetting every artifice I had practiced in preparation for the meeting. I doubt that there was a time when I was more Sparrow than in that particular hour with the captain. I was lucky because he misread my anxiety as fear of punishment, and immediately tried to put me at ease. And having misread me at the start, he misread everything that followed. Nevertheless, the conversation was anything but casual. The one thing I knew that he knew was that I had yet to join any mutiny, real or imagined. I was sure his eyes among the crew had told him that. The meal itself was casual but bland, without Pippett's usual added tang. Aeschylus served it in silence, then settled in a corner, ostensibly ignoring me, though I knew he watched every movement I made. Along with the meal he had served drink bulbs filled with a reddish liquid. It had a slightly sour taste, and I made a face when I sipped. The captain noted my expression and said, "Wine. It's usually served with a meal on Earth. You don't have to drink it if you don't want to." But after the first sip, I decided I liked it and drank it as if it were water. The captain smiled slightly but said nothing. Afterward, I wondered if his serving of the wine had been intended to loosen my tongue, but it turned out to be more of a help for me than a hindrance. For the rest of the hour I was very much Sparrow, without a thought for Hamlet or Aaron or any of the 100 others hiding in the recesses of my mind. When we were through eating, he drifted back to the port, and I joined him to gaze at the field of colorful jewels just beyond. It was a view I never saw when I winked off the shadow screen on the hangar deck and stared at the scattering of hard and unyielding crystal overhead. But rank had its privileges, as the captain said, and he was entitled to look at whatever view he wanted. I couldn't deny its beauty. He made no comment at first, and I was aware once again of the weight of his hand on my shoulder and the emotional impact of touch, the real glue in any human relationship. Right then, it was my choice whether the captain was father, friend, or older brother.
"You use the computer a great deal, Sparrow," he finally said.
I was too lightheaded from the wine to react with any alarm. If he knew of my personal research, then he knew, I thought fatalistically. But his next comment was, "Have you ever studied Earth?" I hadn't, and it struck me that perhaps I should have.
"Your friends gaze at the galaxy and see it as dead," he mused. "I look at it and see it as teeming with life."
He glanced at me and smiled, and once again I was flooded with warmth, ashamed of myself for those few times when I'd had dark thoughts about him.
"I'll admit my prejudice. I believe the galaxy is filled with life because we come from a planet, that is. There's no part of Earth that's not a home for life, Sparrow. I think we forget that life itself is so adaptable. On board the Astron, we live at a constant temperature and humidity and pressure, and we tend to think that life can only exist under the same kind of stringent conditions. But in actuality, it can exist almost any place,
and does. This was going to be a lecture, I thought, and I'd had enough of lectures. Then I realized this was the chance I had always wanted. Why did the captain think the way he did, when every exploration attempt had come up empty-handed? I couldn't believe it was purely because of conditioning. There had to be logical thought and theory behind his beliefs.
Life is everywhere on Earth, Sparrow. Some fish exist in complete darkness without ever seeing a ray of light. Others swim more than 7 miles deep, where the pressure is 1,000 times that at the surface. Some microbes exist in the middle of dry, cold rocks, and some bacteria live in liquid that's boiling hot and as corrosive as sulfuric acid.
He was looking down at me now, but I didn't meet his gaze, concentrating on the stars just beyond the port. I knew he wanted no interruptions until he had made his point.
The Earth teems with life, he continued, from the cold deserts of the Antarctic to the ocean depths. Scientists have found tiny animals that can be dehydrated until their moisture content is as low as 2%. They can survive temperatures from 33 to 376 Kelvin. They're dormant then, but once you add water, they come back to life with no difficulty at all.
He left the port and drifted back to the table for another bulb of wine. I didn't refuse when he offered one to me, though I knew my tongue was getting thick and my movements uncoordinated.
"It seems impossible," I mumbled.
He shrugged.
"The fact is that life as we know it is infinitely adaptable, and life as we don't know it, I can't imagine there being a limit. Somebody once suggested that life could evolve in lakes of ammonia or oceans of methane, that on some distant planet silicon creatures may be swimming in seas of molten rock."
He fell silent, and I assumed it was my turn to say something. Of all the questions that I had once wanted to ask, cleverly phrased to hide my lack of conviction and my growing doubts, I couldn't think of one now.
"Life," I muttered. "How it begins."
I thought of Thrush and couldn't continue, suddenly aware that the difference between the start of human life and the development of life itself were separated in complexity by millennia.
"The building blocks of life are all around us," the captain continued gently. "They cluster on the surfaces of meteorites, they hide in the nuclei of comets, they float in the clouds of gas that obscure distant stars. Biology begins with chemistry, Sparrow, and there's no lack of chemistry out there. That's one thing your friends can't deny."
He turned away from the port and floated over to a hammock to settle in the netting and rub the stubble of his beard with the back of his free hand, while staring at me over his drink bulb.
"We've seen our share of planets. Some are bubbles of gas, others solid rock. Some are covered with deserts, others have oceans of water. Some lack an atmosphere, others are blanketed with clouds and flooded with heavy rains of organic compounds. There's heat, there's lightning, there's billions of years of time, and yet your friends would have us believe the galaxy is lifeless, except for one chance occurrence on a small planet orbiting a minor sun."
He cocked his head and squinted at me, and I wondered if he felt the wine as much as I.
"Do you really believe them, Sparrow?"
I wasn't sure whether he expected me to answer or not. I wondered what Noah would say in rebuttal when I told him, and then I wondered if I should tell Noah anything at all. I was undoubtedly being watched, and I realized I had played a fool's game up to now. I was important to the mutineers, but for some reason I was equally important to the captain. My memories, Noah had said, were vital to both sides. The captain was staring at me, his eyes large and intense, and I dared not blink or look away. "Organic molecules are scattered all through space, Sparrow. Ultraviolet light can even produce them from mixtures of ethane, ammonia, water, and hydrogen.
and the worlds that have those are legion. All you need then is energy and a liquid. It can be water or hydrocarbon solutions or perhaps solvents we don't even know exist. It's only a step to nucleic acids and proteins, and after that life is inevitable. It took billions of years on Earth. On another planet it may only have taken a few million. Who knows? His voice dwindled off, and he squeezed out the last of the wine from the bulb he held in his hand. But that's too simple, isn't it? He asked bitterly. Then to himself, my God, the Ptolemaics are still with us. The suns and the stars no longer revolve around Earth, but they cling to the hope that at least we are still unique. He said nothing for long minutes, and I glanced over at Aeschylus, wondering if the captain's silence worried him as well. He gave no indication of alarm, and I tried to smother my own uneasiness. The captain's next statement shocked me because it echoed one that Ophelia had made. The belief in the utter uniqueness of life is a religious one, Sparrow. It has nothing to do with science. He crumpled the now empty drink bulb and swam over to the port, turning back to me just before he touched the glass. You know how to use the computer better than anybody else. Study the data and make up your own mind. Then the slight smile slid away, and I caught a glimpse of a face that was both sad and terrifying at the same time. I can't go back, Sparrow, he said in a low voice. Too many crewmen have died for the mission, and I won't make a mockery of their sacrifice. I left then, half drunk from the wine and frightened by the implications of the conversation. He had told me to study and make up my own mind. I knew that the next time I saw him, he would ask questions and expect me to have answers. But there were answers he wanted to hear and answers he didn't want to hear. He was still trying to convince me, and I was puzzled why it was so important to him. After all, I had been Sparrow for less than a year, and if he wanted it, I would cease being Sparrow tomorrow. But Noah was wrong in one respect. My memories could hardly matter to the captain. He already knew everything that lay buried in them. I wondered if he had tried to convince Hamlet or Aaron or any of the other crewmen I had once been. I was convinced that he had, and also that he had failed. My next meeting with the captain was unexpected and hardly by invitation. There was an enclosed weightless handball court in the center of the gymnasium where I sometimes played with Hawk or Loon, and where tournaments with crew members from maintenance were occasionally held. I was good, the best player in exploration, though playing under conditions of no gravity was hard, sweaty work. It required a knowledge of where the ball would be at any given moment and the ability of a contortionist, so I struck the bulkheads with the softer parts of my anatomy when I misjudged my direction or speed, as I frequently did. Half a dozen time periods after the meal with the captain, I was alone in the court, batting the plastic ball against the front bulkhead and waiting for Hawk to show up, when the captain slipped in through the hatch. I asked your friend if I could take his turn. I knew it was a game stolen from a busy schedule, and I guessed he considered our discussion over dinner unfinished and important. Within the confines of the court, we would be alone for the first time, without Aeschylus to mount guard or carry tales back to his crewmates. We threw fingers to see who would serve first. I won the serve and scored a fast 2 points. Then the game seesawed back and forth. He won 21-16. I noticed his hands weren't red or puffed, even though we played barehanded. At one time, leather gloves or paddles were used, but that had been generations ago, and part of the masochistic thrill of the game was bare palm against hard ball. Apparently, the captain played often. He was fast and adept at picking off balls in flight just before they hit the bulkheads. I consistently scored with corner serves where the ball rebounded parallel to and scant centimeters away from the metal walls. The captain was very good,
But then I reminded myself he'd had 2 millennia in which to improve his game. So I suspected had I, which diminished some of my pride in beating my fellow crew members. I wondered if the captain and I had ever played before in one of my other lifetimes, and guessed that we had. After the game, I doubled over, my hands clasping my knees, trying to catch my breath. The captain pushed over to one of the bulkheads and tapped on a palm terminal. The glow tubes darkened and the bulkheads faded away, to be replaced by projections of outside. The outside I was familiar with, suffocatingly black except for the brilliant, lifeless sparkles of the stars. Only the outline of the captain against the crystal-strewn sky reminded me of where I really was. "How many stars in our galaxy, Sparrow?" It took a moment for me to find my voice. "Billions," I chattered. 100 billion, maybe 2? Subtract the numbers of red giants and supergiants. They exist too short a time for life to develop on any possible planets. Then take away the binaries in any 3-star systems. The likelihood of planets circling them would be small to begin with, and even if there were, their orbits would create conditions too erratic to support life. Forget the dwarf stars. If a star is too small, it has no continuously habitable zone at all. Chances are its planets would be perpetually frozen." He had drifted close enough to me in the darkness so I could feel his body warmth. His voice was an insidious whisper in my ear, nibbling away at Noah's arguments. "How many stars remain that are possibilities for life, Sparrow? Stars that are neither too hot nor too cold, neither too large nor too small nor too short-lived. Stable stars of medium size that could serve as an incubator and then a nursery for life. How many, Sparrow?" The glow tubes abruptly came back on, and the walls of the court swam into view. The captain was staring at me, his expression both thoughtful and suspicious. He had been playing cat and mouse with me. Dinner had been meant to throw me off my guard.
"Well, how many?"
he suddenly roared.
"Take a goddamn guess!"
I don't know," I stuttered. "Maybe 1 billion? Maybe 10 billion?
"Good round numbers,"
he said with satisfaction. He tossed me the ball.
"Your serve, Sparrow."
He had spoiled my game and came within a point of whitewash before I fought my way back. I tried to force myself to forget he was the captain and think of him as just another opponent, but I found it impossible. At the end of the game, he said,
"I asked you to do some studying, Sparrow. Do you know what the Green Bank equation is?"
I mumbled, "Yes, sir."
It's a speculative equation for determining the number of communicating civilizations in the galaxy. You have to factor in the rate of star formation each year, then the number of stars that can support planets. Estimate the percentage of planets that can support life, the possibilities of intelligent life, the possibilities of a technical civilization arising, and then the lifetime of that civilization. He caromed the ball around the corners of the compartment and caught it on the fly on its return. He had known where it was going to be every second of its journey. Complete control, I thought. He had meant that as a demonstration. "What's the minimum figure for N, the number of communicating civilizations?" he suddenly asked.
I wildly plugged figures into the equation, then saw the obvious answer. 1, I blurted. "It can never be less than 1. He nodded approvingly.
"That's right, Sparrow. The Earth makes it 1. And the high end?"
"I don't know," I said. "I suppose there are different estimates."
"In the millions, Sparrow. Not a very high ratio, but not so small either."
"We haven't found any life," I started to object.
"Because we haven't really looked," he interrupted. "But we don't have to investigate every possibility. We can eliminate the vast majority of the unlikely candidates at a distance. The remaining possibilities are usually very possible indeed."
He noticed my expression and raised an eyebrow.
You don't agree?
He was pushing me, and for that I was grateful. When pressed, I had no thoughts at all of who I once had been. I could only be and was Sparrow. "But we haven't found," I repeated, sweating.
"Any life at all, though like Tybalt, I'm not so sure we haven't run across traces of its former presence. But there's nothing wrong with the basic assumptions. It's a matter of time."
He laughed, but there was a bitter edge to his laughter.
"To hold infinity in the palm of your hand is a bit of poetry, Sparrow. To imagine that the ordinary lifetime is a substantial piece of eternity is pure egoism. To the person who lives it, perhaps. To the universe, it's less than the tick of the second hand of a 10-year clock."
He threw the ball against the bulkhead again and caught it on the rebound without taking his eyes off me. He was reading me now, judging every twitch and grimace.
"Time is why the Astron is a generational ship. Time is why I'm the captain. Many variables can be factored into the Green Bank equation, but the one that nobody figured on was the time needed for a ship such as ours to find one of those planets harboring life. The more time spent, the more lifeless planets eliminated, the greater our odds in finding one with life. And considering the time already spent, by now the odds in our favor are very great indeed."
"I'm sure they are, sir," I said, which was an inane reply, but exactly what 17-year-old Sparrow would say. He smiled.
"One more game?"
I surprised myself. There are times when you play above your head, when no matter how good your opponent is, you can't lose. My serves became almost impossible to return, and my saves were little short of phenomenal. He wasn't going to win this game by staying in the backcourt and simply placing his shots, but suddenly he was above me, behind me, below me, off to one side, hawking the ball like no one I had ever played before. He was moving so fast I seldom saw him push off from one of the walls. I thought I was moving just as fast, but he won the game, 21-19. At the end of it, both of us glistened with sweat. If he had suggested another, I would have refused. It wasn't in me. I went to shake his hand and was surprised when he drew it back.
"Sorry, Sparrow,"
he said with a tight smile.
"I can't."
He held up his right hand so I could see that his index finger was puffed and bent back at an impossible angle. He had broken it when he had skimmed too close to the bulkhead to pick off a rebound. It had probably happened at the very start, but he had ignored the agony for the rest of the game. Despite the smile, there was no friendship in his olive-black eyes.
"Some advice, Sparrow, and I have no objections if you tell your friends."
His voice hardened.
"I don't play to lose."
The computer verified everything the captain had told me, but it supplied no conclusion. The captain and Ophelia had started from the same point. There was life on at least one planet in the galaxy, Earth. For the captain, that was the vital fact supporting all the other evidence that we were not alone, that life was not only ubiquitous in the galaxy, but that there were millions of civilizations as advanced as our own. For Ophelia and Noah, life had happened once, but despite the flood of organic molecules to be found almost everywhere you cared to look, the odds were against the miracle of life happening again. It had taken 500 million years for primitive single-celled organisms to appear on the infant Earth, simple cells that could move and ingest organic molecules and replicate. It had taken an additional 2 billion for cells of different types to learn how to cooperate and live symbiotically with each other, to share the chores of a difficult existence. By then, the simple cell had developed a nucleus, and with it, the ability to change and becoming something better and more complicated. It had taken enormous periods of time, blind nature trying again and again and again. How many things had to go exactly right for all of that to happen? How many things could have gone wrong? It had taken 2.5 billion years to develop that first nucleated cell, an additional 500 million plus for multicelled animals to appear, and another 300 to 400 million before plants and animals struggled out of the oceans to thrive on the steaming beaches. After that, following each other in comparatively rapid succession, had come the early reptiles, the dinosaurs, the mammals, and finally the timid, brainy primates. Eventually, the first adventuresome ape dropped from the trees to shamble about on 2 legs, discovering to its delight that it had been gifted with a year-round sex urge and was destined to populate the primitive Eden. After a point, the growth of life had been very logical and almost predictable. It was the first 3 steps that had proved to be so enormously difficult. The role of luck had loomed far too large, and those 3 steps had taken much too long, a total of almost 3.5 billion years for the first multi-celled creatures, and a future filled with possibilities. 1/4 the lifetime of the universe itself. It had happened once, but I couldn't imagine it ever happening again. Both Ophelia and the captain were right. Whether you believed life to be a one-time occurrence, never to repeat itself, or an inevitable development in the existence of a planet, yours was a religious belief. Along with Tybalt, and what I suspected was a minority of the crew, I had shared the captain's. My problem now was that I had lost my faith. A few time periods later, I had my second dream about what life had been like aboard the Astron generations before. Again, I was Sparrow, but not Sparrow. But not Hamlet or Aaron either. My name was Oryx. I lived on a vastly different Astron, with all the tubes occupied by a crew more than 3 times as numerous. All the glow tubes worked, and the metal bulkheads were dry and clean, most of them painted a soothing beige. Those that weren't painted were so shiny I could clearly see my face in them. The exploration suits were white and new, racked in a compartment where everything had its appointed place. There was no dust packed in the corners or coating the crates of spare parts, preserved in still soft cosmoline. I worked in maintenance and envied those in exploration who lorded it over the rest of us. I was still an icon of sorts, a reminder of all that had once been back on distant Earth, but few hung on my every word or watched me covertly to see how I might react to different situations. The Earth was a much more recent memory and hadn't yet receded into the mists of fantasy. I shared a compartment with a young girl who resembled Ophelia a little and Snipe a great deal, and a technician my own age who reminded me of Loon with a dash of Hawk thrown in. Seal laughed a lot and loved to tease me. Bear was kind and gentle. I was happy and lived much as Sparrow did, looking forward with enthusiasm to each new planet we explored and longing to feel its surface beneath my feet. Standing apart from myself in the dream, I was mildly surprised that it didn't make much difference who I slept with. Seal or Bear, I loved them both. But I had been Oryx for a number of years, and my attitudes had changed greatly since I had last been flatlined. In my dream, as Sparrow, I knew it wouldn't be long before Oryx's memories would be erased once again. There were more personnel in all divisions, and there were far more specialties than I knew as Sparrow. There were machine shops, electrical shops, stores, computer and biological labs. The equipment in sickbay was complicated and efficient, and I wondered what had happened to it. Then guessed it had been cannibalized over the generations. Instead of 2 doctors, there were 6, all with their areas of expertise. One even specialized in diseases of the eyes and the mouth. In my dream, I noticed no crewmen who suffered from cataracts. We didn't have a division mess, but but ate in a large dining compartment with magnetic plates on steel tables and light straps to hold us in the chairs, bolted to the deck. It was as much a ritual as a meal, and one that everybody anticipated with pleasure. One particular meal was etched in my mind after I woke, sweating and with a hammering heart. There had been the usual swirl of conversation around the table, and much of it remained in my memory. A fat team leader named Meerkat, who looked remotely like Portia, had been talking in glowing terms about Eridani 3, around which we were orbiting. "It's a beautiful surface. If we could breathe the air, it would be a great day for a picnic down there." Next to her, Loris, a short, ruggedly built rover mechanic, picked at the meal on her plate. "This looks like what they used to call ham. Probably doesn't taste like it, but at least Lincoln's getting better." Somebody else said, "Don't be hard on Lincoln. Ever since he was hurt in the fall on Bishop 6, he hasn't been the same around the food machines." Meerkat again. "I'm looking forward to going back next time period. There's real visual drama where the hills meet the sky." And Loris once more holding up a drink bulb and squinting curiously at the contents. "I think this was called punch, diluted ethyl alcohol with some flavoring and fruit in it. I'd give a lot to sample the real thing." Then there was abrupt silence. The captain had floated in. He looked a little different to me as Oryx than he did to me as Sparrow. It was his eyes, I thought. They looked younger. They hadn't seen as much. He said nothing but sat at the head of the table and quietly ate his meal. The conversation in the compartment started up again, but it was muted. Watching the crewmen as they nibbled at their food, I noticed their occasional glance at the captain. I was shocked. They lived in deadly fear of him, and along with the fear went the sour smell of hatred. Few of them bothered to hide it. As Oryx, I knew why, but before the reason could come to mind, I woke up, sweating and clutching my hammock, overwhelmed by a deep sense of loss. The scene in the mess hall matched the dialogue I had heard a few months before when I had explored the empty compartment with Crow and Loon. I had faces to go with the voices now. Bear and Seal and Loris and Meerkat. But I remembered little beyond my relationship with Bear and Seal and the talk around the mess table with Loris and Meerkat. I lay there in the darkness, thinking about the dream and wondering why the fear, and especially the intense hatred of the captain by that very early crew. It hadn't been hatred for somebody who was cruel or somebody whose orders were unreasonable. They hated him because of something he had done, something unforgivable that had frightened them badly. Another chunk of my memories had returned, and with it an intense foreboding. What would it be like, I wondered, if I remembered my 100 lifetimes all at once?